some garbage
Well,
like that. I
that's
don't know
the
what it is,
problem.
really. Yeah. And
That's
lady,
that's the problem, though, with the notification system, is there have been times I've been notified of premieres halfway through them. YouTube does not
yeah.
send what they're supposed to send on time.
Yes, they do. Neil has often commented about your show's been going a half hour, and I got the notification just a minute ago. Hi, folks! Here we are, ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between. It is Coffee with Lavender. I am the Lavender Lady, and with us we have the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. Hi, dear.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, a little bit this, a little bit that. Good for me, good for you. What am I talking about? I don't know. And then we also have with us in the navigator's seat, Mom Nato. Hi, dear. How are you?
Hello, folks. How are you today?
And that
Oh,
person.
stretch. Mm,
Oh, boy.
I'm doing okay. I'm doing
Yay!
okay.
That's a good thing. You did not get stinged by the wasp you
Oh, I
found. And
know. Those things are fucking huge. I in that picture I put up,
yeah.
um, that was a regular pair of fingernail clippers right behind it, and those fingernail clippers are almost the length of my finger,
Mm-hmm.
and the wasp was bigger than the fingernail clippers. So
That's
yeah.
substantial.
Yeah, anybody who wants to know what we're talking about, look up the cicada killer wasp and you'll see what I mean.
Killing
Hmm.
machines.
Yes.
Oh,
Um
Borsha, Borsha, Borsha. And how's everybody been liking all of the countdowns? I'm sitting on Twitter and everybody's counting the days down to the election. They think all our problems are going to be solved on November 3rd.
Okay, right now, neither Trump nor Biden will be solving most of our problems, and the ones they will solve, if any, will not be the critical ones. They will
yeah,
be
really.
minor little tweaks around the edges, doing their best to maintain the status quo. What the fuck's the point? You know, why
yeah.
bother at
Really.
this point? Like, I'm still going to vote down ballot, obviously, because that's important.
Oh,
But
yeah.
right now, the big sexy race, the presidential race, the one everyone looks at and goes, ooh, this is what the election's all about. Fuck it. I want nothing to do with it.
Indeed. It's amazing. As I had said, how many people out there that I'm reading are saying all our problems are going to be over the 4th of November. Well, number one, the 3rd of November is the election, not the inauguration. It's the election. Okay, there's a difference. So even if Mr. Orange piece of crap loses the election, he's got until January to really screw shit up. Um,
Mhm.
and then he's not the only problem. That's the
Nope.
other thing. We got a big, 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 big. The entire freaking country's a problem. Um, so I like to see how we do anything with that. But I don't see anything happening, as you say. You know, it's just going to be status quo all the way down the line. And oh well.
Yeah, deeply frustrating, but what the hell can you do about it? I mean, like short of something akin to open rebellion, what the fuck can you do?
I'm
You know,
tempted
that's the problem with
sometimes.
being powerless, and that's also why people end up radicalized is because they feel powerless to affect the world around them,
Yeah.
to be able to actually make life better for themselves. Like, or even just non-interference would help. But at this point, we actually have too many people who need a lot of critical things, and there's no way they can use money to get them because they don't have enough. Like, they don't even have enough if they saved up 5 years to pay a lot of their bills. You know,
Yes.
like one
Yes.
month of bills takes 5 months of work, and it's bullshit. But they're not going to even touch it. They don't care.
Mhm.
And then, well, that's the other nice little thing. You know, you mentioned paying the bills. I'm terrified again, as usual. Um, Orange Menace is playing around or saying that he's going to play around with the payroll tax for Medicare and Social Security, which he cannot do by himself, but he's writing the executive order anyway. Um, and yeah, I mean, if it gets through the courts, because it's going to have to go through the courts, so it'll be in effect for a while. That will effectively defund the programs for at least a few months, causing all sorts of havoc. Yeah. Um, as I said to someone earlier today, I'm sorry, yesterday, GOP is playing games, and we recipients of the various things are the pawns on the board.
Yep.
Are the what and the what?
We are the pawns on the board.
Oh, that is so not what I heard. Okay.
Sorry about that. I know I didn't enunciate very well. I realized that once I had said it.
Well, when you said pawns, I heard box, and I was very confused.
Okay then. Oh my, oh my. Hi, Mage. Hi, Greg. Yay. Harmonica Man. Hello, dear. Oh my, oh my, oh my. But yeah, we're just gonna have to see how things go, and I don't know. Maybe it's gonna turn out where I suddenly have to make this show good. Uh, Thanks for your glowing recommendation in the side chat there, Kate.
But I just, I kind of just want the whole hoopla to be over. I'm sick to death of it.
Uh-huh.
It was actually kind of fun when we were still having the debates where the stage was filled with this sideshow of weird ass characters.
Yeah.
Like dress them up in goth gear and you couldn't tell them apart from the Addams Family. But I mean, it's not entertaining anymore.
No,
And
it's
so
not.
I just want it over. It's kind of like these days because, like I don't really have a tree or presents around Christmas time. I just want the holiday to be over. I want all the holidays to be over because, as a kid, the appeal of Christmas was getting stuff.
Yes.
Was presents. And since that's not really a huge factor anymore, I usually find the holidays tedious.
Yeah, well, you talk about the holidays. I mean, I finally gave it up this last holiday. I used to be very stubborn, and I would buy things for myself, and I would wrap them, and I would put them under a tree, and all this sort of thing. And well, number one, it just wasn't worth it anymore. When Jeff died, everything just went. All the fun came out of any of that stuff anymore. I lost a very, very dear friend that day, but what are you gonna do? So
I don't know. Start learning to speak Latin backward, write a pentagram on the floor, and start casting.
There you go. I like that. I like it indeed. But you mentioned you want the whole thing to be over. I mentioned it earlier in the green room. I was going shopping yesterday and ran into one of my neighbors in the parking lot. We were talking a little bit about this and that. She asked, "Who am I voting for?" And I said, "Well, I'm not sure. Definitely not the Orange Menace." And she happened to mention, "Well, I'm going to be voting for Trump because he makes me feel safe." And I stood there and I could say nothing. Say what?
Well, when you told me that earlier before the show started, my reaction was safe from what?
Yeah, really?
Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick. And, okay, I mean, there are a number of possibilities. She's one of the few non-brown people in this neighborhood. That might be one of the things. Kate, you mentioned maybe she doesn't like the queers, and well, what's she doing talking to me? And
Well, like she necessarily knows right away.
oh my, yeah, I didn't hit on her or anything, so she wouldn't know about that. And it's like, no, I don't want this one. Oh gods, but feels safe. That really got. Well, it's
Yeah.
it makes about as much sense as the pictures I see of these really beautiful women with the writing in lipstick on their bellies, Trump boner garage and pointing down, you know.
Oh, well, I would have to go digging for the picture again. I'm not sure if I have it on my hard drive, but there is like this image of these two Walmartian women, and they're clearly Walmartians, wearing a shirt that says like Trump can grab me by the pussy anytime. And I'm like,
Yeah, I think I've seen
really?
it. I think I've seen it. Yeah.
Really? Uh,
I don't know. Maybe they haven't had any, and I don't know. Well, wait a minute. I could be talking about myself there. But I don't get it. I really don't. What's the appeal? Seriously though, when I was thinking back on it with the person in the parking lot, maybe she's the one that likes to be protected or some shit like this. I mean, something, you know, those of us here in this chat room are the exact opposite of. You know, a bully might be appealing because it makes them feel protected. I don't know. Could that be?
I have
I
no
mean,
fucking
they
clue.
do
but-
love their bullies, the right wing. I think part of it is maybe not so much that they feel protected because they're a bully, but because they're the sort of people who like the misery of others, that they're the sort of people who would have been bullies themselves given the opportunity, and maybe they had the opportunity. But the point is that I get the impression they like their bullies because they like feeling in power, I guess. Even if they aren't directly wielding it, even if they're like not Trump, they can't help feeling like Trump will do what they want done in terms of the people they don't like. And thus, bullies for them are positive. As long
Okay.
as they're not on the bullies' target sites, you know?
Yeah, and what I don't understand is that some of them are even the targets and don't realize it and still like the bully and the whole thing. I mean, the poor people.
Yeah.
The GOP does not like poor people. But the poor people
No.
keep voting for the GOP. Why?
Because of social issues. They don't care about the other stuff. They just want to keep down the lower orders. Because I mean, you've seen the alt-right playbook.
I have.
You know that's one of the things that they will do is like have rigid hierarchies. They love their rigid hierarchies.
Mm-hmm.
You
I mean,
know?
my why was a little bit rhetorical, but I mean, if anybody else is out there, they've never seen the show before. Yeah, go and have a look at the alt-right playbook on YouTube. It's very illustrative, let's put it that way. I mean, no matter what you take away, you will take something away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. Let's see, Mage
It's
Grey
just-
Wolf says if I can get two Trump
It's
supporters
just
to
so
agree.
insane.
Indeed.
Like, I mean, that is the real problem. Is it just seems like they've not considered every aspect of what they're doing, and
Mhm.
like they've compartmentalized so much.
Oh, sure. A lot of the, well, not a lot of, all of the single issue voters are that way. You know, the evangelicals, oh my word. I mean, they're big on no abortion, no birth control, and anything else is fair game, including the things that hurt them. But, oh well.
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem, though. Is do they realize it will hurt them?
I
I
don't
mean,
know.
like, no offense to anyone out there necessarily, although I'm sure there's some people who probably should be offended by this. But let's face it, a lot of the right wing is dumb. I mean, like, they're stupid,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
And I mean, there is a reason why the redneck stereotype exists, the hillbilly stereotype, the like Southern accent racist homophobic bigot is the one voting for Trump.
Yeah.
And like they're the reason why the United States. I am so sick and tired of those memes that say Americans look at themselves like this. I'm like, no, the fucking right wing thinks of themselves like that. I'm ashamed of those people, and so is most of the left. Right? So
Uh-huh.
quit
Yes.
acting like that's all of the United States. And like did they, just the stereotype of that matches reality, and that is a real problem when stereotypes and reality are the same, because stereotypes are supposed to be parody, supposed to be satire, so when they're real it's like, what the fuck, man.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
And we are living in one big stereotype, yes, definitely.
Mhm. I'm just so sick and tired of all this shit. It's like I look at the rest of the civilized world, the rest of the first world, and I'm like, I would move there if they would have me.
Yes, absolutely. I'm feeling the same way, and I know they won't have me. I'm too old. I'm too poor. Um,
Yeah. Know
but
that feeling.
yeah, I think those are the two big things. Is either they want to make sure that you can make your own way, which can't blame them in a way,
Hmm.
and then I don't know what the whole age thing is, but there is that whole thing where past a certain age, you're not as desirable as you once were. Well,
Well, that makes perfect sense, actually, though, because like if you show up and you're not gonna breed, they will probably go. So, what benefit do you bring to our country?
okay, yeah, and I'm vocally child free anyway, so no matter what age, what are you doing? Uh,
I mean, I suppose if you were
Oh.
rich and would spend your money in their country, they might go, okay, so you don't have to have kids because you will be a benefit. But I imagine that if you move there, like I've heard a lot of people from the UK say, we don't want Americans because they would just start sponging off us, that they would just show up for the free stuff their own country won't give them.
okay, and I can kind of see where they're coming from.
Hmm.
Because, yeah,
But
oh
you know,
well.
like, I wonder what would happen if I go to the immigration department of, oh, say, Canada or New Zealand or Australia or some shit, and they ask me, why do you want to emigrate or immigrate, I guess it would be. And I'd have to say to them, I'm escaping all of the bullshit that will land on me in a country that has told me to get fucked. A country that has told me you don't belong here. I'm trying to escape what could eventually turn into persecution, like Nazi Germany style. But I don't think they'd hear that and go, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, I mean, remember, well, not exactly remember, but think of how much trouble Jews had trying to leave Germany in the 1930s. There was a ship full of refugees that no one would take, for example. And they ended up back in Germany, which did not turn
Well,
out well for them.
and I
Um,
have to disagree with your phrasing. They didn't have problems leaving Germany. They had problems getting into anywhere else. It seemed like they were able to leave Germany just fine.
yeah, you got that point there. Yeah, that's the phrasing.
I don't know. What would I do if I was faced with that? Because I'm sure I'd have to do something. Like I would definitely not go, okay, back to Germany.
Well,
I would probably say, okay, let's find somewhere that we can make landfall that people won't notice us, and then go live in the woods.
there you
Nope.
go. Well, that reminds me of an article I saw this morning. Um, a Russian family hid in Siberia for 40 something years to escape persecution. They were of a group called the Old Believers, and the whole story behind the persecution is really, really silly. I mean, it's stupid things like how many fingers do you use when you're making the sign of the cross, one of these things. But there
Hmm.
was all sorts of horrible things going on. So they ended up.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
You don't use all of them to cross yourself?
I guess the Russian Orthodox don't.
Weird. All right, go on.
Yeah, but they ended up on a mountain in Siberia, and they were there from somewhere in the 30s to somewhere in the 70s. Um, yeah, and then, as you said, they basically put themselves where nobody would notice them, and they lived that way. I don't know what they were going to do when the population started decreasing, but oh well.
Hmm. Yeah, after a while, let's face it, inbreeding could become a problem.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it
Oh.
sounds like there was a fairly sizable number of these people, but still. Well, it's what are you going
Oh,
to do?
so it wasn't just a family then. I thought it was just a single family, or
Well,
maybe a couple of families, one or two.
no,
How
it's.
many of these people were there?
I'm not sure how many exactly there were. I don't think they specified a number, but it sounded like more than 10.
Well, still, I'm trying to remember. I saw something that gave the minimum number of people necessary for a viable breeding pool, I guess. Uh, and it was like 1,000 or more.
Easily, yeah.
So like 40 is not enough.
Um, I've heard numbers for a group that can coexist and live together and that sort of thing being 150 or so, but they might be accepting applicants from outside for breeding purposes. I don't know.
Still, I
Uh,
don't think 150 is enough. I'd have to look it up though. I
yeah.
think the context where I saw this was for populating Mars.
Okay,
Okay.
I gotta
Okay.
go.
You gotta go.
Mom
Okay.
just called on the cell phone. She wants help with her yard. Joy.
Oh my.
Yeah, I get to go
Well.
out, be in the heat, and mow grass for her.
Oh boy.
Oh boy! Yes, so much fun. So, I will be back later. I don't wanna, but oh well. Mom's
Oh
getting
Hmm.
well.
old, so she doesn't want to pay a lawn boy. So, yay! I get to go
Uh-huh.
have fun today.
Well,
So,
We'll have
be good and
everybody
have
have
fun.
fun. Sorry I couldn't be around longer, but gotta go.
Well, it's
Mother
great having you
calls.
around. Yeah, definitely.
All right, see
Take
y'all
care,
later.
sweetness.
Bye bye.
So I'm seeing something here that says there's the 5,500 rule, which says that the minimum population size of 50 was necessary to combat inbreeding, and a minimum of 500 individuals was needed to reduce genetic drift.
Ah, okay.
So that seems to be the minimum there is 50 to combat inbreeding. So, okay.
Okay, sounds
And I mean,
reasonable.
what would you say, like the 40s to the 70s? It's not a lot of years. I mean, like
It's
I'm
definitely
sure
within
that
a human lifetime.
I'm sure that inbreeding would not have become a problem yet if it was going to.
Mm. I don't know when this article was written, but I read within it that there was only one person left. There was, if you want to call it an epidemic of pneumonia, that took out a whole bunch of them in 1982.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay. You know,
yeah. Hmm?
in my life, I've never had pneumonia. I'm not even really sure what it's like to be sick with it. I mean, I get the impression it's sort of vaguely fluish, but that doesn't really tell you much.
Oh my, I'm trying to remember. I think it involves a lot of fluid in the lungs,
Hmm.
which a lot of things do, but well, let me look up signs and
Well,
symptoms. What the heck?
if I was going to create a sort of like a comedy about a pandemic, I would have it start where like miners in Alaska or something, uh, like they end up digging into some fossilized burial site where there are some dormant pneumonia genes or ammonia, not genes, ammonia. What is it? Bacteria, virus? I don't know.
I believe it comes in both
When
varieties.
not important, but the point is that they discover it, and like they end up getting infected with it, but they don't know because there's a long incubation period. They bring it back to population, to the the world in general, and when scientists discover that this is from an old fossilized like set of bones or something that started this whole thing off, they say this isn't pneumonia, this is old pneumonia.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like I said, it was critical comedy. There was no doubt about this being a comedy in my mind.
There you are. Yeah, we have from the Mayo Clinic here. It appears that pneumonia is more a name for a set of symptoms than it is for a specific causal
Hmm.
agent. They say pneumonia is an infection that inflames the air sacs in one or both lungs. The air sacs may fill with fluid or pus, causing cough with phlegm or pus, fever, chills, difficulty breathing. A variety of organisms, including bacteria, viruses, and fungi, can cause pneumonia. Okay,
Hmm.
sounds fun. Glad I've never had it.
Yeah, it's like when I first heard about the whole coronavirus and people dying from it, I was not really sure what that death would be like. Because no one ever really described, like, oh, yeah, when they die, it's because of fill in the blank. So I had to look it up. And I was like, yeah, that sounds miserable. I would very much like to not die that way. In fact, I'd prefer to not die at all. But if I had to, not like that, please.
uh, my okay, so Mage Grey Wolf says I had it once. It sucks. Ever been in a pool and got water in your mouth and started coughing it up? It's like that all the
Hmm.
time while having a flu. Oh joy!
Yeah, I'll skip that. Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna re-up my no pneumonia contract. Thank you.
There we go. I've had a few things, but pneumonia is not one of them. Yeah, I'm one of the few remaining people who had pretty much all of the childhood diseases. Uh,
Hmm. Yeah, I remember lots of vaccinations, and I've never really gotten sick with more than the flu. Not really. Um,
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
interesting. I don't know how many people there are anymore who know what having measles is like. I mean, how many people in the U.S. I know elsewhere,
mm.
but I had measles when I was 5. I had mumps when I was 8. That
Well,
was
so
a
that I
shitload of
actually
fun.
don't know what measles is like. It just sounds from the way people describe it that it's like weapons grade chicken pox.
Um, Yeah, it's a pretty much a general miserable feeling, definitely. I cannot remember if there was itching and scratching going on. And it's interesting when you mention the chickenpox thing. My sister had a weapons grade case of chickenpox. I never got it.
Hmm.
And
Never?
never. I did not develop symptoms. And I'm wondering,
But
is there anything bad about that? I mean, now later in life,
yes.
is this going to be horrible for me?
Yes, if you ever end up getting it, it will be so much worse. Like I don't know if it's exponential or linear, but there is definitely a scale of if you get it as an adult, it will be significantly worse than as a child.
Okay, then. Oh joy,
So
oh
you're going to
joy.
want to avoid chicken pox as hard as you fucking can.
Yeah, it
I
sounds
mean,
like
unless
it.
you're like a carrier and immune or something, which wouldn't be so bad, but still.
Typhoid Diana, okay. Or chickenpox Diana, there we go. Oh, shitski. Yeah, because,
Well, you're unlikely to give it to other people.
say again?
I said you're unlikely to give it to other people, though.
Right, right. Now, I'm trying to think now. Anne Marie was 7 or 8 when she had chickenpox. which would have made me 11 or 12. So, just putting a date on there, and never developed symptoms. She was miserable.
How old?
How old she was?
Yeah.
7 or 8.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Like, I know that you shouldn't do this for the coronavirus, but the logic behind sending kids to corona parties is very similar to the
Oh, the pox
mindset behind
parties.
chicken pox parties. Because my mom did that. I was like, it wasn't a party so much. There was like this kid I knew who had gotten chicken pox and wasn't going to the babysitter anymore, to the daycare anymore until they were over it. My mom said, "Play date." And I went and just hung out with this kid. I don't even remember chicken pox because it was totally a non-issue. Like, I had the scabs all over the place like people get, but they didn't itch. I didn't have to scratch. I didn't feel anything. I was just covered in scabs, So, I mean, it wasn't that bad. But like you say, at 8 years old, miserable.
Yeah,
So, I mean, yeah, you don't want this stuff now.
you were covered in scabs. Anne Marie was covered in calamine lotion.
Well, okay, yeah, but what was the calamine lotion on?
Well, I mean, the calamine was on the individual scabs. Yeah, dab, dab, dab,
Well,
dab,
this is
dab,
what
dab.
I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh,
But there was something I was going to mention about that. The whole yeah, there's something I'm really curious about because every now and
hmm.
then this meme goes around on mostly Facebook. And I see it mostly in the 80s groups I'm in, the 80s nostalgia groups, where people are saying, like, only our generation recognizes this vaccination scar. And it's like a circular scar with a dot in the middle. And I'm like, what the frig was that? Because we didn't have that, whatever it was. It's like, I don't get it. What is that?
Oh, I'm 98% sure that's smallpox.
Oh.
Smallpox vaccination. I've got it.
Why does it cause something like that? The scar.
It's the way it's administered. If memory serves, it was a circular arrangement of needles, more than one needle, that
Hmm.
you got nailed with this thing. And then the scarring took place, and as you grew, the scarring expanded because you expanded. It started out small, and as you grew, it sort of stretched out, if you will.
Still, I mean, like I would imagine I've been vaccinated for smallpox, but I don't have that scar. Either they changed the vaccine and it's not like that anymore, or they figure, well, smallpox is eradicated, we don't need to do it anymore.
I was going to say, considering the date of your birth, you might not have been vaccinated against smallpox. My ex was not.
Mm.
She was born in 1970. Um,
Mm.
and yeah, I guess that was right about the time that the UN had declared, yeah, we've conquered smallpox.
Hmm. Well, okay. I mean, as much as I'm an 80s kid, that was not part of my experience. The only thing I remember that's even vaguely close to what you just described, though, was I'm pretty sure was a TB test where they would take
Ah,
this little plastic thing that had little needles all over it,
yes,
like around it, and they would just sort of tap it against your arm, and that was it. Like they didn't even perforate you.
right.
And that's the closest I can come to the vaccine you described, and that's not very close.
I remember they called it a tuberculin time test. Um,
It was a TB test when I was getting it done, but okay.
Yeah, and it was all the rage in the schools when I was of
Hmm.
school age. So I've had that test at least once.
Like
And
they would do that at the same time they did the scoliosis test.
oh, okay,
Where they put that little thing on your spine, they tell you bend over and they put that little plastic device on you that measures it, and they do it like 3, 4 times going up the spine.
I don't remember that.
Really?
It must not have been done when I was of age for that sort of thing. Either that or my
Oh.
memory is shot. I mean, hey, as I always say, when you get old, the memory is the second thing to go, and I forget what the first is.
Yes, yes, yes. That joke is old. You tell it every time. Come on. You need some new material.
Oh my, oh my! I don't know, cotton flannel.
I was thinking more like plaid tartan, but okay.
Okay, okay, we can do that.
But, like, okay, here, you never had this one done to you?
Nope, definitely not.
Huh, no, they used to do it like almost every year in school.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Well, yeah, yeah. When you were in school, when I was in school, there's a little bit of a chronological difference there. Yeah, so it's very possible that there was more awareness when you were getting that stuff done to you than, I mean, let's face it. I mean, there was very little awareness of anything when I was a girl.
Hmm. Well, I mean, I remember when I was very little, before my parents and I moved to South Burlington, which would make it, I was not yet 5. And one of my best friends had a mother who had polio and was
Mm,
walking around with those funky crutches, the ones where they have that little thing that swivels and goes around your arm. You know the ones I'm
yes,
talking
I
about?
know the one.
Yeah, and like at the time I didn't understand it. I just knew she walked funky. But yeah, now it's like sure you get vaccinated against polio, but no one really gets it anymore that I hear about.
I actually had a classmate who had polio, and he had that crutch arrangement that you're talking about. Yeah, his legs were shot. Um,
Hmm.
so this would have been 62, 63, something like that.
So okay, there's something I've wondered on
Mm.
occasion. I mean, like for a virus or bacteria or whatever to exist that fucks with humanity in one fashion or another, it would have had to evolve with that either as a side effect or a benefit, and I'm not sure which it would be necessarily. But what does the virus get out of it? I mean, it's not like polio's eating us necessarily, is it? It's just screwing us up somehow. What does
Well,
the virus get out of that?
well, in a way, it is what the virus, my understanding anyway, is getting out of it is it's hijacking our cellular machinery in order to make more of itself.
That's it.
That's pretty
Just
much
making
pretty
just
much it. Yeah.
reproduction.
hmm
But I mean, how is it making more of itself?
It inserts its genome into the genome of the cell that it invades. And then the
Okay.
cell that it has invaded happily goes on doing what it does, and it doesn't know that it's now uh, duplicating alien DNA as well as its own.
Hmm. Okay. I mean, it just seems odd. Like I know that there are quote unquote parasites within us that are actually quite beneficial. You know, like stomach bacteria and all of that.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
couldn't live without some of it. Yeah.
this is my point. And so that sort of symbiosis, you'd think a lot of like viruses and shit would develop in a way that doesn't kill their host. I mean, granted, okay, like there's not a lot of logic to nature necessarily. there's
Right.
there's an underlying structure, but there isn't like a mission or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can see how a virus might develop that could kill its host. But it seems counterproductive because unless they can leave the host after they've killed it, won't they just die off?
Well, I mean, there's the thing, and don't let any creationists in here while we're talking about this stuff. But I mean,
Hmm.
as long as you get the new viruses, the reproduced viruses, before the host dies, and even the original virus dies, the virus line is just fine.
Well, I mean, I guess that's part of it, though, is like, I mean, I get that natural selection and all of that is all about reproduction. It's about who can fuck the best, like who can live long enough to fuck. Is basically,
There you
uh,
go. Yeah, and it's
but
not.
but it still seems like it would be working at cross purposes to go, yeah, I got to eat, and now the thing I'm eating is dead, and I can't get off of it to something else that is hungry. It just seems like that would not be a survival advantage. I mean, sure, you might get to boink and reproduce yourself by one means or another, but it's just like kicking the ball down the field, like kicking the problem down the field.
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
I ate. I can't leave because my host is dead, but my son and grandson did leave. So the
No, but that's
family name
fine.
continues.
I mean, I guess, but it just like I mean, this is a good argument against intelligent design, just because this seems like a really shitty design.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? As Hitchens would say, some design, isn't it?
Mm,
Oh
yeah,
my, yeah.
I
It's
don't know. I mean,
the way
trying
I.
to make sense out of the Earth is, I think, one of the reasons why people end up atheists is because the Earth doesn't make that much sense.
Well, as Martimer 81 has said more than once, I mean, the universe is not supposed to make sense to us stupid monkeys.
Mm.
It just is, yeah. I've been binge watching his stuff over the last couple of days. I mean, I really like. If no one out there has seen Marty's stuff, he's absolutely fantastic. He's a physics teacher.
Yes
Um,
and no. I have to say his delivery is it leaves something to be desired. His delivery.
oh, okay. Just curious in what manner.
I mean, maybe it's just the accent. I assume we're talking about the same guy,
This
but
the
I
guy, the Swede, the guy in Sweden.
yeah, he
Yeah.
comes off kind of wooden.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. And that may be learning English as a second language. Yeah, I mean, he does very, very well with it. It took.
I suspect it's not actually. I mean, I think a lot of it is just some people aren't good on camera. Some people like if their video is scripted, they'll sound like they're reading it rather than saying it. You know what I mean? Like
Okay.
there aren't a lot of acting chops. There isn't a lot of keeping it natural. And I think he's not the best at that. I mean, what he says is great, but how he says it is a sleeping pill.
Okay, yeah. And then I have the advantage. I've been, I've talked to him off camera, and yeah, he's a terrific guy. Really, I love him
Oh, and
dearly.
he strikes me that way too. I mean, don't get me wrong, delivery isn't everything, but I mean, if there was a little more on screen charisma, I'd be happier with his work.
Mm.
Not that I'm not subscribed, I am, but I mean,
I found
yeah.
him when he was doing his series about Jordan. The spirit science thing.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, my ex called me over one day. You gotta see this, and I was like, holy shit.
Wait, you
uh,
still talk to your ex? I thought you two were like on the outs.
oh, we're on the no, no, no. This was years ago.
Oh,
Yeah,
how
this
many years ago?
probably 8 or 9 years ago.
Oh, okay.
We
See, I actually don't know the timeline of your relationship. I know what happened, but not when. So we've just
oh
corrected that.
we got together in '98. We had met earlier that year, and she came out here, and
How long did it last?
11 years,
Oh, well.
and
So
it
I'm just trying to do
probably
the math.
it,
That's all.
it probably should have ended a lot sooner than it did,
Hmm.
but that's me putting up with it as much as anything else. She probably
Hmm.
did what I did. Okay, I got married to Sandra to run away from home. She very likely moved in with me to run away from home. And that never works.
No. Although one of the things I like, there's a Louis C.K. routine where he's saying, it's never a tragedy when there's a divorce, because let's face it, the people getting divorced weren't happy.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Hmm.
like it's a good thing this ended.
Yeah, it's we were talking for a while after the breakup, and then she got pissed off at me having to do with my transition, and that was I was living in Homewood at the time, so that would have been around, oh Christ, 5 or 6 years ago.
I can't help thinking that it must be really difficult to be in a relationship where one person decides they absolutely have to transition, and like the other person decides, well, I'm going to stick with you even despite what's happening that honestly they wouldn't prefer. They're probably thinking, but I made a commitment, or but I love this person, you know.
Yeah,
And I wonder how many manage to stick it out and work through it, and how many like end up divorcing bitterly because it just can't be reconciled.
well, I know of a couple couples who have stayed together through a transition of one of them, um, and it's work, but it did work out. Now with my ex and me, um, I and I embarked upon my transition after we broke up.
Yeah.
So there
I,
wasn't that, but she still didn't like. She went on the Elaine Greer thing about
I don't know who that is.
oh, big Australian turf, uh, anti-trans type person, with you can never absolutely know what it's like to be a woman just by taking a few pills for a few years, and um,
I got the
you're
impression that you have to think you're a woman before you start taking the pills, but all right.
yeah, it's kind of the way it goes, really. At least the last I checked, with me anyway. But yeah, there are the people who say, you will never be a woman no matter what you do, and just stay away from us.
I
Those
wonder how they even know that.
I don't know. I really don't. Yeah,
I
I
mean, I've often talked about wondering what other people feel or think when they have a certain situation come up. But I mean, there is no way to know short of developing an empathy helmet of some sort.
yeah. Uh, I mean, I think about it from time to time. I mean, how do I know that I'm a girl? And
Mm.
I cannot make a list of bullet points.
Well, it
It
doesn't help that
sounds,
there are so many different ways to be one thing or another. I mean, goodness knows there's like the lipstick lesbians, the pretty girls, then there's the tomboys and the bull dykes and this, that, and the
uh
other
huh,
thing. I
uh huh,
mean,
uh huh. Yeah, it's
you
not what you
know,
do, it's what you are. And there's the whole thing is how do you isolate that stuff when it's so basic to your personality? I mean, does anyone ever know what it's like to not be either male or female?
well,
Things
okay,
like that.
here's another problem that I've often had is sloppy terminology.
Okay.
Because in pure biological terms, like trans people, unless they're intersex, are not actually male or female. They may be masculine, feminine, men, women, whatever, but biologically speaking, nah, you know. And so
Okay.
when someone says male or female, masculine, feminine, and they're not making a distinguish like a distinction between genotype and phenotype and all of that stuff, and the pedantic part of me is going, dude, like at least get it right. You know, because I mean, a lot of people that I see, like turfs that I see, will use the sloppy language,
Oh
and
yeah, yeah.
oftentimes they'll switch back and forth between this term means that term means that, and blah 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 blah. And like I'm just sitting here going, we can't have this conversation in the same way that we can't have the conversation about, say, Like the people who say abortion is murder, you're killing a baby in the womb, when it's a clump of cells that looks more like an alien that wants to eat your face, and all of a sudden it's like, but they're picturing a cooing little baby in a bassinet. And it's like, we can't have a conversation with you because you won't stick to certain terms. You'll only stick to the terms that are an advantage to your position if you're aware enough at all of the fact that you're
Yeah,
using terms as synonyms that are not actually synonyms.
yeah,
So it's like, when someone says male, female, or man, woman, you often have to ask them which one they meant, or if they even understand the distinction.
yeah. And I'm gonna love it if there are any turfs listening into this program. But by one definition with which I am familiar, I am still male because I once made sperm.
Hmm.
Um, and yeah, I would, under that definition, be a male woman. Think of that one and watch your head explode. Um,
Well, and I mean, that's another thing is like, how many times have you heard people just railing against gays or trans people or whatever, and it's inevitably the men they're bitching about? You
yeah,
very rarely hear them bitching about girl on girl. Now, granted, that's kind of to my advantage, so I'm okay with that. But I'm not as okay with it as perhaps well, okay, no, I'm not okay with it at all because the guys shouldn't be taking it in the neck either. But even so, it is to my advantage for them to not ever focus on women, you know?
mm,
Um, but like, like, okay, whenever they talk about priests abusing altar boys, or priests doing sexual anything to children,
yes,
pedophile priests, or even pedophiles at all. They always assume it's a man on a boy. They rarely go, oh, yeah, he was like screwing little girls,
yeah,
and it like they always assume that, like Matt Powell tried to say that gay people are all pedophiles. Every
as
last one person is a
bullshit. Yeah,
pedophile. And someone else pointed out that a lot of these people think that like all queer is pedophilia, and it doesn't even necessarily have to do with children.
mm-hmm,
Like they just use the term the same way that, say, um like a young earth creationist will say, um like evolutionists, and they'll ask people who espouse evolution, like they'll go, yeah, well then where did the first life come from, as if evolution has something to do with abiogenesis. It's like this complete and total lack of understanding of even the topic in the first place. Like, if you want to talk about abiogenesis, I'll talk to you about abiogenesis, but don't go thinking it's evolution, because it's not the same fucking thing.
right, yeah.
And so you can't have these conversations with these people because they're just either clueless or manipulative or both with their language.
Yeah, and Mage Grey Wolf makes a very interesting point here, and one that very few people that I've ever talked to will recognize. Not even all pedophiles are child molesters.
Hmm.
There are
I'm sure there's a
people.
lot of them that abstain.
There is a. Were you part of that discussion that I had online about a year and a half ago, where I think I called it "No, they don't want to be included" or something like that. There was this whole thing going on. Ken Ham was saying that the NAMBLA types wanted to be
Mm.
included among the LGBT kids, and one of the things that came up on the show was a psychiatrist in Germany who was trying to make it easier for, I think she used the term, non offending pedophiles to obtain the treatment they were seeking, because these people would say, look, I've got this problem. I want treatment. But when they would approach somebody, as soon as that pedophilia thing came up, they said, nope, nope, I don't want this. Nope, I don't want, get away from me. That whole thing. Um,
That's kind of strange.
yeah, but the blowback from a lot of the discussion was that even within our community, even within our atheist community, who were supposedly better skeptics, etc., they have the knee-jerk reaction that they're kitty diddlers, burn them.
Well,
Um,
but that's the thing. I mean, if someone's literally saying, this is not a good thing, I need help to stop it. And if they said, look, I'm having these feelings, I'm not acting upon them, but I'm having them, I'd be like, okay, good. I'm glad I know. And now I will help you find the treatment you seek. And I'm glad you asked for help.
yeah,
The
yeah,
very notion of someone saying no to a person pleading for help is just bizarre.
yeah. Because the impression I get with most of the people I've encountered, like 99.9999999% of all people I've encountered, it's by simply existing, they are wrong. It's like, no, it
Mhm,
doesn't quite work that way.
mhm.
I,
Well, I mean, and do you think they can help their preference? Because I don't.
I don't either. Yeah, and neither did this particular psychiatrist. And that's the other one that gets to people. When you see, you can't help the attraction or whatever it is, and they blow up, their heads explode and everything. It's like, no.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I can see how someone might say, "Oh, it's an acquired perversion," but how do you even acquire it?
yeah,
how does that get started in your head? Going, you know what I'd really like to do, and then acting on it without for a moment thinking, the kid might object a little.
just about that much. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, and
I mean, I think it's bizarre.
I cannot see the attitude of, okay, this person who says burn that person at the stake. I wouldn't necessarily leave that person alone with my 8-year-old, okay?
Mm.
But other than that, it's like you're looking
Of
for
course,
help. Let's do something about that.
I'm sure that a lot of the people who have that attitude are probably the same people who think your sexuality is a choice, who could say, have you tried not being lesbian? Have you tried not being fill in the sexual perversion they think is horrible and an affront to God or whatever? And it's like, it doesn't work like that. It just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can you choose to not be straight? Try it. I dare you.
Yeah, absolutely. Um,
I mean, the way you feel about not being gay is the way I feel about not being straight, and I did not make a choice. And they probably won't even believe me if I said it.
oh, of course they wouldn't. No. They won't even believe me when I say I've tried, guys, and I didn't like it. What the hell?
Mm.
Um,
Oh, I
so,
have to say, okay. Have you ever seen Fight Club? Yes, no?
no. I
No.
know
Okay.
about it. The first rule of Fight Club is you
It's
don't
fine.
talk
It's
about
not
Fight Club.
important,
Yeah.
but there is a line that was taken out because the studio thought it was too over the top. And they replaced it with a line that may be worse, in fact probably is worse, because at one point, the main character, I think his name is supposed to be Jack, but it's actually never said through the movie at all what his real name is. But he's in bed with this one freaky sort of goth fish chick, and they're done, and they're in that afterglow moment, and she says, I haven't been fucked like that since grade school. The original line was, I want to have your abortion.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. And it's just like, being a lesbian, I will never be able to use that line with somebody. I can't go to someone I'm attracted to and go, I want to have your abortion, because neither one of us is having the other one's baby.
Right.
And
Oh
I
my.
think that is possibly the single solitary downside I can think of to lesbianism.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Well, I don't know. You possibly okay. the idea of having someone's abortion, there would be too much work involved to abort, but there could be that whole bit about ovo fusion, the egg fusion, and then you get it implanted, and you can have a kid that way. But still, I don't know if
Well,
it's
but I
tried and
mean,
true, and there would be a lot of
if
time
you
and money to abort.
yeah, I was gonna say, if you're going to all that effort just to abort it, I mean, okay, right there, I might almost be on the side of the anti-abortion people, the pro-life people, right there. If you're going, yes, I am starting a pregnancy specifically to end it, I'd be like, that might not be okay.
Okay.
Like you do you, pal, but that's kind of twisted.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to stop you, but I am going to kind of look at you with one eyebrow raised.
Okay.
Uh,
The old Spock raised the eyebrow thing. Yeah. Oh
Although,
my.
you know what? I can't do that. I've never been able to control just one of my eyebrows. I don't know how people manage it.
Well, I can't, but my wiring is all messed up, so it's more likely due to that than it is to anything that came naturally with the package.
Still, I'm not sure how. Like, what does it even feel like to raise one eyebrow? What muscle group do you say, okay, it's go time, to where it's like, I can't do it. But then there are some people who can't roll their tongue, and that's the easiest thing in the world. So
Mm. Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm one who can.
I don't think my dad can roll his tongue in that kind of way. I think he's unable.
Oh, as in rolling the R's, as in rolling the R's.
Yes.
Yeah.
I, I remember an old commercial, the old Ruffles have
Yes,
ridges
yes.
commercial. Rutabaga, Ruffles have ridges. That
Yes.
is yeah.
And it would end with, what is it? Ruffles have ridges, and then another one. Right.
I don't remember the right part, but it has been decades since I've seen it. I just remember the Ruffles have ridges. Yeah, so
Yeah, that's got to be at least 30 years since I've seen one of those.
something like that. But I don't think my dad can make that sound for some reason.
Wouldn't be a good German.
Well, I don't know. There's a lot of languages that use the rolled R like that. Like Spanish uses it a fair bit. Then
Mm-hmm.
again, my parents have been living in Oaxaca for a while. And my dad's been trying to learn Spanish. Maybe I'm wrong and there's something else he can't do, but I seem to remember going, wow, Dad, you can't do that? Everyone can do that. What's going on?
Hmm.
And I don't remember what that was, but I'm pretty sure it was like rolling your R's.
Okay. Yay, I think so.
Also, one thing I've often wondered about is what actually causes lisps. Is your mouth just shaped funky? Are you just speaking wrong, or what? How do you manage? Like I'm pretty sure there's some people out there who lisp deliberately, but people who can't help it, what causes that?
I do not
Like, I'm not even
know.
condemning. I'm just wondering, like, what set of circumstances brought it about.
Yeah, I do not know. And then at the risk of being politically incorrect, aren't there some cases, at least, of the stereotypical gay lisp being learned?
Well, yeah, and also the people in Barcelona.
Oh, okay then. Oh, okay. So they would go and visit Thailand.
Eh?
Oh, you haven't seen that in the news?
What on earth are you talking about?
Oh my, there's this. I guess Trump said something about Thailand.
Oh,
Um,
that okay.
yeah.
Well, did you hear how he couldn't pronounce Yosemite?
Oh, I saw that one. Yeah,
Uh,
my sister was like that. She had that mispronunciation.
I
Um,
mean, it makes sense. Like if you saw it cold and didn't know, yeah, I could see someone saying Yosemite, but
mm-hmm.
how do you grow up in the United States and never hear the word Yosemite?
Anne Marie managed. I don't know how, but
I mean, there was an episode of The Big Bang Theory where somehow Ted had never connected the spelling of chameleon with the actual word, and so he tried to say chameleon.
okay then.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess this is vaguely similar, but still, how do you live like hell? Just Yosemite Sam, for fuck's sake! How do you
Yeah,
not?
yeah.
I
And
don't
then
get it.
that's where my sister would screw it up. And she knew about Yosemite Sam, so she had to have heard the name Yosemite, but she would call him Yosemite Sam. And I was like, no, it doesn't quite work that way.
Was she trying to be funny?
No, no, she was doing that in all seriousness.
Hmm.
Well, she wasn't the brightest candle in the candelabra, really, but
I see. I
yeah.
see. Yeah, like I sometimes have difficulty forming thoughts on the fly just because I'm trying to keep up with what's in my brain, the concept that has already gone several paragraphs beyond what my mouth was able to convey. Um, but at least I understand what it is I'm trying to say. But there are so many people out there who just are so clueless.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm never sure if it's by design, like were they just not given the appropriate education, or are they just that dumb? Because let's face it, that you can't fix stupid.
Right.
And
Yeah.
some people lost that genetic lottery, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Indeed, he does. I mean, I hate to say this in a way, but I'm thinking that the loss of the genetic lottery in my sister's case might have been a contributing factor to her going full on Pentecostal later in life.
Mm.
Yeah, when I say we were polar opposites, oh my word, we were polar opposites.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I have one part of my family, like my dad's side of the family, Italian Catholics, right?
Okay then.
And my aunt Michelle, my dad's sister, married a guy who was in training to be a preacher at the time, right?
Okay.
Now, pretty tolerant, okay preacher. I mean, he was pretty okay, if not actually genuinely happy when my cousin Adam got married to his husband Will. His dad didn't seem to have a scrap of problem with it. He seemed to uh, be like I was at the wedding. I watched his praise of his son. I watched how happy he was, and I'm like, okay, my uncle Bruce is not a bigot despite his religion. Now, from the same family, my cousin Christy, sorry, not Christy, well, I might as well describe Christy. She's very, very, very religious, maybe more religious than Uncle Bruce.
Oops.
But the youngest of the cousins, Valerie, she is a little more like me in terms of her views of politics and religion, right?
Okay.
And I can't help wondering again because both Adam and Valerie are so not like Christy. And I'm wondering what the difference was.
Yeah, I are there genes for that? Or I
Well,
don't
that's
know.
not, well, I mean, but that wouldn't explain you and your sister because you're
Oh, of
not
course not.
genetically.
Yeah, we're not even related. You know, the two of us are not related. Not only that, but not
This
to
is what
those
I'm
two.
saying.
Yeah. Um,
Wonder how many people adopt siblings. Like we're not just adopting one, we're adopting both of yous.
more than occasionally.
Mm.
I don't know the exact figures, but yeah, I know in some cases it's going to be yeah. You got to take the set. Sort of like kittens.
No, I mean how many people seek it out.
Oh,
Like
gee,
we're
I don't
adopting the
know.
brother and the sister, both sisters, both brothers, whatever. I wonder how many people go, we'll take both of you. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the slimy bastards were actually talking amongst themselves at one point. One of the customers at the store, um, Okay, you had a family of four, if I remember correctly, and the parents died, and then there were the two kids. They allegedly were talking about adopting the two kids,
Hmm.
which I'm thinking is a good thing never happened. But
Yeah. Although, you know what? If the kids started to outnumber the parents, it might have worked in your favor.
you never know, yeah.
Eh,
And they would have been outsiders and might have been a little harder to train, shall we say?
oh,
Not that I was all that
I
easy
mean,
to
oh,
train.
maybe you and your sister wouldn't have gotten along with them. Hell, maybe they would have drunk the Kool-Aid and your parents would have been like, all right, now we got the right kids.
Yeah,
I don't know.
could be. You never know. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's funny you mention kittens because when I went and got Xander, like the lady who was fostering these cats was like, "Take two, please take two." You know, I mean, because Xander had like four siblings there
Oh
and the
my.
mom. You know, I
Oh
mean, 'cause
my.
they had all been found as strays and brought in. And then when Xander was old enough, they were like, okay, time for you to be adopted by somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I did not take two, obviously. I think three cats would be too many for a single person.
Well,
But
not only that, the first thing that came to my mind was, oh, poor Columbia.
yeah, there's that too. She definitely seems to be feeling left out. And I keep trying to explain to her now that she understands that she needs to be more aggressive about going for the lap. But um, she doesn't do it. She looks at Xander and goes, "You little lucky fucker," you know, like Columbia's a bit of an introvert, and so I do feel bad for her. It although she and Xander seem to be getting better than a detente at the moment. Like I don't
Oh,
think they fought at all yesterday,
oh, that would be
right? So
nice.
but I don't know. Xander has been starting to misbehave. Well, I can't even call it misbehavior though. I was telling you before the show started about how he's started licking my feet.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And he was doing this last night when I was trying to go to bed. And also, you know, my stuffed dog Howie, he wants to lick Howie. And I'm like, am I giving off some sort of salt I don't know about or something that he absolutely loves? Like are my bodily secretions yummy to my cat? Because that's a weird thing. And but
Shut
he
up,
would not
Clarion.
leave. Yes, yes, yes. In Soviet Russia, pussy licks you. But I was trying so much to get him just leave me alone so I could go to sleep and stay asleep. And he kept trying to get under the covers and start licking at me. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna have to start coating myself in something cats don't like before I go to bed because this is getting to be too much. Um, I don't know. I mean,
Gee, I don't know. Interesting the way that's going. With the little one, with Sylvia, she'll do the covers thing and everything else as it starts to get cold, so we know what she's after. Um,
mm,
but yeah, no, she used to nurse at my neck. She doesn't do that anymore. I guess she grew out
mm.
of it. Um, yeah, she'd crawl up there and nurse, 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 nurse. And it's like, Sylvia, you got to go down a little further to find out they don't work. Um, shit
Well,
like
there is
that.
that. Actually, that's a weird question. Do you think trans women can lactate?
Yes, they can.
Interesting. I was actually kind of amused when I discovered that men can have PMS and trans women can have PMS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like there is a monthly hormone cycle for males. I found that strange, but it kind of makes a certain sense. I mean, hell, if men have nipples, why can't they have PMS?
Of course.
But still, I mean, when I learned that, I was like, huh,
Yeah, I
I
mean
don't know.
all the machinery is there. I mean, as far as the lactating is
Oh,
concerned, it's just a matter of triggering it. And well,
oh,
even
the lactating. Okay.
yeah,
Sorry,
and
I thought we were
oh
talking about the PMS. I'm like, I'm pretty sure guys don't slough.
yeah, pretty sure. But I mean, as even women who have not recently given birth can be induced to lactate, and that's done the same way as it is for a trans woman who wants to lactate. I mean, there are
Hmm.
entire online groups where they discuss how to go about doing that. You know, the fetishists go and discuss that sort of thing, and don't even ask me how I know.
Hmm. Well, I mean, that brings up another question. I mean, suppose you've got a family that has a newborn and the trans woman wants to nurse.
I know of cases where that has occurred. Yeah, and that's the whole thing about trans mom getting whatever treatments are necessary to do that. I believe prolactin and oxytocin are involved, if I remember correctly.
Hmm.
Prolactin, of course, by its name alone, but
Yeah. Although, the way they name medicines is really odd. I mean, some of them just sound bizarre. Like, you know what? Robitussin makes me kind of laugh a little.
oh, okay, okay.
Just the name of it sounds so silly. But then you do get, like, oxymoxyfloxacin and all this wacky stuff. And I'm like, man, this just, it sounds like you're making it up. You know? Like, I know you're not, but it sounds like it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned Robitussin. Robitussin is an antitussive.
I don't even know what that means. Tussive?
Yes, it prevents coughs.
That's it?
Yep,
That's all that
an
means? Okay.
antitussive prevents. Yeah,
I wonder what the Roba is
I'm
then.
not sure.
Like maybe there was someone, their name was Robinson and they shortened it to Robbie with the tussin. I don't know. It's probably on Wikipedia. I'll look. Let's see. No, I specifically wanted Robitussin, you piece of shit. Ugh. Damn it! It like it says here, Nyquil and Dayquil redirect to cold medicine, Theraflu, and cough syrup, and blah 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 blah. I'm looking for Robitussin is a brand. Yes, thank you. Oh, for fuck's sake! Find name origin for fuck's sake. Oh well, I was close. It's not Robinson. It's Robbins.
Oh, is it the drug company?
No, actually, it's the surname of the original maker.
Oh, okay, fine.
So
Yay.
it's like Robin Tussin with the or Robbins Tussin with the an S taken off of it. Okay.
Okay, fine. That works. Good old
Yeah, I
Dex.
mean, let's see. Dextromethorphan.
You got it.
Dextro Dextromethorphan. I don't know. That's just hard to say. And so many drugs really are.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
they got the weird ass names.
yeah. Like I mean, I get it. It's probably Latin or Greek or some shit, but still it so many of them are just like let's see here. Longest drug name. Fucking hell, I can't pronounce Telemangin Lair Parapvec. How do you what? Let's see. Anabata Anabotulinum toxin. Okay, anabotulinum toxin A.
No
Okay.
idea. None at all.
Well,
Oh
it probably
my.
says what it is somewhere, but honestly, yeah, drug names are weird. That's all I'm saying.
I'm looking at dextromethorphan right here. Let me have a
Phenazopridamine. No, Zopridine. That's it. Phenazopridine. Ondanestron. And of course, yeah, hydrochloroquine. I've never been able to pronounce that one. Methylprednisol. Well, no, methylprednisolone. Okay, methylprednisolone. Okay. medroxyprogesterone, that one I can pronounce easy enough.
Okay then.
And of course, polyethylene glycol.
Okay
But I mean,
then.
they're all
Antifreeze.
like similar, these names.
Oh my. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at that. So now I'm getting an idea of where the methorphan part of the name may be coming from, because
Mm.
dextromethorphan looks very, very vaguely related to morphine, which also has antitussive effects,
Mm.
which is why you would find codeine in cough syrups back in the day, because codeine is morphine with one of the acetyl groups removed.
Weird question.
Yes, dear.
I mean, you said that tussin, tussive, whatever relates to coughs,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So, like, is it specifically the cough itself, the act of coughing?
Yes, I believe so.
So not the like illness itself. Okay, because tussin made me think of percussive, like hitting something.
Ah,
Like
okay.
are they related? You know, the ussive part,
Hmm.
and the prefix is, here's what you're doing: hitting versus coughing versus, I'm sure there's something else that ends in ussive. I don't know.
I don't know. That's an interesting thought. And where's William Sapphire when you need him? Um,
Oh, here
besides,
we go. 10-letter words that end in ushin. Well, okay. Discussion, percussion, concussion, succession. I've never heard that one. I've heard succession, but not weird. The action or process of shaking, or the condition of being shaken, especially with violence, is what succession means. But that
oh,
does sound similar to percussion
yes, it
and
does. Yes.
yeah. So I guess words that end in ushin or ussive or any of that must be related to a like maybe not sound, maybe impact. I don't know.
Tremor, shake. Yeah, I mean, well, not necessarily the sort of tremor you get with Parkinson's, but the coughing, shaking. Yeah, maybe.
Like violent physical movement, maybe.
Mm.
I don't know. But that seems to be, yeah. This is one of the reasons I love words, is just like finding the particles that make up a word and how they relate to other words. That's an absolute blast in my world.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's There was a program I loved on public television years ago. It would be on in the afternoons called Wordsmith. Did you ever come across that?
I never heard of it. I think there's a game called that, but I've never heard of the program.
But this guy would go into the prefixes and suffixes and Latin and Greek roots and the whole bit and build up entire classes of words. Uh, there was one I remember where he did sect, SECT, and
Well, it sure sounds like it's part of the same root as section.
absolutely, and that's one place he went, and transection and insect, and the thing he did about insect was cut in, which is how they got their names by the division of the body
I would have
parts.
thought it was segmented, but okay.
I
Like, you
loved.
know how insects have multiple sections of their body that
Yes.
are like defined by that like that divot that you're talking about,
Yeah.
that division. I would have guessed that like we call them that because they're segmented.
Oh, okay. Oh my. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, in that same show, then you have the tome, TOM, which also means cut.
Really? I've never, like TOME I get, but I've never heard this one.
The tome that comes in words like appendectomy.
Oh.
And
So
the
this is another case of you insisting on pronouncing O in a way that English speakers usually don't.
well, how do you pronounce I mean, how does one pronounce appendectomy?
Appendectomy. But it sounded like you were saying appendectomy.
Yeah,
Like you said tome instead of Tom.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it sounds wrong that way. Tom, Tom, not tome.
Okay, but I mean,
And
at
so
any
if you say appendectomy, it just sounds weird.
okay, but I
I
mean,
mean, find me a majority of people who pronounce it that way. I dare you.
whoever said I was in a majority?
I know, but what I'm saying is that, like, I was totally confused. I had no idea what you meant because you pronounced it funky.
And yeah, he went into the whole thing about an appendectomy, ek being out, so you're cutting out the appendix, and the difference between a cardiectomy and a cardiotomy, all kinds of good stuff like that.
I mean, ectomy, I get. Otomy, I probably knew at one point and then forgot it.
Cardiotomy is open heart surgery.
That's it? Just like otomy means open?
Yeah, like
Okay,
the procedure I had was a craniotomy,
sure.
cutting open the cranium.
But it was the meaning of otomy that I was trying to
Yeah,
nail.
that's why I was speaking of it. Yeah, the
Yeah.
craniotomy, cutting open the cranium, cardiotomy, cutting open the heart, all that good shit. Yeah, words are all
Right.
sorts of fun. I love words.
Yeah. It like I still want to actually create my own language at some point. Because like with the animation I'm working on right now, the Quinn Redshift, um, like I have a larger story in mind for it that would go beyond the animation. In fact, the animation is basically like a prequel that shows it like sets up how it is that the rest of the story is even possible. Now, I thought about doing the thing like with Babylon 5. Oh, there's an ancient threat out there and we all have to be prepared for it. I thought, why not shake it up a little and have those ancient aliens that are out there somewhere, or maybe they all died out, but they left remnants of themselves behind, kind of thing? What if they were actually quite friendly? What if their whole thing was we are trying to save the universe from some threat, and then something wiped us out or we had to go away or something, and now it's up to the main characters of the story to complete their work rather than fight them? Because one of the things I've been trying to do with Quinn Redshift is cut down on combat, and I will end up sounding hypocritical because the animation itself has a shit ton of combat in it, but the story that follows it is largely going to be doing Star Trek's mission, boldly going where no one had gone before, but in more of a Buzz Lightyear Spaceman Spiff vein rather than Star Trek. It's going to be one dude with his spaceship exploring the solar system where humanity hasn't gotten that far yet, right? But again, because I'm trying to cut down on the combat in the story, I thought, why not make these ancient aliens friends, or potentially friends, or friendly, beneficial, benign? Maybe that would be a way to shake it up, where there isn't going to be this big honking war at the end of it, but rather just trying to complete their work to save the universe from something natural, from something scientific, you know?
Mm.
I was actually thinking, like, what threat could there be to the universe that would require a scientific solution? And I was thinking about the Lawrence Krauss interview that well, actually, it wasn't an interview, it was a talk, where he was describing the sum total of the universe, of the energy in the universe being zero,
Oh yes,
because
right. Yeah,
matter being offset by dark matter and all that stuff.
yeah.
And what if some imperfection were introduced into the universe where it was no longer balanced like that, and one of them, probably dark matter, was slowly taking over the universe in unpleasant ways, you know like 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 an infection or something like that, and the ancient aliens there were trying to stop it because like they were trying to reintroduce that balance into the universe. But then something happened, they had to go away, and so now Quinn ends up having to complete their work or something like that. I haven't nailed down the actual story arc yet, but I thought that might be a fun thing to explore. And part of the story would be just being able to understand the language that was left behind on all these ancient artifacts. And
Mm-hmm.
so doing that, I would have to create my own language. I know I've shown you the alphabet before, where it's
Okay.
based on that starburst pattern.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't actually have more than 2 or 3 words, and I definitely don't have a grammar structure that isn't exactly like English already. Like I haven't come up with that, and I feel like I would need it because if it was just this is English with different words, I think it would be like a cop out. Because Klingon doesn't work that way, Vulcan doesn't work that way, and Atlantean from Atlantis the Lost Empire doesn't work that way. I'm pretty sure all of these were created by the same guy. But I'm like, what quirks of language could I introduce into this thing? Because I'm worried that if I show the language before I've developed it, like in the eventual web comic, that'll probably be the continuation of the animation. Um, it'll, like I said, it'll set precedents that later, when I actually fully develop the language, I'll be like, "Oops, shouldn't have
Uh-huh.
done that."
Uh-huh.
So I mean, but I would love to actually create that language someday.
That does sound like a whole shitload of fun, and that's where familiarity with languages other than English really comes in handy. I mean, okay,
Mm.
if I pat myself on the back when it's my too funny to talking to making like for you, a lot of that is
Mm.
based on other grammars that I know of. German figures heavily into that.
Mm.
So yeah, studying all the other languages, as many as you can. Um, I wonder if J.R.R. Tolkien ever wrote down what he went through, because didn't he invent a language for the ring
The
cycle?
elves.
Say again?
The
Yeah,
elves.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how fully developed that language is, but um yeah, I would have to figure something. Like I think the grammar structure is one of the things that makes a language seem more alien.
Yes, 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 absolutely. Hmm.
Like if it's just like I said English with a couple of differences, it's not going to work for me, I think.
Yeah,
One really weird thing, like again, Mark Okrand or Okrand or however the frig that's pronounced, he's the one who developed Klingon. He was also the one who developed the Atlantean language for Atlantis: The Lost Empire. And one of the things he did was changed the way things are written, that it's not left to right or right to left, but rather you start left to right. But when you hit the end of the page and have to start, you just go down and start writing right to left. So it's this sort of like almost crisscross pattern where the first line is left to right, then right to left, then left to right, then right to left, like that. And I couldn't help thinking, look, that's an interesting idea, but it doesn't sound very practical in terms of writing stuff down. Because what if you make a mistake and you have to go back and erase, and it turns out you don't have enough space to put the word where it was supposed to go,
yeah,
and so you have
okay.
to reorganize every damn line just to incorporate that like new sentence structure. And so I was thinking, interesting idea. I wouldn't use it, you
Mm-hmm.
know
Um,
now
uh,
and
yeah, it's. I wonder how that ever came to be that you have the raster sort of thing where you have the same sort of thing that televisions do uh, with writing and reading where you okay in the Western languages you go left to right at the end of the line, snap back and then go left to right again, or in the Semitic languages you go right to left, snap back. and how that ever came to be when you would think it would be more efficient to do what you were describing, to go all the way to the right and then track back to the left, that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, unless you're using a computer that does that automatically, I really don't think that it makes sense to go left, right, right, left, left, right, right, left.
Excuse me, please. It's got to be something in the organization of the brain or something. Yeah, where you're immediately starting on the one side and going to the other. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!
Yeah. Well,
Yay.
I don't know. So anyway, this is the kind of thought that's going into the storytelling I'm trying to do. And oh, speaking of which, like some of you saw it on Twitter last night, I hope. But I made a poster for this animation.
Oh well, yay.
And it's sort of based on. Oh wait, that's not it. That's incomplete. There we go. That's what I'm after.
Yay.
So yeah, I mean, now that I have a cast list, I feel confident in putting names up there, and yeah. So I based this on a poster for Guardians of the Galaxy, and if you look at them next to each other, it really shows. But I think it sells the idea rather well. Although
Indeed
some
it
people
does.
said that it looks like a comedy, and it's not a comedy.
I don't see comedy. Really, I
Well,
don't.
they're looking at Reese down here, and he's got the finger guns going, and for some reason they thought Rhea looked like she was somehow amusing. I don't know, but it's not a comedy.
Okay then.
Anyway, so yeah.
Oh,
Huh. So
nice.
apparently Christy Santiago is glad.
Oh, is Christy in the side chat?
Yeah, says
Oh
really
my!
get to catch you live, so woohoo.
Yay! I did not see you come in, dear. Hello, hello, hello. Oh my! You just came in. Look at that. I rarely get to see you anywhere anymore, Christy. I don't know. We're gonna have to do something about that. But yeah, we're still doing our thing over here and thinging and stuffing and that sounded bad, didn't it? Oh my, oh my. But yeah, I have no idea. What I'm trying to decide is whether or not I want to go into the defriginator and grab that other bottle of stuff. Yeah.
Oh, stuff? You don't want to eat stuff.
Well, in this case, I'm drinking the stuff, but you know,
Well, I mean, I suppose it's a consistency where you could potentially drink it, but I think you'd have to melt it first or something.
might have to be that way. Yeah.
Are we talking about the same thing? I don't think we are.
No, we're not. No, the others, the other
Stuff.
half-ass carbonated stuff going over here. Oh look, no artificial ingredients. So you can get artificial stuff?
Oh yeah,
Here,
probably.
I thought the only stuff to be had was natural.
The stuff has no artificial ingredients. Other stuff does.
Oh, okay. Now I've got it. Okay, then.
So I'm guessing you've never seen the movie this is from.
No. Obviously.
Okay. The basic idea, it's one of the silliest horror movies you will ever watch. It's like early to mid 80s. And the basic idea is there's these like miners up in Alaska or something. And they end up hitting, I'm not even sure what, and they pull the drill out and this white glop starts bubbling out from under the like from under the rocks, from under the snow. And one of them just gets it into his head to swipe a finger in it and taste it. And he goes, oh my, this is really good. And the next thing you know, this stuff is on shelves all through the country and everyone loves it. The problem is the more of it you eat, the more it turns you into a zombie.
Oh, yay!
it is one of the funniest fucking movies you'll ever see. It really is. It's cheesy and it's goofy and it's funny and I'm pretty sure they meant it to be. I hope they did because otherwise, wow. Um, it's one of those movies where like you'd probably pay $5 to see it at midnight with a bunch of friends. It's a cult movie for sure. You
Oh,
know,
okay.
it's so bad it's good kind of movies.
So smoke 8 joints and then see the film.
I wouldn't recommend that. Although, no, actually, you know what? That'd be okay. Just don't drop acid.
Oh, okay, okay. That could be, yeah, that could be horrible.
Yeah, but no, it's a silly movie. It's worth a watch if you can afford to not spend money on it.
I am going to be right back here because I am thirsty. Yes. And oh, look! Oh, my word, look at that. There are little bubbles in here. There is evidence of carbonation having taken place. How do you like that? Oh, my. For those who don't know, I bought a Sodastream machine yesterday, and there's a bit of a learning curve going on, but it's not a bad little thing. Really, it's not.
You know what I wish you could do is order weed off of Amazon.
Wouldn't that be something? Oh,
Yeah.
my. Oh, my.
It's just because like I'm out of weed right now, and it is so hard to get it at the moment. Just because the ways you can pay for it, you can't do it online. In fact, they almost insist on cash. I imagine because someone might buy their weed and then cancel the check.
Well, not only
But
that, but cash is less traceable than other things.
yeah, but it's legal in California.
Oh,
I
well,
mean,
that
hell, there
too,
are
yeah.
places where you can actually link your bank. You know, like you can set it up so that they will direct withdraw it from your bank specifically, which I guess is not like credit cards where you can cancel the payment. So
Yeah,
there's that.
the
But my
automatic bank
bank, my
drafts.
credit union will not participate. So I'm pretty much limited to cash. And that means making myself pretty enough to go out and get some. And honestly, right now I am suffering from a rather severe appearance deficit. So if
No,
I
no, no,
want
no, 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 no. You've got to do you have to do the work to make yourself not pretty enough.
what?
You have to perform work to decrease your pretty factor.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, a shower will do it. And then I have to tend to my head fur, and that's a chore and a half that I don't want to do. But if I want to stock back up, I kind of gotta. Then again, I mean, I have had a lot over the last couple of weeks. Maybe I should give it a few weeks before getting more.
Okay.
Hell, moderation and all that, it can probably affect you over time if you've used too much of it.
I know people like that.
So, I'm maybe gonna give it a miss for a while, but still, I'm out of it and I don't like it. I wish I had more left. Oh well.
Oh man, when I lived in Carnegie, one of the Pittsburgh suburbs, my neighbor, who happened to be a drug dealer, uh, you never saw her not high. When her daughter had some medical problems and was in hospital and she was going back and forth and everything else, she was too stressed out and everything to think about smoking up. And that was the first time any of us had seen her not high. And God, she looked like she'd been put through a ringer. Well, I mean, her daughter being in bad shape was bad enough too, but still, yeah.
I don't know. I think if you're stressed, that's the time to smoke up, but okay.
Mm.
Actually, I have to wonder because, like, I haven't been looking my best lately. I really haven't. Don't argue with me. And I wonder how much of that is just cabin fever getting to me, and how much of that is, yeah, you should probably lay off the weed for a while.
Oh man,
Because I'm sure it might be a combination of the two, but I'm also sure that one of them is more dominant than the other as the problem.
well, tell me about the cabin fever, will you? Yeah, it's really bad
Oh,
when there's no place to go.
real quick to what Dallas Wade said. Yes, there's dispensaries near me, but you want to talk about having to go out? It's a hell of a walk to get to one, and I'm sure as hell not taking Lyft or Uber. Like not during a pandemic. When the pandemic's over, it'll be a lot easier to get to the dispensary. But right now, it's at least an hour there and an hour back by foot. And granted, the way there isn't so bad, but the way back is up the steepest hill you ever fucking saw. Like, I'm surprised cars don't have to work extra hard to get up this hill.
Oh, did
So,
they import the hill from Pittsburgh? Is that the way that worked?
no, no, if anything from Seattle, but still, it's pretty hilly, and I am not making that walk. I mean, let's put it this way. When I got back from there the first time I walked there, actually the only time I walked there, I was so drenched in my own filth that you could see sweat stains on my shoulders.
Oy, okay then.
Like it looked in like a store's reflection, it looked like I was wearing dark shoulder pads.
Yeah,
So
that's.
I'm not making that walk if I can help it. Now there are places that will deliver. But again, you need cash.
Mm-hmm.
And I never carry cash if I can help it. So, it would involve going to the bank or going to an ATM that's closer if I can find one, and then getting the delivery coming to me, and then you have to go out to the car and pay the guy, and it's just a big production.
Oh my, oh my. Almost sounds not worth it.
Well,
Oh my, oh
regardless.
my. Okay, so Omega Nuts has stuff to do, so that's why I haven't seen him. Well, that's a good thing, because, yeah, he threw a bag of Quatloos over this way to get me started on StreamYard. And what I'm doing right now is just juggling around the credit cards and then devoting one to the StreamYard, and then we'll take care of it that way. I'll be able to make the appropriate payment. Today's the 9th, in 2 days, and then so I'll get a StreamYard account open up by the end of the week. I'm not
Right.
dropping. I'm not dropping this
Okay.
because there are some things I'd like to do that will require meat. I'd like to see if I couldn't get people to call in, but yeah, I'll give StreamYard a try, and
Well,
I will laugh like a hyena if I get thrown off the air even on StreamYard.
Well, one thing I do like about about Google Meets, that I don't like about StreamYard. Now, maybe this is an option you can set, but in StreamYard, the host has to give permission before you can share your screen.
Oh yeah, right, right, right.
One thing that I don't like about it, because honestly, there are times where the host isn't even paying attention, and you're like, dude, share my fucking screen.
Mm-hmm,
Like
mm-hmm,
I can get it if like people are prone to going, oh, I can share porn and there's nothing you can do about it until you kick me out, kind of thing. But I'm not going to do that. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
I've been talking to some people, and the people I talk to who tell me that they fall off the line with Google Meet have indicated that with them it's a bandwidth issue. So, am I going to have to upgrade my line? It's a possibility. I don't know.
I thought you said that I mean, we're on Google Meet right now. Did you mean StreamYard?
No, no. Okay, I'm talking about two things here. Maybe there was somebody I was talking to on Friday. We were having a online meeting for the local free thought group. They were using Google Meet, and I asked them, "Hey, Bill, um, have you ever run into a problem where Google Meet throws you off the air. He says, "Oh yeah, it's a," and he said
Oh,
that's a bandwidth issue.
okay.
At least
There
with
was,
him.
there was
Hmm?
necessary context that I did not have. Because
Okay.
when people they go down a rabbit hole where they're saying, and then it did this and they did that, and and it starts to get so tangled that you don't know what it or they means anymore, and they might mean multiple things at once. That's what just happened here. I had no
Okay.
idea you were on that specific topic again. The
The
getting kicked
Google,
off.
yeah.
I didn't have that context.
Oh, and
So.
an absolute non sequitur. That person I was talking to, the guy Bill,
Mhm.
he's the guy in the meme holding the sign that says, every time every time you see a rainbow, God is having gay sex or something like that.
I don't know that meme, but okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. He seems to have become quite famous from that meme.
Mm.
Let me see if I can
I
find it.
wonder, like, how do things go viral? I mean, because there have been times I've posted something where I'm like, if anything I post is going to go viral, this is it. And it doesn't. 2, 3 people like it, and maybe it gets shared once or twice, but it doesn't go. And I'm like, do people pay to have their shit go viral? Does stuff only go viral if someone famous retweets it or whatever? Or like, is it just some weird natural human process that I don't get, where it's like, oh, enough people liked this at once and then it just snowballed? I mean, like how easy is it for an ordinary person's post to go viral?
Yeah, I don't know.
And not just something like going viral that they found and reposted. I mean something original that they made and posted. How easy is it for that to go viral?
I do not know because all you know about most of the time are the success stories. You never hear about the
Mhm.
failures.
Mhm.
Nobody ever says, "Hey, I tried to put this on the air and it never got anywhere."
Yeah. I mean,
And
like, I don't know.
let's see
And
if
how much of it is an algorithm fucking with people too?
there you are. There, okay. In the side chat, I put the link to the meme I was talking about, and that's Bill. That's the guy. That's the guy I was talking to on Friday. He's a member.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
He's a member of the Pittsburgh Free Thought community.
So the banner behind him would indicate, yes.
Yes,
Um, I don't know. It's just,
he's a sweetie, big sweetie.
of course, if there was a formula or a silver bullet for going viral, everyone would know it and would be using it by now.
Yeah, there you go. And then going viral wouldn't be that big a thing, would it?
Well, no, I guess not.
I mean, the
I don't
more
know.
well, there's something for you. How it is with gold and platinum and everything. The rarer something is, the more desirable it is. But going viral flies in the face of that, doesn't it? Because as people eat it up, it
Um,
becomes more and more available.
Yes, but available and valuable aren't necessarily the same thing. I mean, sure, people like it, but usually when people say the more rare something is, the more valuable it is, what that means is the more people are willing to pay for it because it's rare. The more you can charge for it and exploit people's desire for it. So when something goes viral, that doesn't mean it's valuable, it just means it's popular.
Okay, okay.
I mean, there was a time when like jelly bracelets were popular, but you could buy them for 10 cents at a drugstore.
Oh, jeez, I remember jelly bracelets.
Right, but the point being that, going viral and being valuable, not necessarily the same thing.
Mm. Oh my. Okay, where are we here? Don't mind me. I'm just being weird.
Hmm.
Well, I know. I shouldn't say I'm being weird, but
Well,
old habits die hard.
really, I thought old habits lethal weapon.
Oh, okay.
I'm hoping that reference made sense.
Let's see now. Lethal Weapon, the film,
Don't
right?
overthink it. Don't overthink it. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
yes, Lethal Weapon's a movie, and so is Die Hard.
Okay then. Okay, that's where I thought you were
So,
going. That's where I thought you were
yeah,
going.
well, I mean, there have been times when I've made a reference like that, and somehow people take it and run with it in a direction that's uber complicated and has nothing to do with my intent. And I'm like, really? You didn't get action movie from that. You didn't even get an 80s action movie from that, from what I said. Really? I
Well, I
mean,
don't know. Maybe it would have got farther had it got lift complicated. I'll
had it gone
be.
what? Who
Eh,
now?
yeah, yeah, it would have been better had it got lift complicated. I'll be over there.
What?
Well, you had said something about it being uber complicated, so.
Oh, sorry. Again, my brain is trying to turn that into raised upward rather than caught a ride.
Okay then, yeah. Now I don't know. Did I mention that when I was on the air with you the last time? I actually did a lift ride because I had stuff to bring home, and the first time
Mm-hmm.
I ever did a lift ride, and it's interesting. So I got dragged kicking and screaming into the 21st century.
Well, okay, with Lyft and Uber, so much about the quality of the ride depends on the driver.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
Yes,
like some of them will chat with you and it's great, and some of them will leave you alone and that's good too. Sometimes they leave you alone and it's awkward, and sometimes they talk to you and it's awkward. I still remember and this is gonna sound hypocritical because I was just talking about weed, but the one dude in this one car would not stop talking about it. It was all he would talk about during the whole ride, and I started to get the impression that maybe he was stoned right then, you know? And because he kept taking his hands off the wheel to gesture, and I was like, dude. And
oops.
it man, did I give him one hell of a horrible review. Because honestly, I'm okay with people smoking weed, obviously, but not when they're driving me somewhere and not when they're a complete stranger.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So, I mean, call it a Karen moment if you must, but I bitched.
Yeah, that first ride I had, the driver was a real sweetie. The second guy was an absolute piece of stone. So yeah, you get from all parts of the all parts of the map.
Um, and there was once I was in a car with a lift, and the dude was listening to some music where I was going, actually, this isn't that bad, whatever it is you're listening to. But then I started hearing the lyrics, and I glanced over, and I was like, ah, oh, fuck, this is the soundtrack to God's Not Dead.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, the music sounded good, but when I tried to identify it, I was like, oh. And that's happened to me a couple of times. I've mentioned before how Nazis and skinheads seem able to make really good punk music even though they're assholes,
Yes,
you know?
yes.
And in this case, apparently a Christian rock band can make some pretty good sounding music right up until you hear the lyrics. You
Okay
know?
then. Well, I have to
And
admit that if you didn't listen very closely to her, Amy Grant wasn't all that bad.
I'm not sure I've ever listened to her ever even once.
She was really well known for something called El Shaddai,
Okay.
and then she did some crossover into pop. Um,
Oh,
but she
it
started out. Say again?
It looks like I have one of her songs as an MP3. I wonder if I've never really noticed anything about it.
Oh, hi,
Anyway,
Purple.
let's see if I can get the lyrics to this shit. Um, this looks like it's just a straight up love song. I mean, it could be reinterpreted to be about, like, religion, except for the line of classic case of boy meets girl. And it says, you're not asking for the world. I'm not asking for perfection, just a love that's well designed. This sounds like a love song.
Well, as I said, Grant did some crossover. And that was at a time when I think more than one Christian artist was trying to cross over into pop, and Amy Grant was actually rather successful at it. I don't know if she's done anything lately, but I really haven't been listening to any of the current
Holy
stuff.
crap.
What?
This song is 1991. I mean, there's a lot of music I didn't encounter or didn't try until long after it was done being popular. I mean, there's a bunch of bands from like late 90s, early 2000s where I used to hate the crap out of them, and now I'm actually pretty okay with it. Like Green Day, for example. I can listen to Green Day without cringing now. In fact, some of it I like. But when they were new, I said, fuck this shit. You know, but what you call it? You ever see the movie Wreck-It Ralph?
No.
Okay, not important. The end credits have a song by, it's not even a band, it's like one dude, but he calls himself Owl City. And it's a really good song. And you would never know it from the lyrics. But like I saw an interview with him and he says, every song I make is inspired by Jesus or something. And I'm like, really? Really? And I sort of stopped listening to him, but the like 2 or 3 songs that I listened to were really like good tunes, even if I mean, I don't know. It's just like,
Well,
let's see. I'm looking at the lyrics to that song from Wreck-It Ralph right now, and let me see if I can find anything religious in it. I don't see anything. Not really. What was that other song? Fireflies, I think it was called. Let me see if I can find anything in that that's explicitly religious.
I know. I kind of know the feeling of disappointment. They weren't exactly one of my favorite channels, but I did occasionally watch a YouTube channel called The Ridiculous.
I
These,
might have heard of that.
these guys
Was
were
it spelled with a K?
I believe it was spelled the usual way.
Okay.
These 4 guys in Australia, or I'm sorry, 3 guys, and most of what they do is climb up a tower and drop shit on other shit.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, they seem to be quite popular and everything. I think they've got something like 5 million subscribers. They get 1 million views per video, that sort of thing. I was very, very disappointed when it turns out that they're rabid Christians.
I do hate it when that happens. Also, while you were talking, I turned the volume way down so I could still hear you, but I listened on my phone to this Every Heartbeat song, and I know now why I downloaded it. It sounds for all the world like it came from 1985. I mean, it sounds like an 80s song, big time.
Okay then.
Yeah. So there's that. It doesn't sound religious, I gotta tell you, it doesn't. But if it is, it is, I guess. You can't argue with it.
Oh my.
Also, my phone needs recharging.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I have to look at my.
Well, okay, maybe it didn't need recharging that much. It was at 38% but you know the little like battery icon that they put on your phone to let you know where the
Yep.
power's at?
Uh-huh.
Well, it looked much lower than 38%.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it's trying to remember. I'm pretty sure I made a call from this phone. Doesn't make any difference now, but this government phone here, you have to make a call every month in order to keep the service going. Thing was actually
Oh,
turned off, so I have to see
yeah.
where the battery is. You reminded me when you were talking about batteries. I never realized there was a time. Um, wait, no SIM card at home. Does this mean? I don't know. It was amazing, when you had your telephone in the kitchen and that sort of thing.
Hmm.
Now I'm in a position I never realized I'd be in, where I have three telephones, three different phone numbers.
Hmm. I only got the one.
Um, yeah, the one is the government smartphone. Oh, okay. It looks like I did make a call from there. Yeah, okay. The battery's fine. Um, the other one, this government smartphone is failing, and I tried calling the company to find out what I could do about it, and they didn't want to talk to me. So I said, I guess I'll just have to buy a phone. Found one for, it was less than $100, and the second line was only another $10 a month or something like that. So it wasn't that bad for me. And then what I can do is use this for my important stuff. And then my old flip phone here gets all the spam. I think I get 2 or 3 spam calls per day on this damn thing. The one I bought when I went to Illinois, I took it with me just to remain connected with everything. Yeah, I bought a flip phone and I bought a laptop on that trip. A refurbished laptop for $100. I'm not going to spend that much money on something I don't use that much. Yay! I'm bloviating.
So I'm a little distracted. I've been trying to adjust something for a while and I can't seem to do it.
Oh, Christy's taken off? Okay, well, be good and have fun. Love you dearly. Yay?
Hmm. Sorry, this is very frustrating. Uh okay. And they like on these phones they'll often put like settings in weird places so that it's hard to find.
Oh,
And then there are
yeah.
times where it's like different parts of your phone, not even apps. I mean like onboard built-in parts of the phone will have their settings in all the wrong places, like in completely different places than you would go looking.
Yeah. Yeah, that happened to me yesterday, and that's the other thing I'm going to have to do. I already rated my trip. Um, I was looking for my phone number because at the pet store they had one of those discount cards, which was keyed to your phone number. And for the life of me, I can't find it on this damn phone. I know it's there.
Well, somehow the volume on my text messages got dropped way the hell down. And I cannot find a way to adjust that. The only way I've ever found to adjust it is when I get a text message, when the notification is going, then I have a tiny window to adjust the volume. Because
Okay.
like hitting the volume switches is app specific. So if I raise the volume in my MP3 player, it won't raise the volume of ringtones, right? And so
Okay.
now I'm trying to adjust this fucking thing, and there are no options to do it that I can find. and it's deeply frustrating.
Okay. This thing is telling me I didn't rate my ride, and I know I did, but I can't find a way to do it here. Oh well, I'm not going to worry about it. I don't care.
There, fucking hell. That was annoying. Also, the volume changes based on whether or not I have headphones in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah.
So that's a pain. But I think I might have finally found it. And part of the problem is that it's so deeply nested. You know, where it's like, oh, settings, device, media, then notifications, then like ringtone, and then ringtone settings, and then text message notification settings, and then finally you get to choose the volume. And it's like I just hit 8 or 9 different links just to get to the settings. What the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this is great. I love it. This thing is telling me you haven't rated your trip, so I finally find a way to get there. It says you've already rated this trip. That's what I was trying to tell you, you stupid piece of shit.
Ah, stop that. That's copyrighted. Shit. Okay, sorry. I thought it would do the ringtone in my headphones, and it didn't. My word, that's
Yeah,
for...
I've had that happen to me once already, where I thought
Sorry,
it was
that's my
going to go through the
Sorry.
headphones, yeah, and then one of the side chat people told me, "Hey, this is going out in the air." Happily, I didn't get any trouble for it, but
Well, it's not just that though. Is like the notification sound for a text message sounds fine when the headphones aren't in, but I plug them in and the volume changes down to nothing. Well, not nothing, almost nothing.
oh,
And
okay,
like so, volume changes based on whether or not that 3.5 jack is occupied,
okay,
and that is a pain in the ass. Now, I mean, okay, to be fair, that's a good thing when it comes to, say, for example, MP3s. You know, because playing an MP3 without headphones, I'm going to want the volume cranked, but with headphones, that'll blow out my eardrums. So it's good, but at the same time, finding the setting is hard.
mm-hmm.
Oh well.
That's what's needed is an automatic something or other to turn the volume down when I forget myself and do my patented two-tone whistle.
Hmm. You know, there are like apps or whatever that will normalize volume.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like if you suddenly make a very loud sound, your microphone will let like a millisecond of that shit get through, and then it drops your input volume until you knock it off. But
Oh,
even then, the volume for your whistles is not the problem. It's how high pitched they are.
okay
Goes right
then.
through my skull every time you do it.
Yeah, it was a bad thing for me to finally discover that I could whistle. Because I've been doing it all over the place since then. For the longest time, I couldn't. I have a slight deformation of my upper lip, which prevented things like whistling and playing the flute.
Mm.
I had wanted to play the flute and could not because that little ridge right here in the middle of the upper lip would split the airflow and I couldn't get a tone. That was horrible, horrible, horrible.
That like I wish I could figure out how to do that whistle where it's really, really loud, but you're not sticking your fingers right into your gob. You know,
Ah,
like
okay.
sort of that. I can't even really do it. It sounds like air going through a tunnel. But some people can do this, like ear splitting, hear it across the stadium whistle, usually to like call a dog or a horse. I can't do it.
Yes, yes.
But
I know
Dr.
exactly.
Cox did it all the time on Scrubs, if you've ever seen that.
Uh-uh. There's a lot of stuff I
Okay.
haven't seen.
Scrubs is fun if you like medical comedy. I mean, it's a sitcom. It's set in a learning hospital, and it's pretty funny. It's like if uh, House or Grey's Anatomy, more like Grey's Anatomy, was funny instead of drama.
Okay then.
You've probably not seen either one of those, have you?
I have not watched either one. I know of them.
That's not the same. I mean, you can't truly understand what House is like unless you watch it. Grey's Anatomy, on the other hand, much easier to grok without watching, but House, not so much.
Yeah, I have not run a television since, oh God, it's about 2010, 2009
See,
maybe.
you've actually got 10 years on me. I haven't watched television on television since 2000. But like I still consume a shit ton of media online, but for a good long time I just couldn't afford cable or anything like it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I just haven't been watching, and I've been out of the loop and missed a lot of really good stuff because of it. Now I could probably afford it, but I'm just so used to not having it and to watching stuff streaming that why bother?
Oh yeah, it's I don't miss it at all. As a matter of fact, I quit the cable television because I was not watching it. I
Well,
think,
in a way, I do miss it though, because I haven't like I've missed out on a lot of cultural stuff. Like there's a lot of references and memes and stuff I just don't get because I never watched the show,
okay,
right?
okay.
And there's a lot of like sayings and slang and this, that, and the other thing where I'm just completely out of the loop because I don't watch TV, right? And
Hmm.
so like in that way it's a bad thing, but as I say, I stream all over the place, so I mean I'm catching up on that stuff, on the cultural references I've missed. And it's like I love television, I love watching television, I just don't love paying a cable bill.
Yeah, and it is so expensive. Really, it is.
Hmm.
Because I love it when the people call you and ask, if you would like this particular package or whatever it is. You can have the cable television and the internet for, about 35 cents more than you would pay for the internet alone. But then they shut up really quickly when I ask, yeah, but how much do I pay for the cable television when the promotion is over?
Mm.
And yeah, it's the friend of whom I've spoken a few times when I went to visit her. We were talking about the various things, and the cable bill, for example, was one of them. And she would be paying 150 a month for the cable television, and I'm thinking, yeah, I don't have that. Um,
Well, I mean, like I pay a fair amount for internet, and I mean it's worth it. But then it gets to the point where it's like, well, I could have cable, but I don't really want anyone coming over to my place and installing it very much. It sounds like a huge production. I'm not sure whether or not my TV has enough inputs anymore because I've got so many gaming systems hooked up to it. And it's just like I wish that somebody somewhere would come up with this deal where they go to Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime Video and like the stupid Peacock and CBS All Access and Disney Plus and all this shit, and just said, okay, here's what we're gonna do. Nobody can buy all of you, so we are going to offer a package deal where they get all of you for less than they would pay individually.
okay, okay, yeah.
Because then I might be willing to have like the CBS All Access and the fucking Disney and all that stuff, but I'm not going to do it now. As it is, the only one I'm paying for is Hulu, and that's $11 a month. My parents put me on their Prime and Netflix, so I don't need to pay for those.
Oh well.
And before anyone says, "Oh, you spoiled little bitch," they just offered. I didn't ask. I think to be spoiled, you have to demand stuff. If people just give it to you without asking, you're not spoiled. If you
Yeah.
start to expect it, okay, you're spoiled. But you're not unless it's like literally you're a greedy little shit.
Mm-hmm. No, you're describing my cousin to a T when you're talking about expecting shit and everything else like that. Yeah, that's
Mm.
another story entirely. Um,
You know, it's like I'm still shocked people will buy me stuff off of my Amazon wish list. It's like, I'm grateful as hell. I'm kind of, maybe the word I'm looking for is abashed at getting it. I don't know how to say thank you gracefully, no matter how much I mean it, because I'm always afraid people will think I'm not being genuine.
I
And that
know,
trips me up.
yeah.
I'm like, okay, but now I'm going to sound not genuine because I'm so nervous about not sounding genuine. And it's a big pain in the ass saying thank you, no
Uh,
matter how grateful I truly am.
I know that feeling because, well, it just happened. I was talking earlier about Amiga Nuts sending over a bag of Quatloos for
Hmm.
StreamYard. He bought me a year's worth, or not bought me, sent over the Quatloos for a year's worth of StreamYard. And for those of you who don't know, that's not a small sum. And I'm thinking,
Hmm.
how, do, how the heck, number one, did I even deserve any of this? And number two, how do I say thank you without sounding like a piece of shit?
Well, yeah, exactly. And I'm slowly coming to terms with the fact that I might actually be one of those people that gets held up on a pedestal by some people. Like I mean, this has been going on for what, 10, 13 years. This struggle of, am I famous? Do I qualify as that? Or am I just some schmuck on the internet? Or is it some weird combination of both? I don't know. But the way some people do treat me, I feel like I've been put on a pedestal. And I don't necessarily agree that I deserve it, you know? And it's like, but at the same time, it would be so easy to get full of myself. And
Mm-hmm.
and that just feeds into that whole fear of not being seen as genuine. So when I mean people buy stuff for me off Amazon when they decide to be a Patreon patron and this, that, and the other thing, some part of me is just boggled by it. There's a cognitive dissonance because I don't feel like I deserve it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
You
notice
know?
Purple says Amiga Nuts has been very generous lately. And I think part of it, I view things relative to myself. And I could not be generous to that degree with anybody because I simply don't have it. And I'm thinking,
Mm.
okay, everybody else is in a similar financial position where they don't have that much. And I mean, if they do have enough and can throw money around, that's great. So I feel a little bit better for them than if they were, sending me grocery money. I still don't think I deserve it, but you know, what can I tell you? Um,
Well, I mean, hell, Purple's one of those guys who's extraordinarily
yes,
generous.
he is.
I
Yes,
mean,
he is.
like he sent me a whole bunch of stuff. Like he said, I can send you some masks because it's hard to find any. And I was like, gee, thanks. And he ends up sending me a bushel of masks and a whole bunch of other stuff I didn't ask for, and I'm very grateful for it. And I don't know how to say thank you. I mean, thank you seems so inadequate.
Well, you've got to here. Purple is the foo-foo face who drove here from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan to pick me up and drag me out to Kentucky for the protest. And he stayed here a couple of days as well, which was really great. It's great having somebody around here. But he mentioned I think it was something like a 2,500-mile round trip. He did that for me. And it's like, how the hell do I deserve that shit? Really?
Yeah. And like, again, this is going to sound horrible. It's going to sound like a brag or like I'm spoiled or some shit. But like, well, okay, I spent a long time living on like $400 a month, and it sucked. I was living in a tiny studio apartment. It didn't have its own bathroom. I had to share a bathroom with the floor, and this, that, and the other thing. And so I spent a very long time, if not actually eating ramen noodles, at least shopping as though I was going to,
Okay
you
then.
know?
Okay then.
And realizing now that I have money that's extra, that I have a surplus of dough, it's taken a very long time to process that. Like I still go into the supermarket and go, I have to buy the generic brand of cereal because I'm not affording the regular brand. But, it's not true anymore. And because
Yeah.
of that, because I've finally started to process that state in my life, I've become rather more generous than I used to be. Like I told you that story, I think I did anyway, about the friend of mine who was like nearly evicted, like
Oh,
like
yes,
40
yes, yes,
bucks
yes,
away from
yes.
being
Yeah.
evicted.
Yeah.
And I ended up giving her $100 instead of the 40 she asked for, and told her this is not a loan, it's a gift, just pay it forward. And that felt really good to do.
It
It
does.
felt
Yeah.
really good to help out a friend like that. And so then, again, a friend of mine, I told you about how he helped me get a Nintendo Switch, and he said, donate the money instead of paying me back. And so I did.
Oh,
So that's like $300. And then,
is that
and granted, I got something for it, so that's not as generous. But I
it,
mean, there have been some other charities where I've just been throwing money at them. And I'm like, this feels really good, and I wish I could do more. Hell, I wish I had Jeff Bezos money because Flint, Michigan would have clean drinking water if I did.
okay then? Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like coming to terms with the fact that you're, if not rich, at least you have a surplus of dough was hard. That was really hard to do. I spent
Okay.
years with like thousands of bucks in the bank hoarding it like a dragon on top of a pile of gold because I didn't think I was able to spend it and still live.
There you go. And yeah, I might even start. I might even feel the same way in some respects. Uh, I have to look at how things are going. And things are a little bit easier now than they were, say, a year or two ago. Especially right after I moved. Oh Christ, I had to spend all kinds of money for moving, but that's beside the point. Um, but in typical Purple style, a couple comments ago, he said, when we were talking about the protest, he said, I wanted to go. It was less than 1,000 miles out of the way, meaning coming to pick me up. Oh, it was less than 1,000 miles. It was like, God damn, Purple. It was
I
a
mean,
big thing to me anyway. Come on.
well, I mean, speaking as someone who's gone on a road trip or two, 1,000 miles isn't that much.
Well, right. It's not something I can drive at one stretch anymore, but it's not that bad.
Well, I remember a road trip I took with a friend of mine from Seattle to Phoenix. Well, I say a friend, it was the girl I was crushing on. But regardless, it was a fun trip, and we did have to stop to sleep during the night. But still, I mean, we drove a fair bit. I mean, Seattle to Phoenix is not short.
No, not at all. Not sure at all. No,
So,
I had a comfortable drive from Pittsburgh to Chicago. One shot, 500 miles. That was comfortable. I liked that. Coming home from Carbondale was about 6 1/4, but I think part of it was that I left later than I wanted to, and some of the driving ended up being at night, and I was not comfortable with night driving on Interstate 70 anymore. Uh, so I had to stop at a rest place and sleep in the car. I wasn't able to make that 625 in one shot. Whereas when I was younger, I did drive Cleveland to St. Louis in one shot. Uh,
so question for you, because I think I heard what I heard, but sometimes I don't. So, yes or no? Did you say Carbondale?
yes, I did.
Was it next to two other towns called Oxygenville?
Uh
Okay.
huh. Carbondale, Illinois is where I went to view the total solar eclipse in 2017.
Hmm.
It's pretty much at the very southern tip of Illinois,
Okay.
where you could throw a
Maybe
rock and you could hit Kentucky and Missouri.
Okay. I'll take your word for that.
Oh, and its claim to fame is that Bodie Hodge. Uh,
Who?
okay, Bodie Hodge is Ken Ham's son-in-law.
Okay, go on.
Took his engineering degree from Southern Illinois University at Carbondale.
Hmm.
So I'm on the campus there, and I'm thinking, Jesus, Bodie Hodge walked here. I think I need to clean my feet.
Hmm.
Oh man, yeah. If you ever watch Answers News um, on the YouTubes, you'll see Bodie there quite a lot.
Not familiar with it, actually.
Or you'll even see his
You
face.
say, you say Answers News. Is that like Answers in Genesis
Yes, it is.
News?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Still never seen it that I know of. Maybe I saw it and didn't know it was called that, but
In a lot
I
of the clips
it's
that Paul.
amazing how many times like I've heard of something but not by name, or I know it by a completely other name. Like I told you about that time someone at college asked where the Packy store was and I had no idea what the
Oh,
frig they were talking
yeah.
about. So I mean, hell, for all I for all I know, I've seen Answers News and didn't know that's what it was.
Well, if you've watched Paul Achia's programs at all, the clips he has in there are from the Answers News.
So that would be yes, I have encountered it and didn't realize.
Okay, okay.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
Bodhi is that dorky looking character that usually sits on the far right as you look at the stage.
I'd have to look again. I don't recall.
But yeah, it's. I was kind of hoping I could go to the protest this year, but there was no protest this year. Well, there was online, but there wasn't in person. Um,
So, weird question. How is Bodhi spelled?
Bodie.
Okay, I figured it was that, but um, I don't know if you've ever seen Point Break is the name of the movie.
Uh-uh.
Keanu Reeves and Patrick Swayze and Gary Busey and Lori Petty and a whole bunches of other folks are in it. And like the main bad guy, played by Patrick Swayze, is named Bodhi, but it's like Bodhisattva Bodhi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
So, I mean, I figured that the Bodhi here that we're talking about now was like Brody without the R, but I wasn't sure, and I figured I'd ask.
Yeah, moo. Very moo. Oh my, oh my. I was thinking of something and then I lost it. Oh well. That happens to me all the time.
I thought you lost it years ago.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Um,
Hmm. I don't know. There's like, I realize that sanity is a spectrum, but I wonder where I'd land on it.
oh man, I know that there are quite a few people that think I'm over the top. And they're right.
Oh, but
They're right.
I know there's ways that I think that other people don't. I know there's ways I perceive that other people don't. And I know that I'm kind of in the minority on a lot of them. Now, how much of that is just me being unique? How much of that is me being damaged? I don't know. I wish I did know. I honestly, genuinely wish I knew.
Well, it's probably comforting to know that you're unique and could never have been a eunuch.
Okay, sure, but is that supposed to be a play on pronunciation?
Yes, it is, and I
Okay.
went all over the place with it. Yeah.
Well, there was a time I thought it would be funny to think of New York as unique. And I was saying unique New York, unique New York. But if I said it enough, it would turn into unique Unork.
Okay.
And so I don't know, maybe that tripped me up from what you said. The unique and unique. I
Okay.
think I might have gotten screwed up because of that, but whatevs.
Oh man, it's been a long time since I've heard anybody talk about a hot dish.
As in like hot girl, hot dish. Oh my gosh, she's a dish.
As in food, if memory serves.
Oh.
It's a Minnesota thing.
Oh,
It's
I
a
like
casserole.
I was looking at the side chat, but I hadn't seen Purple's quote. Hot dish. I mean, I know when you go to like a Mexican joint and they say don't touch the plate, it's hot, but I don't think that's the same thing.
No, a hot dish. I just looked it up to refresh my memory. It's a casserole based around tater tots.
Okay. I mean, I guess I can see that. I guess that might be good.
Now that I'm
I
thinking,
just would not have thought of it myself. The closest I can get, excuse me, wow, closest I can get to that is last night actually. I decided to experiment with hash browns, chicken, and lemon pepper,
ooh, sounds tasty.
and it's not as good as you might think.
Oh,
No, don't get me wrong, it wasn't bad. It was like one tiny baby step above mediocre.
okay, okay. Yeah,
But that's the closest I can come to a tater tot casserole.
Yeah, I looked at the hot dish on the Google, and suddenly I got a taste for shepherd's pie.
I've only had that a couple of times, but I seem to remember it being good. I also
Uh,
seem to remember it being like basically a sloppy Joe without the sauce or the bun.
Pretty much. Yeah, the way I learned to make it was the vegetable, whatever, like a corn or peas, and then with the ground meat over it, and then mashed potatoes over it, and then baked for a while.
Mm.
My understanding is that a shepherd's pie is officially supposed to be made with lamb, but I
Hmm.
don't have the
I mean,
budget
that
for
makes
that.
sense.
I haven't had lamb in a long time, but I'm like you in some ways that I got a largesse recently from the state of Pennsylvania as far as food stamps are concerned. Um, 4 months this year, I got $180 in food stamps. So I've got food stamps coming out the and I
Mm.
could go to the grocery store and I could get lamb and I could have lamb, which I haven't had in a very long time and I dearly love. But it's like, I can't afford that, you know?
Well, now I kind of want to go get takeout from that Greek place.
Ooh, that sounds tasty.
Yeah. Thing is, like, okay, I used to be bothered by the word casserole. Now, granted, it's not spelled this way, but every time I saw it, I was like, this is just shit in a pan. This isn't a roll in any way. Like when I
Okay.
hear the word casserole, I picture something like humbao.
I don't know that
You
I
know,
know Humbao.
the humbao. It's the those like buns with meat in them that you get at like Chinese places.
Okay, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was picturing something like that, or something like a cannoli. Or no, sorry, not a cannoli, a calzone.
Okay then. Yeah,
Or,
big difference.
ravioli kind of thing, only different.
Pasty?
That like someone says casserole, I'm expecting a roll, like a bun.
Da
Now,
pasty.
like I said, it's not spelled that way, and I know it, but I was young the first time I heard the term, so
Oh my. Yeah, that hot dish, that's a Minnesota thing. But God, I was crushing on a girl from Minnesota in a major way years and years and years ago. We worked together at the department store back when I was doing retail. And oh well, such is the life.
Well, the one problem with Minnesota is that they've banned big gulps. You're only allowed to have a mini soda.
Okay, yep.
Wah, 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 wah. Sorry, I'll just be over here. I'll see myself out.
The
One
brush
thing
the
that's kind
end.
of unfortunate is that my phone, that app I have for the sad trombone, it started cutting off the end of it. Let's see.
Huh.
Hear that?
Yeah. What's the deal?
Oh, there! It finally went all the way through. What the hell? But at least the rim shot is short enough that it doesn't get cut off. But the sad trombone I've been not using it.
Okay, then. You know that you remind me, thank you. I have to figure out how to change the ringtone on my new smartphone. Because they've got just this annoying blah, 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 whatever the heck it is. But
Okay.
if anyone ever called this phone, I would like it to say Apollo 11, Apollo 11. This is Houston. Radio check. Over. And then everybody on the bus is like, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Yeah, I didn't even notice. But I mean, like, okay. What do you suppose the origin of the name casserole might be? Oh, for crying out
my.
loud, I do not want this fucking Bixby thing. It's like the Samsung equivalent of Siri, and I don't want it. But yeah, I mean, like it's a roll made by someone named Casser,
Yes.
maybe, but it's not
Oh.
a roll. I mean, okay, hold on. Casserole etymology.
I just did.
Okay. It says here, okay, early 18th century from French, diminutive of casse, I guess, spoon-like container, that means, from old Provençal casa, from blah, 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 it goes all the way to Greek. But, okay, so that's what casse means. Where's the roll part? So, I mean, but casserole apparently means saucepan or large deep dish, I guess. So a
Yeah.
casserole is what in one of those.
Or the roll might be the whole diminutive thing.
But it's a large deep pan.
Mm,
Like it specifically says large deep pan.
they're French, okay?
Well, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. But, that will not stop me from trying to think I'm funny by pronouncing it lasagna.
There you go. Oh man.
The one that drives me up the wall though is like I've heard someone actually say lasagna.
Oy. Would they
Oh, I
have been
wanna
from
fuck-
Pittsburgh?
It does sound like something that the people you've described would say,
Yes,
doesn't
it does.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, there are a lot of ways that people pronounce words that make me want to just hit them in the face with a pillowcase with a dictionary on it. I want to beat them with a bag of oranges. It's like,
Wow. A little bit
what,
of.
you've never heard that one?
I have heard that one, and yeah, the Bing Crosby reference.
What? I just know that it's I think it's only a rumor that if you beat someone with a bag of oranges, it doesn't leave bruises.
Yeah.
Which has to be, but that's everything I know about that particular idiom.
And it may or may not be urban legend that Bing Crosby is allegedly supposed to have said that.
Okay. Well, regardless of the reason, it's like Oh, certain ways people like okay, if you ever pronounce it syrup instead of syrup, I kind of want to stab you.
Oh, okay.
And there were people like I've had people accuse me of doing this, but the word mirror, I hear people in Vermont pronounce it mirror all the time.
I grew up with that. Everybody would pronounce it as if it were the Russian word that meant peace. Yes.
Well, I wouldn't know about that one. I think that people pronounce it like MEAR or MEER. I don't think they're yeah, but it's mirror. I mean, granted that first R is kind of muted for me, but it's still a thing, you know?
Well,
Um
you've got the two vowels separated by consonants. It's two syllables. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, and there's a fucking R in there. And I'm sorry, I realize that apparently it's kind of an ethnic thing to say axe instead of ask, but I grew up in a 90% white state, and kids were saying this all the time. And they were like, it was clearly not an ethnic thing. It was an I'm in kindergarten thing. And I also say Paschetti, you know? But whenever kids would
Oh,
say axe, I wanted to like flip out every time I heard it. I never did, but I wanted to.
one of my exes did that Poschetti thing, and it was like, what are you trying to be a 6-year-old? Come on.
Mm.
And then I had a cousin who did the axe thing, and then here in Pittsburgh, it's even worse. Can I ask you something?
Oh, yeah, that's not worse. At least they're getting the letters in the right order.
Oh man, and I've heard
See,
it
'cause that's
I've heard
well,
it
that's what
nowhere else
took me
but
up the
Pittsburgh.
wall is that it's not spelled AKS, it's ASK. At least get that S in between A and whatever the hell else you're gonna say,
There
you
you
know?
go. Yeah, there you go. Oh
But
my.
and I've actually been accused of racism for saying I hate it, and I'm like, this hasn't got a damn thing to do with race. This has to do with spelling. You know, I mean, it doesn't matter what color your skin is. If you say ask that way, you're wrong.
Yeah, that's interesting what Purple has to say here, but yeah, but you're fine with intentionally mispronouncing words yourself, and I do it. I
Comedic effect.
yeah.
Comedic effect. I don't pronounce it that way and mean it. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm with Mage Grey Wolf on there. Pronouncing GIF with a hard G is wrong. It's incorrect. It is literally factually incorrect if you do it that way. Like, the word is not GIF. The creator of the format says it's not, and there is no reason why the word graphics has to determine how we pronounce the G, because Judge Advocate General is pronounced JAG and not JADGE. So, you know, that argument's out the window. I'm sorry, if you pronounce it GIF, you're just fucking wrong.
Well,
So,
blame my German speaking. You know what the hell?
yeah, I have to admit, I cringe every time you say past instead of past.
Well, that could be that could all be in the past by now. You know.
No, seriously, that I wince every time you say that.
Oh, gee,
Like
sorry.
I don't think the syllable is in your vocabulary at all. I'm trying to figure out if it is or not, but I don't recall
I
you
I
ever saying ah.
I believe you are correct. Yes.
Like okay, if you're writing down someone's email address, what like okay, their name, symbol, and then site. What is that symbol called?
Let's see. That's called an odd sign.
Yeah, so you said instead of at.
Well, I'm not from Chicago. No,
Really?
actually in Cleveland.
Whoa, explain the Chicago thing.
Oh, the A's are sharp in Chicago. The way that's the accent. And you heard me say
Okay.
accent, yeah. Uh,
But still, like one thing I have noticed British people tend to default to the ah sound, even if it's not appropriate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, and this is why I really wish I had that like pronunciation key for the different types of sounds, like schwa, for example. If I knew what the ah sound was called, I would be very happy because then I could stop saying ah, you know?
It's a sound
But
that
I don't
that you make when
know
you're
how to
trying to
pronounce
retch.
that particular sound particle, so what can I do?
Yeah, well, Greg, you do have that correct. Yeah, the peanut butter. Yeah,
Oh,
same
that's
function.
exactly the inspiration for the name.
Yep,
Was
absolutely.
the peanut butter. Choosy developers choose Jif, just like choosy moms choose Jif. That was the mindset of the creator of the format. And like, so anyone who bitches that it sounds like peanut butter, well, it's supposed to. That's not an argument for pronouncing it GIF.
Oh my.
So I don't know. And oh gosh, what are some of the others? Because I know there's others that drive me up the freaking wall when people say it. And like I barely contain my irritation when they do it. And right now I'm blanking on any others, but still.
I shouldn't get her started, should I? Start talking about element 53.
Let me guess, is that iodine?
No, that's iodine.
No, it's iodine. Every source tells you you're wrong. I have found exactly 0 sources that back up your pronunciation. Not one.
God, we would
So
get
have to get
slapped
over that
around
one.
in grade school for that one, though.
I got another one for you. Actually, whenever you say you talk about certain space missions, certain space programs.
Oh, you're speaking of Gemini.
It's Gemini, not Gemini.
There was discussion going on at the time, as a matter of fact. Some of the folks would do the Gemini thing and some would do the Gemini thing. You can hear it in the air to ground.
What? You can hear it near to ground?
You can hear it in the air to ground.
The hell does that mean?
The transmissions from up there to down here.
Ear to ground?
Air.
Oh, well,
It's in the stuff you fill a balloon with. Yeah.
It sure sounded like you were saying ear, and
okay,
you can understand why I'm boggled.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you know what? It didn't help to change it to Uranus. Right? Okay, yes. But now it just sounds like urine with an S on the end of it.
Yeah. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, purple knows air to ground. Yay.
Well, I mean, if I'd heard air to ground, I would have gone, oh, okay, but I didn't.
It's amazing, though. It always has amazed me that they call that air to ground when there's
no air.
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
my.
I don't know. I just there's a bunch of those that just drive me up the wall when I hear how people pronounce them. I'm not too worried about the people who say Oregon instead of Oregon, partly because I grew up with that, but mostly because the people who say it aren't there, and so they're unlikely to get beat up for it.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Because, I mean, there are people in Oregon who will get really snarky about that one.
Yeah, I've heard. I think you may have been the person who told me about that. Yeah.
And, okay, Colorado. Kind of want to punch you.
Yeah, it's Colorado.
I don't know which one they prefer in Nevada or Nevada. I know which one I prefer, but every time I hear someone say, "Oh, we prefer this one," it seems to be the other one. You know what I mean? Where when not, I don't mean the other one relative to what I prefer. I mean the other one relative to what the last person said.
Moo, moo.
So,
And then yeah, you throw them all off, and the Denver's in Colorado.
hmm.
Oh,
Sorry, someone posted a meme. It's like a picture of a plate of rice, and it says, "You can only add 2 things to this plate of rice. What 2 things would you add to this plate of rice?" I said, "Hookers and blackjack." Well,
and second thought, forget the blackjack.
yeah. I don't know. Somehow I'm wondering, like, rice and hookers. Not sure how that would work. I'm sure someone has that as a fetish, but
you know, thanks for reminding me. I haven't made rice in a hell of a long time. Too long.
it's been way too long since I have too, actually. I've been doing a lot of pasta. I guess because rice takes way the fuck too long to cook.
Okay, I'll give you that much.
Well, also my rice cooker started doing the thing where the Teflon isn't working anymore, and the rice sticks.
Oh, mine's been doing that for quite a while. I just haven't sprung
And
for a new cooker.
my old cooker, I started noticing that the Teflon was coming off, and I wonder how much of it I ate.
Okay, well, the stuff is inert, really, right?
I don't know. I mean, I honestly, genuinely don't know what would happen to you if you had too much Teflon in your diet.
Hmm. What?
I don't know what would happen to you. It might be extraordinarily bad for you. Then again, they do insist that we cook with this stuff. It can't be too bad for you.
What does the Surgeon General say about the minimum daily requirement of Teflon? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking maximum daily allowance would be better, but
Oh
I don't know.
my. How much you need
So,
to
I mean, like
grow.
I say, I've been avoiding making the rice
Yeah, and the thing is,
just because it's slow and I don't want to eat the Teflon.
I've got a whole bunch of portion
Ooh.
controlled baggies of vegetables in the freezer that I set there just for fried rice, and I haven't done anything with them in weeks. Not since May or April, really.
Hmm.
Oh
I mean, don't get
boy.
me wrong, I like my stir fries. It might just be that I made too many and I'm needing a break, but I do still need to find more food to eat, a greater variety, because I don't really have a lot of experience with food anymore because of the limited diet I had to have when the seizures were happening.
Aha.
And so now I'm like trying to experiment. I've actually found, I think I mentioned this before, found a way to actually eat mustard and not hate it.
Oh, hey, it's a nice thing.
Yeah. But I need more variety in my diet. But when I go to the store, I'm looking around and going, this all looks like shit.
Well, I've already described chicken paprikash, so you were kind of a nope, nope, nope on that one. Darn it.
I don't remember why.
I can't remember exactly why. Okay, you do the sautéing of the chicken with the onions and the paprika, and then you add a whole shitload of sour cream. And
Oh, that was the deal breaker, was the sour
the
cream.
sour cream, okay. And
Yep.
I use more than any person alive ever used in chicken paprikash. That chicken, that's something I've got to do. Come to think of it, um, there was a chicken and dumplings recipe that Jeff really liked. His sister would make it for him every time he went over the house, and she talked about it one day. And I said, that reminds me, I haven't had that in a hell of a long time. That was weeks ago, and I still have that chicken in the freezer. I haven't made that dish. This particular chicken and dumpling dish I absolutely dearly love. Maybe I should make that. That might not be a bad idea. I'd have to go out and get some carrots, but other than that, I'd be all set.
Sorry, I have to type something in here. There's a meme that's been going around for a while that says, take like a famous movie line and add "due to the pandemic."
Oh yeah, that one.
And I figured, what the hell? Let's go Terminator. And I went, I need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle due to the pandemic.
All right.
And I'm sure there's others that are worth saying, but I thought that was amusing. There's a pandemic. Give me your clothes and your vehicle.
Oh my! That's the Terminator creature that says that, isn't it?
Yeah, Arnie.
Yeah. Okay.
And I mean, I don't know. I'm not entirely for certain how the cybernetics of a Terminator are supposed to work. I mean, like it's a metal chassis underneath flesh. But how is that flesh maintained, I wonder? Like, does a Terminator have to eat?
Interesting. Or is it Teflon flesh?
Well,
or silicone?
What?
Or is it silicone flesh?
Well, it's alive. It's human flesh.
Okay, so it's not a real doll.
No, I mean, in fact, they make a point of that in the movie. Like Kyle Reese at one point says, the first Terminators were made of rubber and we spotted them easy, but now they're covered in flesh and it's harder.
Ah, okay.
Like that is literally part of the movie mentioning that. I imagine the really easy way to tell if someone's a Terminator, try to pick them up. I mean, like that metal chassis can't be light.
True. Yeah, I believe steel weighs a bit more than bone, right?
Only a smidge. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know.
It is the moo. It is very moo.
Well, it's funny to me how many like sci-fi shows, movies, whatever, have gotten the science so embarrassingly wrong, or have come up with a concept that's so embarrassingly wrong, and I'm like, I like this show / movie, but ouch. Like okay, I've been rewatching Star Trek: The Next Generation lately, and their idea of what makes something alive is so much bullshit. Because they try to say that Data is alive because he has a sense of self and he's sentient and this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, no, he's not alive. That's a biological distinction. He may be a person, but he's a non-living person. He's a mechanical person. That's not life. And then there's like those times where they talk about the next stage in human evolution, like you level up when you evolve. And there are a bunch of other like TV shows and stuff like that would bug me. But there was one that bothered me at the time, and now I'm realizing they were predicting the future. I thought they were being clueless. It was this one cartoon show where every time they would insert a computer disk, it looked like a CD. And CD-ROM didn't exist yet, or at least it wasn't being marketed to regular people yet. And I was going, wow, you people don't know what a floppy looks like. You guys don't know what a 5 1/4 or 3.5 floppy looks like. And that's the tech we have right now. You people are dumb. But it turns out later we get CD-ROMs and DVDs and Blu-ray and blah, 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 and everything's on disc. And I'm like, maybe they weren't that wrong. They were just ahead of their time.
Moo. Very, very moo.
Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of sci-fi where I'm just like, look, I can accept fictional science. What I can't accept is getting real science that badly wrong. Like if there's no pretension, if they say this is the fiction part of our science fiction, great. But if they're saying we're describing something that happens in the real world and it's not even slightly different from what happens in the real world, but we're going to give it a name or a designation that is completely wrong, I start to have problems with that.
Okay, then. Mm-hmm.
And
when I was a kid, I used to like the outer space movies that you would get on Saturday afternoons or whatever that sort of thing was. And I remember one where I just about went through the roof. The crew is landing on another planet, and okay, the rocket lands, and it looks like an Atlas rocket, the same sort of thing that lofted John Glenn into orbit. And here this hatch opens at the bottom, and these three guys walk out the ass end of an Atlas rocket. And I'm thinking, that doesn't work that way!
Well, you know what? Maybe it does in their world.
Yeah, because that was the end where the fire was just coming out before they opened the door.
So it might have been a smidge warm, sure.
Yeah,
But how do you get out of a rocket that's landed ass first if there's no tower?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's really not all that easy.
I mean, like a lot of rockets had stages back in the day, so by the time it's in orbit, it's a hell of a lot smaller. But it sounds like that's not what was landing in this thing you watched.
Right. If you have a look at a picture of Launch Complex 14 and the silver rocket that was on the pad, that's what landed. Yeah.
Well, I remember Tintin had a double issue thing where it was like Destination Moon and Explorers on the Moon. And when they landed on the moon with their stageless rocket, what they had was retractable ladders.
Very good, very good.
So like there were these bits that would pop out of the side of the rocket that were like rungs, but they weren't attached to each other. They were attached to the rocket. By the time they got to the engine, they're still not on the ground, so a proper ladder extended downward.
Okay, then. That I could
And I
live
mean,
with.
that made a certain kind of sense.
Yeah.
More so than what you just described from that TV show.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, those 1950s horror science fiction movies, they were crazy.
I really wish that I could go back in time to when those movies were being made and tell them, look, I can do your special effects for you really cheap, and they'll look a lot more realistic than what you're doing. Will you let me? Or go back with a whole ILM team and make our own movies and have people asking how the hell we did it. Because right now, I can make stuff that looks better than Laser Men on the Moon or whatever the fuck 50s movie we're talking about here. And like, I wish that the visual style and the storytelling style from back then could have believable effects. Because maybe sci-fi would have been taken more seriously back then if that were the case.
Yeah, maybe. Because it was not, I think, was it right around the time of 2001 that people started taking sci-fi seriously? Mainly because for its time, 2001 was pretty darn good? Or no?
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I thought you meant literally the date 2001. I'm like,
Oh
no, people
no,
started taking it seriously around about Star Wars.
no, I was Arthur Clarke.
Okay, so you 1969 then.
Yeah.
So 2001: A Space Odyssey then.
Yep.
I found that movie really fucking dull. Like, if it had been, what was it like? What does it have, a 2.5 hour runtime or some shit? If it had
Oh, it's
been maybe like an hour and a half, it might have been a good movie.
you probably could have cut half of that film out and you'd be okay. Yeah.
Mhm. I mean, hell, just the Blue Danube sequence itself could have been cut in half.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't need to see that much of a futuristic stewardess walking up the edge of the rocket. Like, we don't need that much of it.
Yeah.
Yay, that looks good, but she's on screen at least 30 seconds longer than we needed.
Yeah.
That's 2 hours and 29 minutes. Fucking hell. And the drug trip sequence at the end could have been cut in
Oh,
half.
yeah.
And
But
you
it,
know what? I mean, okay, one of my biggest complaints about sci-fi that's old and in book form is that the characters are usually a secondary concern at best. Like I was trying to read, who who did Foundation? Was that Amazon? Asimov was Foundation, I think it was.
yes, Asimov.
And the thing is that like every chapter would jump forward in time about 300 to 1,000 years, and the characters that were in the last chapter are all long dead, and all they were doing was there to discuss the current state of whatever the hell was happening. And I was like, this is so boring. The whole thing is basically just a concept novel, and the characters don't matter. And it was the same thing in 2001. Like, none of the human characters had personalities. You couldn't get attached to any of them. That's my objection to the new Star Wars movies, too. Like, the characters are an afterthought to the action and the effects. Whereas you look at the original Star Wars movies, and they're just chock full of back history for these characters, and like you get to really know who they are during the course of these special effects and action laden sequences. And that's good storytelling. But older sci-fi that tries to take itself seriously, no, that's lousy storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
Make me care about these characters, please. But they don't do it. It's like the way I keep describing it is the characters are just there to hold the guns. It's like watching somebody else play a video game. It's just completely shallow.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Oh my. Yeah, I agree. Purple. Asimov was a pretty darn good technical writer, but as
Well,
far
I mean, the same thing happened with a lot of Heinlein books. Like Time Enough for Love is just one big, long ass philosophical discussion where nothing happens. It's just two people chatting. That's the whole thing. It's the sci-fi equivalent of My Dinner with Andre.
okay. Oh my.
So I'm looking at the filmography of the dude who played David Bowman. Man, was he in a whole bunch of stuff I never saw. I'm trying to find anything else I've seen that he was in that wasn't 2001 or 2010. And so far, I'm coming up empty. And also, I can't pronounce his name. I mean, what is this? Keirdulia? I don't know. Keirdulea. Dullia? I don't know. You know what? Maybe it says on his IMDb page. That's the kind of thing that they usually have on these things if someone's name is hard to pronounce. But I'm not seeing it. Oh, well. Oof.
My isto teto antu
Hmm.
is my to the pronunciation guide to needing to making, and
Dude, he's been married like 4 times. Well, okay, to be fair, one of them, she died, so it wasn't a divorce. But 2 of them were divorces, and one of them's still going on, but still, that's a lot of weddings.
moo, definite moo, more than I think I'd
And
want to be a part of.
you look on IMDb, you'll find celebrities with like 1,000 marriages. Like, you got married 8 times, really? Oh, well.
I'm looking at this and I'm seeing Keir Dullea, as far as the name goes.
I
I'm
I
trying to
would not
read the.
pronounce that. I would not pronounce that final vowel as a. I'm looking at ia or ea or something, but I don't think that. I think both vowel sounds have to be pronounced somewhere.
Okay, because I'm looking at the IPA that you get on the Wikipedia page. It would really be nice if you could go somewhere and have it pronounced for you.
Well, there are places that'll do that. Mind you, I'm never sure how to trust them if it's a robo voice. But let's see.
Kirdolia.
Kirdolia.
Okay, Kirdolia. All right.
Okay.
So not too far off from how I thought. Let's see here.
Kirdule.
Kirdoulé. That sounds French.
That's what I was seeing when I was reading the IPA that was on the International Pronunciation Alphabet. That's on the Wikipedia.
Hmm. So the first 2 sounded like how I would pronounce it, and the rest, how you would pronounce it. I'm confused.
Very, 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 very moo.
Let's see. I'm seeing something here called Youglish.
In the closer shots, Kirdolia was just standing upright.
Oh, well, they're saying cure delay here. I don't know, maybe it's delay. If it was going to be delay, not sure I would spell it that way. If anything, I might reverse the 2 vowels. AE instead of EA.
Okay. Now I got you.
Yeah. There are a lot of like celebrity names that I don't know how to properly pronounce, and there have been times like I've been saying it for ages, and then I realize, wait a minute, that can be pronounced another way. Nobody's corrected me. I'm not sure if I've said it in anyone's presence, but that could totally be pronounced another way. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. You could pronounce just about anything, just about any way. What's your name? Janowski. How's it spelled? That's M-I-T-H.
You know what I'm saying. It's I guess it's spelled Raymond Luxury Yacht, but it's pronounced Throat Wobbler Mangrove.
There you go. Never mind, they're all silent.
Yeah. I don't know. It makes me want to put a silent 12 somewhere in my name. It's like when Prince tried to change his name to a symbol, or when Elon Musk named his kid XJ27 or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. I am amazed that anybody can get away with that stuff, but
well, I know we've had the discussion before, but I do think it might not be the worst idea in the world to let kids pick their own names. I mean, granted, yeah, some kid out there is going to go, my name is Donkey Fucker Jack Yourself Off Guy or something. I don't know. But, if some kid is saddled with a dippity-ass name because their parents thought it was cute and clever, I think the kid should have the opportunity to say, nope.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, imagine if Dweezil got the chance to say nah as a kid? Because I'm sure he was teased. He had to be teased. And Moon Unit probably got it worse.
There you go. Now, I've heard
So,
stories that allegedly Dweezil insisted that that be his name. I don't know how true that is, but
well, okay, you know how, like, the Phoenix kids, River Phoenix and Summer Phoenix and Leaf Phoenix is now Joaquin Phoenix. Now, I'm trying to remember, like, I think he called himself Leaf as a child to fit in with his more nature based named siblings, but he was always Joaquin. I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. I looked it up once before and then promptly forgot. But I'm pretty sure that one of the two was an affectation, a nickname, rather than being a legal name that got changed.
okay then.
Yeah. And also, the British cannot pronounce Joaquin. Like, you remember I was saying before how they tend to default to ah for the letter A?
Okay.
I'm hearing British people say whackin' Phoenix all the time.
that's,
And I'm like, okay, if you want to have an accent with English words, go ahead. But when it's a foreign word, well, even then, with a foreign word, I'm okay with it. But when it's a foreign name, get it right.
okay.
You know what I
then.
mean? Like if you want to mispronounce a foreign word, go ahead. But or even like, okay, hands up if you fucking hated Dr. Pulaski on Next Generation, because I think everyone did. But there was that one episode where she decided to say Commander Data instead of Commander Data. Now, I don't even like it when people say data when they mean data, but when, she said that as his name, he put up the Android equivalent of a fuss. He said, but one is my name and the other isn't. And she was like, what's the difference? He goes, one is my name and the other isn't. And I'm
Okay,
like,
then.
yeah, get it right. And it's the same thing. If you're going to say whackin' Phoenix, you're just wrong. Like, I don't care if you're not Spanish or Hispanic of any stripe, you're wrong. That's not how Joaquin is pronounced.
It's interesting also what the British do to the name of the cat, where they call it a jaguar.
I'm not sure I've heard that before, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, because I've always known it as two syllables, but then again, I'm weird.
Jaguar.
Yeah.
Jaguar. I
I
don't
mean,
know.
people give me shit because they don't think vegetable has three syllables.
It doesn't.
It just did.
Well, it did when it was pronounced incorrectly.
Okay.
I mean,
so-
at best, that extra syllable you put on there is like a very minor, barely noticeable glottal stop at most.
yeah, it's a very, very minor unaccented syllable, right?
Not the way
Definitely.
you did it. You did it vegetable, as
Vegetable.
opposed to vegetable.
Because I mean, the same way where you have that, you talk about a person's talking about a vegetable. I have to work to get it out there. So that same person would also have to speak of vegetation, right?
No, it's different.
Same stuff.
Yeah, but one is vegetable and the other is vegetation. They're different. I mean, come on, let's face it. There are plenty of words out there where another form of the word is pronounced somewhat differently. You know it.
I'm just being a pain in the arse now.
Well, I couldn't tell the difference. But yeah, I mean,
I don't
I don't
know.
know.
I don't know whether the jury is still out on chocolate or
It's just chocolate.
okay.
Like, there's a tiny, barely noticeable phlegm gargle where chocolate would have been. but chocolate, chocolate. It's there. It's just very faint. It's kind of like that first R in mirror.
There you go.
So,
You have to wonder though. I mean, if you're going to have those words like the other pronunciation of vegetable or the other pronunciation of chocolate, you've got those reduced syllables, so you've got extra letters. Now, letters are expensive. I mean, you've got to conserve letters. So why not just take them out of the printed form of the word?
what? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. The letters are expensive part doesn't make any sense unless you're trying to talk about why we don't have a U in color anymore.
Well, yeah. I mean, conserve resources. The number of letters out there is not infinite. Eventually, you're going to run out of letters. So conserve the letters and take them out of the words where they're not used anyway.
Are you
So,
trying to be funny? Because it's not working.
oh well, I'm trying to be pedantically funny or funnily pedantic or something like that.
Nah,
Why not? CHOCLATE. I mean, how hard would that be?
I don't know. But I mean, there are a lot of words with letters we don't pronounce. Like I love putting, just for the hell of it, putting a silent P at the front of sigh.
Yes,
You know,
there you are.
that amuses me.
Well, if you
But
want to
there
talk
are
about,
a lot of words out there with a P at the front that you're just plain not pronouncing.
well, you want to talk about the letters nobody uses or pronounces, yeah, just the French. They're experts.
Oy. Well, let's limit ourselves to English, shall we? But yeah, the French, they probably stick in sounds where the letter necessary to make it isn't there.
Well, that's what I've always said about learning to speak French. You look at the word, note the letters that are there, and pronounce all the others. All the letters that are not there.
I mean, I'm sorry, but there should not be an X in Devereaux. That makes no kind of sense whatsoever. I mean, I can't even picture growing up as a French kid and trying to learn to spell. That has to be so freaking difficult. Because, like, imagine a kid from the United States the first time they encounter the word through.
Okay,
With
yeah.
all those GHs in there. And it sounds like French is nothing but the word through conceptually.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, I mean, talk about learning to spell. I mean, English, god damn.
I mean, at least English pays lip service to phonetics. French doesn't even bother. I mean, like, I can understand a word like through. I mean, it was probably thruch back in the day. And so they spelled it like that. I mean, if you look at it, it looks like Welsh or Scottish or some shit. And there was probably someone out there pronounced it thruch. And that GH sound just slowly stopped getting so severe to the point where we don't use it anymore. I mean, I can see that kind of linguistic evolution. But I'm sorry, French, I don't see how you can possibly drop that X from Devereaux and have people be okay with it. I mean, seriously, like, is French even slightly phonetic? Really? Like, again, I talk about the kid learning to speak it, and learning to spell it, and like how high is the illiteracy rate in France just because people don't understand what the hell they're doing? Or maybe there is a conceptual thing that I, as someone who's not French, just don't get. I don't know, but none of it makes any sense.
I suppose realistically, if you grew up with it, it might be a little easier. I mean, just like grammatic gender in German. So an English speaker who speaks only English, is, what's with all these dares, these, das's, and all this other happy stuff? How do you know which one to put on what word and everything else? Those of us who learned at an early age, you don't even worry about it. It's just there. Um, so yeah, maybe there is that difference in that way.
Well, I don't know. It's just, see, this is one of the reasons I absolutely adore Japanese, is because it has like one character in its phonetic alphabets, never mind the symbolic one, the kanji. But in hiragana and katakana, they have one syllable that can change, and it's either N or M depending on context, and they blur those letters so very much that it doesn't even really make a huge difference, right? But everything else, and I mean every goddamn thing else in Japanese, is about as phonetic as you can possibly get. There's like almost no exceptions. This is why I think the Japanese were thought of as great programmers, right? Because their language is almost a programming language.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that.
Yeah, the grammar is very strict, is it not?
Pretty strict. I mean, there's a few wacky little bits. Every language has quirks, but yeah. But I mean, but pronunciation is not one of them. Pronunciation is really easy in Japanish. And I still want to know how people decide whether a race is ish, ease, whatever. Like, why isn't it Japanish? Why Japanese? You know? Why aren't we the Americanese?
There you are. There you are.
Americani, you know?
Or what the heck was I thinking of? Well, okay, Japan I can kind of understand because it isn't that big a step from Nippon to Japan. But I think you've marveled at this in the past. How do you get to Germany from Deutschland?
Hmm. I figure the Germans ought to be the Dutch, and the Dutch ought to be the Netherlandians, but that's another issue. But yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. One thing I want to know, the Japanese word for China, Chugoku.
Huh.
Yeah. But I'm also pretty sure that the Chinese don't call their country China either. I'm not sure how they pronounce it, but it's probably one of those things where, like, I don't know how we got that out of that.
Well, let's see. I know there are literal translations of many country names and that sort of thing. So I'm wondering if the Chigoku that the Japanese call China means we don't like you very much.
No, I doubt it.
Okay.
Also, I think I mispronounced it. I think it's actually True Goku. Like the U is extended.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah. Not that it makes a huge difference, but yeah. Although there are some words where if you don't extend those vowel sounds, whoo, you said the wrong thing. I mean, not necessarily an insult, you were just incorrect, but still, there are some words where if you don't lengthen those vowels or if you don't shorten them, you said the wrong word.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I find it very difficult to get the hang of a tonal language.
Well, it's not really tonal, though. It's more of a cadence thing.
Okay.
Like, I know there are some languages where it's kind of sing-songy, where you have to get the tone right, but this is more a case of getting the rhythm right.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha there.
Yeah.
And then I like
because the U sound does not change. It's either, ooh or ooh, but either way, it's an ooh. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just the only difference is the length.
Unlike, as Purple has mentioned, French gave us eau claire. Spell a word with 3 consecutive vowels and pronounce it as a vowel that isn't even there.
Yeah. And you know what? I would probably not spell Claire that way, given my options.
Okay, then.
Actually, one thing I would really like to do is to start writing English 100% phonetically, just to see how many people get it and how many people it fucks up.
Have
You
you
know?
read the? I'm trying to remember who wrote it. If it's been attributed to Mark Twain or if it someone else, where you were changing the letters one by one in a treatise about the way English is spelled. Um, let's see. You begin by. Well, I don't know if you begin this way, but at some point, the TH is replaced by C. Oh, no, that's it. You spell all the sibilants with S. So circle is now spelled
That makes sense. C
SIRKLE.
is a completely superfluous letter because every sound that it makes can be handled by an S or a K.
Yes. And then, since you're not using C anymore, you can use that to pronounce the
CH. I keep the C and make it just be ch.
well, the author of this particular thing used it to replace TH.
That doesn't make any sense. TH isn't a sound C makes in any way, not in any context.
I don't know where this person got the idea from. Yeah.
CH is. So I would use C for that. But the TH sound, I'm sure there's an yes, X. We'll use X for that because again, much like with C, K's and S's will produce, and Z's for that matter, will produce the same sound as X. So yeah, X will be TH.
But by the time you get to the end of this thing, it is totally what's the word I'm looking for? Illegible. You cannot make incomprehensible. Thank you. But if you've read through the entire thing, you can get there. But if you just look at the very end of it without looking at anything else, then yeah, I need to find. Because it's so much fun. It really is. I'm gonna take a guess and see if it works out.
I typed
there it is. There it is.
As quickly as I possibly can, and here. What on earth are you talking about?
What?
You see that in the side chat there? I just posted it. What on earth are you talking about?
There you go. Yeah, now you're doing.
Although maybe I should have put an A in there. TAWKING, talking. I don't know. But yeah, like spelling English completely phonetically is yeah.
And it seems to be Mark Twain. Let me throw a link in here. If I can find the egg thing, which is different to the og thing, by the way. Yeah.
Wonder what he would be writing today if he was still around. For that matter, I wonder if he'd be apologizing for the racist shit he used to write.
Well, he wrote that as illustration, to my knowledge.
Well, yeah, but he also had a character named N-word Jim.
Yes. I mean, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that he was very, very much anti-racist. For the day
Possibly.
anyway.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, for the day. I'm not sure. Okay, poll time. Do you think it's an excuse to say, yeah, I did all that horrible shit, but it was a different time, that was the norm, and I didn't understand the mistake? Like, assume it doesn't matter whether they've apologized for it or not. You know, just assume that's a non-factor. Just, is it an excuse to say, yeah, I fucked up back then, but like everyone did, and no one thought it was wrong, and you know, like is that an excuse? Does that get someone out of the shit they did?
Okay. I suppose it depends on the amount of time that comes between the time you did it and the time you're saying that was a different time. I'm looking at it a little bit differently to it having been done 150 years ago and it having been done last Thursday.
Well, yeah,
where
but I
you
mean,
can
last
now-
Thursday wasn't a different time. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, because Mark Twain, for example, is not around to modify his current behavior because, well, he doesn't exist. So
Well, sure, but what I meant, well, okay, take for example Eddie Murphy's comedy that he did in the 80s, where it was like rabidly homophobic and misogynistic, because it was.
yes,
You know, I think he's since apologized for that, but
as
I'm
well
not
he
sure.
should. As well he should.
Right, but the question is, does he get a pass for it having been so long ago when everyone's attitude was different, when like gay, queer, whatever wasn't being normalized? Does he get a pass?
Okay, now I'm okay. If I'm going to make any sense at all in saying this, he does not get a pass for continuing to do it.
Well, sure, but that's
But-
not my.
I know, but the fact that he did do it back then, you can't turn the clock back and undo it.
Well,
It's
no, you
like
can't.
I know that's what I did, and I know it's shit. This is why I'm changing my behavior now.
Right, but again, not my question. Do they get a pass for what happened in the past? Can they say, this was back then totally acceptable and that's why I did it? And now I see the error of my ways, but back then, like it's not like I could have, it's not like I had the self-awareness enough to know how wrong it was. Does that lack of awareness give them like
I can-
absolution?
I-
Does it give them
no,
absolution?
there's no absolution. No, because the person then did that thing then, but I'm not going to punish the person now. You know, who is a different person. Well, I'm guessing that this person has seen the error of his ways and has reformed, if you will. So this person now is not that person back then. I'm not going to punish this person for that thing. That is too much of the shit that I faced. If I made some small mistake, I'd hear about it for 40 years, even if I did correct it. And
I think we're talking past each other here.
I think we have to, because yeah, the questions, the concepts are very, very different. Yeah.
Well, because I'm not asking like, you know, do you give someone shit for 40 years about one single thing? I'm talking about like can you say, okay, fine, like we're grandfathering in your old mistakes, just don't keep doing them? Does that happen? Do you get to grandfather in someone's old prejudices that they made public, or do you brand them for life with that shit? Like, even if you don't harangue them, like can they ever Can they just say, it was the past, I didn't know back then, and have it be okay? Or do they have to do some sort of like penance for it?
Well, no, they certainly do not have to keep flagellating themselves for the rest of their lives. No.
Well,
But what I'm hearing you saying is you're stopping before the end of the sentence. What I'm after here is, okay, let's see. This is what I did back then, and gods, I know how horrible that is. I'm really sorry I did. I know that I did not know at the time, and that is why I am not doing that now and making a special effort to not do that now because I know how wrong it is.
well, suppose they don't do any of that, though. Suppose it's just,
Okay,
here's the scenario. Here's the scenario. Someone goes up to them and says, man, that was some seriously horrible prejudice shit you did back 30 years ago on stage. And they say, man, it was a different time back then, and everyone was doing it, and I had no idea what it was like, and I would never do it again. But they don't apologize. They just say it was a different time.
This is something different than what I heard you start saying.
Well, but I mean, the reason I'm changing it up is because you're kind of answering something I'm not asking. And so I have to narrow the parameters to get an answer to my actual question. So, I mean, is it enough of an excuse to say it was a different time?
Okay, if you say to me, that's what you did back then, and that's different, that was back then, and I stop the sentence right there, I'm going to assume that the behavior has not changed, that there's been no reform.
Don't assume that. Because, again, it feels like you're complicating this far beyond the parameters of what I'm asking. What I'm asking is it enough to just say it was a different time, and that is like okay, yeah, that's an excuse. Back then nobody knew better, and so back then it's hard to blame you for what you did back then because that was the norm. Is that enough of a pass that was the norm back then? That's what everyone did back then. Nobody knew better, and so that's why I did what I did back then. And things are different now, and I behave according to today's mores and morals. Is that enough of a pass? Or enough to get a pass?
God, this feels like a loaded question.
It's not, though. I mean, because there are a lot of people who say you can never live down your past. There are a lot of people who say, I don't care if you're a new person now. I don't care if you've been reformed. You did that back then, and so once a bigot, always a bigot.
Well, that's what I've been trying to say is that thing that you just described just now doesn't fly.
Well, but I'm not asking if it flies. I think those people are dipshits. But that doesn't mean I'd necessarily forgive someone for what they did back when it was a different time. I might demand they actually apologize rather than just make an excuse. But then again, some people might not. Some people might go, yeah, it was a different time. People were like that and things are different now.
Well, what I had been saying over and over again was the whole offering the apology thing in there and meaning it is. It's not enough to say it was a different time without offering some indication of a change.
There we go. Now you're being direct with it.
That's what I've been saying.
No, though, you haven't been saying it directly. You haven't been saying it succinctly. And so it didn't sound like it was answering my question. It sounded like you were positing an alternate scenario with parameters I was not using in my question. And so I had to keep clarifying to get a succinct answer to 100% what I was asking and nothing else.
Okay then, yay!
Well, that's what. You remember what I was saying before the show, where it's actually really difficult to ask questions of people who are smart and can think for themselves because they don't give you the answer you're after. They complicate it up. They go down rabbit holes and tangents, and sometimes you just want a yes, no, or a little bit of information, and they turn it into a novel. And I'm like, this makes it hard to communicate, you know?
Oh my, because yeah, well, there's the Ray comfort factor in there that I know in my case, so many times I will not give a person a yes no answer or what because I am afraid of answering a question they are not asking, or I am afraid that they are asking a question they are not asking in a way as to make me answer the question they are not asking in order to make me look like shit. The whole Ray Comfort thing.
So what you're saying is they're going for a gotcha.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, let me ask you this. Do I do that when it's anything other than for the purpose of being funny?
Well, no, you don't do that thing. What I'm
Oh, then you shouldn't have to do the hemming and hawing when I ask a question.
I'm doing it for the audience's sake. In this case, I want to make sure they understand where I'm coming from.
When you give the answer, I will continue along on the subject, and then people will start to get it from context. I mean, unless you're worried about being quote mined, believe me, you can answer. You can give a direct answer to a direct question when it comes from me because it won't be
Oh,
loaded unless I'm trying to be funny.
that I know. Yeah, that is
Okay,
implicit.
well, I'm just saying is like like
Yeah, Purple put
even
it
if you
very
were
well.
to answer the question I was asking, it didn't sound like it.
Okay, sorry about that one. I'm gonna have to slow my brain down here. Yeah, Purple said it beautifully. The person needs to acknowledge it was a problem. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
So, in other words, no, you don't get a pass just for saying it was a different time and that's what everything was like, and I was going with the flow then.
yeah, I expect a little bit more.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that there are people out there where it used to be totally cool to make fun of them, and I totally did. And that was what it was like back then. Mind you, I was also probably in elementary school when this was happening, or high school, or whatever. But, I might look back on those things and feel a certain amount of remorse or shame. I might not necessarily apologize for it. I might say, look, that was the culture back then. I was like just one of the crowd talking about this stuff, and now I look back on it and I shudder. But like, I'm
Well, in what
trying
you
to
just said,
trying to
you're acknowledging that there was a problem at the time.
well, yeah, but it's also not an apology though. It's not contrition. It's not going to the people who might have been hurt by my words and saying, please forgive me. I
Oh,
mean, I might be
okay.
that was wrong back then, but I'm not necessarily like going on an apology tour. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, in some cases, that's rather inconvenient, or if not impossible. Yeah.
Well, but I mean,
And in telling Pollock jokes, when I was 8 years old, I can't necessarily go back to all of the Pollocks that may have been offended in 1965, because a lot of them might be dead by now.
well, okay. I mean, hell, kids in my school told Pollock jokes, and I was like 20 something before I knew what a Pollock was. Because no, honestly, if someone had said, what's the name? Like, we got Americans, we got British. What's the name for people from Poland? No part of my brain would have gone, oh yeah, Pollock. Wouldn't have happened.
Okay. Oh man.
So if like I told Pollock jokes the same way I told dumb blonde jokes back in the 90s,
Mm-hmm.
because it doesn't even necessarily have any connotation other than, oh, everyone thinks these people are dumb, whatever they are, whoever you could replace it with blue glatches. How many blue glatches does it take? And it's still, I mean, how many dumb blonde jokes started as Pollock jokes, and how many of those probably started as something else?
Oh my!
I mean, every joke is adaptable if you're trying to say someone's stupid.
Get the local bookstores. You could get books of jokes, which were essentially 3 or 4 iterations of the same joke with different ethnic names put in there. There was one I remember, the Polak Italian joke book, where okay, you read and you're reading all the Polak jokes. Now, if you turn the book upside down and read it from the back to the, it's exactly the same joke, except that Italian is substituted, or the slur for Italian is substituted for the slur for Pole. And yeah, it was a cottage industry back then.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, I'm tempted to say that whether or not you get a pass by saying it was a different time, I think it should hinge on how much harm you may or may not have done. You know, I mean, if someone said, "Oh yeah, back in high school, I made fun of gays. I used that F word that everyone hates," but it was, you know, the '80s, and everyone was like doing this, that, and the other thing with their bigotry, making fun of AIDS and this, that, and the other thing, you know, and like I don't apologize for what I did back then, but I know now that it was wrong, and I would never make a homophobic crack, kind of thing. I mean, part of me would be tempted to just go, yeah, I know what you mean. I was there, and that is how it was. And, you know, but if someone was on stage, like Eddie Murphy was, making homophobic jokes like you wouldn't believe, I'm thinking maybe he needs to say something a little more public to a few more people, because, man,
Yeah.
he might have started a lot of homophobia for people back then.
Yeah, what you do may actually, or what you need to do may actually be proportionate to the number of lives you've ruined or made miserable.
Yeah. I mean, because honestly, I'm not going to apologize for making dumb blonde jokes back in the day, because it's kind of like I won't apologize in 20 years for making fun of Karens.
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, hell, someday they'll have the Karen's Right March. Not that they don't already. All lives matter. I'm looking at you. But even so, I mean, like right now, totally okay with making fun of Karens. And even if in a couple of decades that's the wrongest thing you could ever do to anyone, fuck it, I don't care. You know, it was a different time.
There you go.
You see what
Mm-hmm. And then, well, now we're on fart jokes over in the side there. And
Are
who was it now that said, farting is timeless, and then we have Purple saying, so you fart and leave the room. And that reminded me of a George Carlin routine where, you know, it would be nice if you could fart in the elevator. It would be nice if you could fart on the third floor and leave it there.
I remember a bunch of Carlin fart routines where he was talking about, like, have you ever noticed that your own farts smell kind of pleasant?
Yes. Hi, Von Rick. Now, Von Rick, I have a question for you. Last week you had said something about, you know, that I should check my PayPal and everything and see if everything went okay. I looked, nothing happened. So I thought I would let you know that, just in case you did something or did something or whatever. So now you have a little more information than you had then.
Hey, wow, that one didn't kill my ears.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to try to remember to always face that way when I do that. Because I was facing way the hell away from the microphone when I did that one. And down.
That helped quite a bit, actually. I mean, whistling straight into a microphone is painful.
Well, the other thing I'm going to have to do, and I'm not going to do it this week, but I'll eventually do it. I want to get a better mic, and I want to get a boom where I can, you know,
I
those.
tried that. Boom mic, hard to keep upright. I mean, it's better to have it under your chin than above your head.
Oh, okay.
Just in terms of how easy it is to keep it in one place. Because, like, unless you have a truly amazing tripod that can stay upright under the weight of a good microphone, it's coming down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking of doing was the the mic stands like you would have on stage. Where you,
Oh, okay, sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
with the round bottom and the whole thing, and you could also have them with a little bit of an arm, so I could set it up on the other side of the desk, point it over toward me, and hopefully the thing would work nicely.
Well, I can show you my setup. I don't think I've ever really shown anyone my mic setup. So here is the microphone itself, right? And you
Good
can see
old
it's on this long arm that's attached to the desk.
yeah, it's on there with a C clamp, right?
Basically, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Yeah, that's a C clamp if it ever was anything. So yeah, and then I just like that, and I sit here with the mic at my face, and yeah.
I had a similar setup. Oh, that person on the screen looks kind of familiar there. Um,
Mm.
I had a similar setup until my mic quit working right, and I keep trying every now and then to make sure that I didn't do something wrong when I'm testing it. But no, there's that line squeal every time I hook the mic up to whatever I hook it up to.
Well, you
I,
know what that probably means? The volume's up too high.
well, it'll be on different machines, different volume settings. I'm trying to think of what I've missed.
Well,
Uh,
I mean, you know how feedback happens with microphones, right?
yeah, you're
like
actually
like
feeding
too
back.
close to the speaker, or like the record volume's way the hell too up and it's recording everything. So I mean, you want to get rid of that squeal. You gotta really play with your volume settings. I mean, it took me a really long time to find the right settings for this microphone so that I didn't get tons of line hiss, because I was getting that for a while. And then it turned out that the knobs and switches on the back will change various things that actually made the sound quality work. And now it's pretty good sound.
Okay, then I'm gonna recheck and see where the heck I send that stuff to. Or the other thing you can do, worst comes to worst, is ask Amiga Nuts where he sends his Quatlos. But I'll recheck sometime today and see what I can send to what and where and everything. I thought it was declaring at the lavenderlady.org. It might be um, it might be um, declarion.nordnet.net for all I know. Oh well, I have to figure this out. I send myself stuff so little, so often that I don't know. Um, but yeah, the only thing I'm thinking of with many people that I've talked to and everything, I'm thinking maybe the mic is broken because they say that it sounds like a grounding problem. The high pitched hum that you get when your ground is bad.
Oh, so it was a hum, not a squeal.
Yeah.
Oh, see, you had said squeal, and I figured you meant, well, literally like a feedback squeal.
Oh, okay. No, it's been described to me as a high pitched electronic hum. Yeah.
Okay, that's different. That sounds like line noise.
Yes,
And
it does.
that can usually be combated, though. I mean, that was the sound I was getting out of this microphone until I found the right settings.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to play with it more. I haven't played with it in a long time.
Yeah. But when you said boom mic, I was picturing like on a movie set with the dude holding the microphone over the actors' heads and all that stuff. That's a boom mic.
Yeah, no, this one I would more, if I were to do this one, instead of having it over my head, I would more or less point it at my face, to where you've got the vertical tube that comes from the stand, and then it's joined to it is a horizontal tube, and the mic
Well, yeah,
is on that horizontal tube.
those things get really tippy, though, unless you have a good counterbalancing weight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is probably why I would end up also buying a single weight, as in weightlifting, and just put it around the tube and hold it down that way. Or at least that's what we used to do when we had the mics on stage years and years and years and years ago. When you had the cast iron weights.
Right. I thought we still had those, though.
I don't know. I haven't gone shopping for any of that in so long. I mean, the stuff I'm talking about us doing was being done, I don't know, 40 years ago, 45 years ago. Well, I'm forgetting how long it's been. When I say 40 years ago, I was out of high school already, so it's over 40 years ago.
Yeah, well,
Because Jesus Christ, my 40th high school reunion was in 2014.
man, I don't know. I think about when high school was, and it seems like 10 minutes ago. But then again, it
Okay.
also seems like a million years ago.
Both, yes. I know that feeling. No, let me think here. I entered high school 49 years ago.
Well,
In 1971.
1989 for me. Actually, it might have been 88. The school year spans a whole bunch of years, or more than 1 year
Yeah.
at a stretch. So it might have been 88. I graduated in 93, for whatever that's worth.
Okay then, 88 to 93. That's oh my. Did you take the usual amount of time to go through high school? Sounds
Yeah, but I mean, let's put it this way. If I got there in 1989, it was 1990 by the end of freshman year. Then 90 to 91 sophomore, and then junior would have been 91 to 92, and then okay, I'm counting wrong. Well, okay, let's try it backward. That'll make it easier. Okay, so 93 and 92 was senior year. 92 and 91 would have been junior year. Then, where the hell am I? 91. So 91 to 90 would have been sophomore. And then, yeah, I guess it was 89 when I got in, when I was a freshman. I don't know. I guess I counted funky.
Well, then there are the different systems that people use. For example, I went to a 3-year high school. So ninth grade, what people would think of as freshman year of high school, was for me junior high school.
Well, see, that's the thing. We didn't have junior high. We had middle school, which was only 2 grades.
Okay.
Because, it was K through 5 was elementary school. And then, no, wait. K through 6 was elementary school. Then 7, 8 was middle school. And then high school.
Okay. Yeah, there were multiple systems in use, depending on which district you were in the area where I grew up, and whether it was public or parochial was another one. I was in the I was in the Parma public school system where you had K through 8. I'm sorry, no, K through 6. And then 7, 8, and 9. And then 10, 11, 12. So you had elementary school, K through 6, junior high, 7 through 9, high school, 10 through 12. But if you were in the Catholic school system, it was K through 8, 9 through 12. Lakewood had a system closer to yours, where they had the elementary, middle school, and then the high school. And this is all within a stone's throw of each other.
See, it always kind of bugged me that I didn't have junior high.
Okay.
You know, like that it was middle school and not junior high. Because on TV, no one does middle school.
Okay.
So, you know, I always felt a little left out in a way.
Okay,
Like,
then.
oh, here's another way my childhood is atypical. Gee. But, whatever. I'm over it.
Yeah, we had so many different things going on that you just got exposed to all of them one way or another, and you just had to learn which terminology to associate with which kid, and you were okay.
Yeah. Well,
Oh my, but yeah, it was all sorts of fun. Yeah, so when I speak of entering high school, I started 10th grade. That was September 71, and then I graduated in June 74.
yeah, I wasn't even yet a glint in the milkman's eye. I mean, I guess if I try to do the math, it must have been like March when I was conceived of 75.
Okay. That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, I cannot math today.
Well, I hate to tell you, but I cheated a little bit when I worked that one out because within the Catholic Church, the Feast of the Annunciation is March 25th, and then Christmas is December 25th. So they counted off 9 months, which is stupid, by the way, because according to the fable, the teenage girl, the underage girl, had already conceived long before. Or wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm confusing them. I'm confusing the Annunciation with the Visitation. That's right. The Annunciation is when she conceived. Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's funny. We were talking about like kids and their different school experiences. Now, I don't know when the YMCA was religious. I've never seen it be overtly religious, but it is, what is it, the Young Men's Christian Association.
Yes, it is.
And so, like it seems like there ought to have been something Christian-y in it. And I never saw that when I was there in their after-school program, which I was. And the way that would work is they would pick us up at school in vans and drive around picking up other kids like it's a school bus kind of thing. And then they would bring us to the Y, and we would either be in the gym or the pool or the little like clubhousey den looking thing they had with all the toys in it, you know. And so like one of the sets of kids, there were actually these two twins, that, which would be weird if it was three twins, but we picked them up at something that at the time I didn't know what the hell it was, but it was called catechism. And I was very curious what the hell catechism was. And it sounded really close to cataclysm, but whatever. Point being that I like was curious what it was, but not enough to ask my parents to take me because they got on the van wearing formal clothing.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, well, whatever it is, I can live without it. Now that I know what it is, I'm glad I didn't ask my parents to give me the experience of going to catechism to see what the frig it was.
Uh-huh.
But at the time, I was so insanely curious because that was a weird word, catechism. You know, I'm like, I'm sure it doesn't have anything to do with cats, even though that's in the name. But
I
what the
bel
frig is it?
I believe it stems in some way from catacombs.
Well,
The
whatever it is, it was just I wanted to know.
yeah, no, you did not want to be in Catholic Sunday school. No, definitely
Well, no. And it
not.
wasn't even Sunday though. It was the after school thing. Like it was a little extra added on to their schooling.
That's interesting. That way I wouldn't mind it as much. We got it integrated into the schooling. They took
Well, it might have been that too.
Yeah, they took time from things we should have been learning to give it to that.
Hmm. Well, regardless, I forget why I brought up the whole catechism. Oh, right, because of the difference in people's educations and all of that. Yeah. I don't know.
My.
It's very strange the way all this happens.
Yes, and we could do without it very well.
Like, I know some people who never had kindergarten. Like it just wasn't even an option. They went from nursery school to first grade.
I started hearing about that later on. I mean, when I was that age, you started with kindergarten, and you didn't even have nursery school yet.
Hmm.
Yeah, you didn't have the 3-year-olds going to school. You started at 5, and you did the kindergarten, and then you went to first grade and went on from there. Of course, I started kindergarten in 1962, so that was a lot. That was a while ago.
Yeah, they were probably still smacking kids with rulers for writing with their left hand back then.
Yes, they were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh my! There were 2 of my cousins that got it really, really bad. They were lefties, and the whole bit about restraining the left hand, so they had to use the right hand either for writing or for eating or for anything like that. And there was always the discussion about how did he get to be that way? What happened? What went wrong?
I mean, I don't know what causes other handism, but like it's not a problem. The only time I ever in fact, you know what pisses me off the most about being left-handed is watching other left-handed people write.
Okay.
Because they do this fucked up thing where they curl their wrist around so
Yeah,
they can
yeah,
write,
yeah.
but it's from overhead or something.
Yes.
I'm like, dude, I hold the pen so that it's too far away from my hand for me to smudge anything. It's like forward of my hand rather than under it, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
But like I was watching Obama writing and I was going, he's doing the thing. He's doing that thing, and I don't know why lefties do this crap.
I don't know where it comes from either. I think you may have touched on it. To make the writing slant the way it does when a right-handed person writes.
I remember, like, I think it was a survey, or maybe I was even like doing a ballot or something. I forget what, but some woman looked at the handwriting I had done when I handed it into her, and she goes, you're a lefty. I was like, how the hell can you tell that? She goes, all these check marks are going in the other direction.
Okay, then.
You know, I was just doing the check marks, and with my left hand, they would go off to the left rather than off to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently that was enough of a sign. And since then, I've never been able to not notice it. So, you know.
Yeah, 'cause I have seen the product of some lefties in the writing department slant to the northwest rather than the northeast.
Hmm.
Not very often, but I have seen it.
Yeah. Well, it's a thing, I guess. I don't know. It's weird. I'm trying to decide my feelings on being a southpaw because it is just another way I have to be different. Like it's not a deliberate affectation. It's not a deliberate affectation, but it's also like, yeah, look at me not being the norm again. And but if there wasn't that sort of weird cultural taboo, and if you didn't have to go buy your own stuff like left-handed scissors and things, I'd be largely indifferent to my handedness.
Hmm. Oh my! I mean, I have to wonder. There are some things where it is said that the lefties have a distinct advantage. For example, with typewriters. Um,
Why is that?
Because I guess the very frequently used keys are under the left fingers,
Oh, sure, Shift Control Alt. Yeah.
or the vowels even. We have A, E. Um,
Actually, that's it. IOU are way off to the right.
yeah, let me think now. I'm trying to
Ah,
remember
and
the.
sometimes Y is right in the middle. Ah!
All right. Um, I'm trying to remember the frequency chart. E, A, R so far.
Hmm. S
Um,
and my gosh, S and T.
mm-hmm.
Although T is more in the middle, but you hit it with the left hand for the most part. Although actually my hands tend to cross over a lot.
Okay.
Like if I'm typing A and the next letter is T, I might go for that with the right, especially if the letter after that is like, I don't know, E.
Okay,
I don't know.
letter frequency chart. Let's see. And oh, here we go. E T A, yeah, E T A O N. Okay, O and N. They're on the right. R, that's on the left. I is on the right. S,
Is left.
yeah, it's in the H. That's usually hit with the right.
That's in the
And then you have
I mean,
this cat.
so like, okay, back to the topic before about people pronouncing things in ways that make me want to slug them. If you use an in front of a word that starts with H, you need to be beaten with hammers. I'm sorry, H is not a vowel. H is not a vowel. If you said that something was an historical, fine, but an historical is too much of a sudden stop in the middle there.
Oh, that's
And historical.
that's very clumsy. Yes,
What was that?
that's very clumsy. Yes, and
It drives me up the wall.
very,
H is not a vowel.
you actually have to stop to do that. It doesn't flow off the tongue to say an historical. Yeah, and then
Mage
and then
sorry, I
you
thought
have
you were
this
done.
cat. What?
Mage Grey Wolf is totally right that the keyboards were designed to slow people down because they used to be in alphabetical order and people were typing so fast they would jam the typewriter, and so they tried to slow people down by putting the letters all the hell over the place. But of course,
Okay.
me with my muscle memory, I probably would have jammed a typewriter. Because, like, I don't even have to look at the keyboard to type. I can touch type, and I can touch type fairly fast. But
I never got the hang of touch typing. Damn it.
really,
Never did. No.
huh? No, I like. If you were to ask me to make a keyboard chart from scratch, I mean, I know where all the letters were, but I'd have to practice it. Like I'd have to put my hands like with my fingers on the F and the J for touch typing, and then go, let's see, so the F is there, the R is there, the E is there, the S is there, the H is there, space, Fucker. Yeah. So, like, I could map out the keyboard if I had to, but just because I learned to touch type, and I didn't even learn to touch type, it was just a long time of typing. I've been typing since my age was in the single digits. After a while, you start to remember where shit is without trying.
And that may be part of what's going on, because you would have been one of the kids who learned to type or to use a keyboard early. I really didn't use a keyboard until I was in 7th grade. That was a typewriter when I took typing class in junior high school. So let's see, I was 11 years old when I really first
typing
learned.
class. I remember that existing, but I never took one because I didn't have to.
Okay.
But I remember that existing. Wow.
I don't know if anybody does that stuff anymore, or is it just assumed that it's that much a part of the culture that you're going to pick it up by the time you're, like 2 years old anyway?
I don't know about that, but if there's any kind of typing that I need to learn, it's the typing with 2 thumbs on a cell phone thing. I can't do that. I don't know why. I just can't do it. I think part of it is just because my thumbs are so much larger than the letters on the screen. And like, I tend to hit the wrong thing. Even though I aimed what I think was properly, I still end up hitting the wrong letter just because they're so small.
Moo. Yeah, I don't know how the kids can do it, really. I mean, I'm not even doing the thumb. I'll just do the index finger, because that's really the only way I can get my muscles to move.
Well, I really like doing the thing where you touch the first letter and then swipe through all of the other letters, and then, like, it figures out the word from where you, like, traveled with your finger and where you stopped with your finger and all that stuff.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Actually, I don't.
Oh, wacky fun. Okay, hold on a sec. Let me set something up, because I mean, obviously I don't want to show my face on camera right now because I am having a severe appearance deficit, but I can set up the camera. Let's see. Okay, and let's embiggen my screen so I can see what the hell I'm doing. All right, and let's get the camera somewhere. Okay, now, if I take my phone, I go to text messages, and let's find some. Okay, let's just talk to my dad. I'm not going to actually send it, but okay, so here's the keyboard, right? Oh, wow, it's mirror imaged for me. Suppose I want to type the word hello. I put my finger on H and go ELO like that, and it'll type out the word hello if I do it right. There, did you see that?
Yes, I saw the little blue lines and everything, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look like you can actually see the words. It says hello, father, but yeah. So you can just swipe the word like that, and it types it all out for you. It gets the wrong word a lot. By the way, autocomplete, I am never typing toy when I mean you, and I am certainly never typing duck. Okay, I have never told anyone to duck off. I'm just saying.
That's the new linguistic trend now. Shit. Oh, man. But that's something I will do from time to time, depending upon the environment. I might say, go get stuffed, because fewer people know what I'm saying when I say that than if I tell them to go get fucked.
Okay, there's another question for you.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think it's okay to use common phrases that have horrible origins? Like if you tell someone, oh man, this thing right here, it sucks. I've had people go, dude, that's homophobic.
It actually is when you think, it originates in gay fellatio. Um,
Hmm.
but the,
Although, when you think about it, like lots of people who aren't gay do fellatio.
yep. And I don't know the whole thing here. I mean, if you really sit there and think hard about it, maybe it's not the best thing in the world, but it's so, as you say, ingrained that it has lost the original meaning and now has the one recently ascribed, as in that sucks is, well, that's horrible. Um,
Yeah,
so
I mean, of
I
course, a lot of times I like to say things like, "Oh, that sucks like the mighty Hoover," and all of a sudden it's not about fellatio anymore.
there you go. No, now the family of Brooks Robinson will have a problem with you, but
Oh, I don't know this
um,
Brooks Robinson. But
Brooks
okay.
Brooks
Um.
Robinson was third baseman for the Orioles, who could make any catch from anywhere on. He was known as Mr. Hoover. Um,
Oh, I see. Okay,
God,
okay.
he could make amazing catches. The ball is nowhere
But
near him, and he's got it.
hmm. But I mean, this is again like, do we grandfather this stuff in? Is it okay to say this, that, or the other thing?
Okay, I am going to admit that I do grandfather it in. Whether I should or not is up for discussion. I can
Well,
understand the position where I shouldn't. And I will ask, is it the case that I really should do something about that? Because if it is,
I
I'll do
mean,
something about it.
well, here's a question. Um, do you think that saying that sucks as something horrible affects anybody in a material way with like the homophobia from which it originated? Is anyone harmed by it? In fact, does anyone even think about gay fellatio when they say, man, that sucks?
I
And if
believe
they don't, is it okay
I
then to
believe
use
that
it?
the answer to that is that they do not think about it. And one thing I can remember, this actually happened. I read it in the funny pages years and years and years and years and years ago. Do you
Hmm.
know a comic strip called BC?
Oh, sure.
Okay, and Johnny Hart was
That one I don't.
Johnny Hart was
Oh,
the person who drew BC.
okay.
It's important to understand he was very, very Christian, of all things. And one of his comics was two of the characters were having an argument, and in the final panel, one of the guys said, "Oh, suck rocks,"
Hmm.
or he possibly said, "That sucks rocks," one of the two. And
Well, I
okay,
mean,
how does that relate to the gay fellatio thing now?
well, I've heard people say go suck a lemon.
Ah,
So I mean, if someone said, "Oh man, that sucks like sucking a lemon," or something, that sucks like a lemon. I mean, I can see that being a way of saying something sucks and it's horrible and it has nothing to do with gay people at all.
okay. Now, from Von Rick here, when someone says something sucks, my friends in the 40s and 50s always relate to gay male oral sex.
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't even hear that context until I was like late 20s, maybe late 30s even. Like it was a
Okay.
long time that everyone around me was saying that sucks. And it had no connotations other than I don't like this. And that was it.
Okay. I can. I'm not sure I can remember exactly the mechanism by which it entered, but I can remember the time it entered common parlance. I remember a time before that sucks and a time when that sucks was commonly heard. And even I sort of remember a bit of a transition. I'm trying to think. It's been in the last 30 years or so.
Yeah, see what Maitre Wolf just said. First time I'm hearing this context. Yeah, it's. I mean, I think that once a term is like the connotations it had are no longer the connotations it has anymore, and people just plain don't like really associate it with that. Like the culture doesn't. I think that it's no longer offensive.
And it works the other way too. By the way, um, where something picks up a connotation that is horrible, and it overlays the previous connotation, which might have been neutral or good. Think of that strange-looking cross that the Nazis called the swastika. You see that in the Hindu faith as a good luck symbol. But
it's also
who,
rotating the other direction.
yeah, and who even thinks of that now? Because the Nazi swastika has become so ingrained into people's minds as that horrible thing, no matter which way it's facing, that even if you do face the Hindu good luck system symbol in the correct direction, you're going to get crap for it.
Well, I mean, I had an Indian friend in, I guess it must have been high school, could have been middle school. Jignesh Shah was his name.
Oh, definitely
I went to his house
Irish.
a couple of times to play, and we, like, I saw these Hindu tapestries that had swastikas all the hell over them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this is weird. But, you know, I heard the like context later, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, my ex made a point of wearing one of the Hindu, whatever they call they don't call it swastika, of course, but
Sure.
wearing one of those things under the blouse and making a big point of it, as in, I'm going to do this even though people think it's crap. My ex was a big contrarian, but that's another story. Yeah. I have no idea where I was going with that.
I don't know either. But yeah, things and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
And stuff and things.
Mm-hmm.
And
I mean,
and food.
like, I don't know. So
Yeah.
whatever.
It's the ugh, and it's the foo, and it's the boo, and it's the goo, and it's all full of poo.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, are there any words that I use with origins that are less than savory, but about which I do not care other than sucks? You know? I mean, hell, I've actually heard, I'll teach your grandmother to suck eggs and that kind of thing. So, it's
oh, yes,
not
thank you, Stinky Whistle Teats.
right. So, I mean, it's not like it's, like it's necessarily the homophobic connotation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can say that sucks. That sucks eggs. You know, it's doable.
I want to know where that came from. I know about blowing eggs, but I didn't know of any egg sucking things that went on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh. You know about blowing eggs?
Well, I mean, I've made like Easter eggs sort of things by first like poking holes in it and blowing out all the innards,
That's
and
what
then
I'm
you
talking
just
about.
have an intact shell.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't know if anybody did that anymore, or if that was just one of those things they did way back in the Middle Ages. In my youth.
Yeah, but like, still other expressions. Um, I mean, like, okay, I find it difficult to imagine a scenario where that blows isn't a like a homophobic connotation. Although that blows chunks actually is vomit. So sure.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. And then, yeah, I can understand context where the word becomes empty, where that blows. The blows is just another syllable that's part of the larger construct. I can see some people viewing it that way. I don't know. I have gods. When was the last time I heard that spoken? It's a long time ago.
Well, I mean, and then there's all of the ones that were like popular once and now they're not.
Mm.
I mean, like gag me with a spoon. Nobody says gag me with a spoon anymore.
Thankfully. I mean, if you're going to say that, you've got to say it with the right cadence and the whole thing.
Like, gag me with a spoon. I mean, oh my God.
Was it you or was it somebody else that was wondering if anybody actually talks that way?
Well, I know I've wondered it.
Okay.
But, I mean, like, I still haven't been to the valley yet.
Moo.
Yeah. Maybe someday. I don't know. But let's see. Other, it's been since, let's say the 90s, since I've heard a guy who was trying to express the fact that he was turned on by saying swing.
Okay, then.
You remember that, right?
I am familiar with that, yes.
I have not heard that since the 90s.
Yeah,
but then again, I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say hubba hubba. Outside of TV, I mean.
I cannot remember if I've heard anybody say that or not. I know of its existence, yes, but have I heard anybody say it? T'approches me.
But, like, let's see. I'm trying to think, like, other expressions that come from fucked up words. Well, you know what? I bet there's somewhere online that can tell me expressions with awful origins. I don't know if awful will get me what I want, but...
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm seeing gruesome expressions like baker's dozen.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, blue blood. A racist past? Really? Oh, well, okay. It says here, aristocratic Castile families coined the term after Spain conquered Moorish lands in 1834 to refer to the fact that they were uncontaminated by Moorish or Jewish blood because their complexions were fair, which made their blue veins stand out.
That's
the racist undertones may be gone, but the classist notion persists. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, I was sure that there was... I thought it was going to be an inbreeding thing. Like, you remember those people who turned blue in the Appalachians?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know that being pleased as Punch was a Punch and Judy thing. I thought it was about beverages.
Oh. Okay.
Huh. Let's see. To wreak havoc means to create chaos, blah, 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 blah. Sure, but its original uses was havoc referred to theft, murder, and rape. Havoc was also an Anglo-Norman battlefield cry that meant soldiers could bring unlimited slaughter, destruction, and plunder unto the land. Under the reign of Richard the Second, not the Third, in the 14th century, the cry was outlawed, and those who raised it or answered it were sentenced to beheading. Wow!
Yeah, gods, which play was it that the Klingon was quoting from in the what was it, Star Trek 6? Cry havoc. What is the? Gotta find the whole thing here.
I mean, like, okay, the
Here
origin
we go.
of a deadline is kind of horrible, but not that interesting. Whoa. Blockbuster is actually, it has its origin in bombs that blew up streets during World War II.
Yes, yes, yes. 500-pound bombs that would take out an entire city block. Yeah, there you go. The one I was looking for is from Julius Caesar. Cry havoc and let's slip the dogs of war.
So, bulldozer has some fucked up origins.
Okay.
It literally means to bully or coerce someone, to give them a dose of the bull. But it's bulldoze meant to beat someone in an extremely cruel and brutal way, or to give a dose of lashing and whipping like one would whip a bull.
Okay then.
So the machine to push things out of the way pushes them through any obstacle. Thus, it's a bulldozer. Much the way bullying someone to get your way was giving them a dose of the bull. That's kind of screwy.
Whoa.
Let's see. Oh, wow. There are some, like lots of websites for this stuff. Some have 5, 11, 20 common phrases with dark origins. Oh, dear. A cakewalk was a cruel slave ritual?
Oh.
Wow, it's a sadistic, old-timey dancing game for slaves. Cakewalk were essentially dance-offs for a chance of winning, yes, a cake. While that sounds delightful, the reality was less joyful than its name would imply. That's because it was a party game for slaves, and they didn't really have a choice in the matter. Cakewalk ceremonies were held on slave plantations. The dancers were slaves who used the opportunity to mock the mannerisms of the aristocratic southern fuckers who owned them. They'd wear flamboyant costumes and exaggerate the typical dancing moves of southern gentlefolk, their master and his slavery-loving friends in particular. Theoretically, that might have been a pretty decent way for the slaves to vent some steam over their unfortunate situation. However, the cakewalk came with a catch. The person doing the judging was the slave's master. So instead of the slaves having some fun behind their owner's back, cakewalks were basically a sadistic game of sanctioned mockery that carried the risk of turning into Joe Pesci's I'm Funny How scene from Goodfellas at any moment. A cakewalk was essentially a roast, except the person being roasted could have anyone on the dais flogged for the rest of their lives whenever he wanted. Wow!
Yaga
That-
boo.
Crazy pants. I mean, okay, grasping at straws, someone drowning, I get that. Let's see. A loophole was what medieval archers used to
Yes.
sneakily kill you.
Mhm.
Huh. Wow. Okay. Justice is Blind was a visual joke at the justice system's expense. Okay. Oh, it says here originally it meant justice is corrupt and ineffective to the point of blindness. Huh.
Moo.
Wow. Last ditch effort was a fight involving a doomed army. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Let's see. It originally meant to probably die in said attempt. Well, no shit. I mean, isn't that what a last-ditch effort is?
Pretty much.
Wow, 8 racist words you use every day. And okay, I have to say, cracked.com is crack. You can go down so many rabbit holes just clicking on their links at the bottom of their articles because they all sound interesting.
I haven't gone there in a very, very, very long time.
Wow, some of these things here, like the 33 useful words the English language needs to add. And the very first one here, number 33, Lychiatrist, an unqualified person who diagnoses themselves with a mental illness that they don't actually have for the sole purpose of using it as an easy go-to excuse for the irresponsible behavior. A lychiatrist.
I like that.
Wow. The gasterval is the period between when a relationship starts and when you first openly fart in front of your partner. Okay, a bleakfest is the first meal of the day consisting of cold leftovers from the night before.
Cold anchovy pizza at 4 a.m.
Intellida is stupid actions or words by an otherwise intelligent person. We both might want to save that one.
Okay then.
Well, that one's just stupid. Zeitgaff? What is that? A cultural reference that is sufficiently inaccurate or outdated to demonstrate that the maker of the reference is out of touch with or separate from the prevailing group. A zeitgaff. I like that.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, this isn't, they give examples. Oh, this isn't going to be another Mac versus IMPC or IBM debate, is it?
Jeez.
You kids think you know great music with your Bon Jovis and your Fresh Princes. Wow. Okay. What a player. Does he still play for the LA Rams? All right. Oh, sure. Okay. Well, anyway, sir, I'm going to have to remember Zeitgaff. That's good. I like that.
Yay. I think it's yay.
Glamorous.
Is it yay?
Okay. Of a villain in a work despite, of a villain in a work being appealing to fans despite being the antagonist of the work, often because of handsome appearance or justifiable motivation, is malamorous.
Oh.
You know, I should probably be reading the word after the definition just because I think that's more interesting. Like, the inability to poop when somebody you know might hear is friendstipation. Someone who likes a post on Facebook about the loss of a loved one is a necroliker.
Okay then.
Well, did you hear about this woman was putting LOL at the end of a lot of things meant to be tragic, and she thought it meant lots of love?
Yes. You may have been the one that told me about that.
The process of attempting to rapidly close a web page before it can be seen by someone else is the exactuate.
Took me about 1/10 of a second to put that one together, but yeah, okay, yep.
Oh, here we go. A person who claims to be an expert on a certain topic when it's clear they've only read the Wikipedia entry on it is a wikinius.
Okay then.
Let's see. Okay, there's actually a couple of definitions here. A person who often incorrectly quotes a movie or TV show they've never seen. The other definition, a person who repeats a bit of trivia and knows nothing else about the subject is a factoidiot.
Yeah. Sniglets. I had forgotten all about sniglets. Yeah.
The resistance of a tiresome, one-sided conversation to change... what? Oh, the resistance of a tiresome, one-sided conversation to any change in its state of motion is yamersha. Oh dear, oh dear. I may have been on the delivering end of this one. The phenomenon of losing supporters in an internet argument due to the inability to express oneself in proper grammar, orthography, and punctuation. Oddly enough, there's no Oxford comma there. And it's called apostrophe, as in, like, you know, apostasy, but apostrophe.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
I don't know. I in a way, I hate to say it, but in a way, I'm going to say I'm justified. I do find myself tending to make judgments based on use of written language, if I know that that author is supposed to be a native English speaker and writer.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and if your first language is Hindi, I'll cut you some slack.
Hmm.
But if you're speaking redneck,
Well, oh yeah, absolutely. If you use them where those is more appropriate, I kind of want to punch you.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Although, like, maybe this is kind of inconsistent or even hypocritical, but I find it amusing when people from Britain, from the UK, say me instead of my. I find that entertaining.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
I've still wondered, and I've never got an answer to this. When they say that, are they picturing M-E or M-Y and just saying it funky?
I do not knowing.
I've often wondered that one.
Hey, Stool, you still in the side chat? Can you tell us about that?
Here's one that is pretty relevant. Definition 1, a long, painful conversation in which every word is a struggle to get out. And 2, an awkward dialogue characterized by long pauses and uncomfortable silences is constipation. Oh, I love this one. A person who complains about how disgusting fast food is but eats it anyway is a McRibocrit.
Okay. Yeah,
like the...
Yeah, like the I would rather not dine on fast food any more than necessary. I had to for a few days when I first moved into this apartment because I didn't have the kitchen set up or anything. McDonald's was right down the street, and for 2 or 3 days, dinner was a Big Mac, a quarter pounder, an order of French fries, and a Coke, and just the price tag. I mean, you're talking $13 for that. It was a little on the expensive side. So
just a smidge.
Really nice when I got the kitchen set up and I was able to make some food.
Although I gotta say right now, I've never had a McRib, but it sounds weirdly good right now. So, okay, here's one, and no one we know does this.
Uh-oh.
Deliberately steering all conversations toward one particular issue about which you are very outspoken is called soap bombing. We don't know anyone who does that.
No one. Zero, zilch, nada.
So, I actually thought that the main character of the original Battlestar Galactica, the one played by Richard Hatch, was pretty cool. You know his name, Apollo.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just waiting for you to start saying something about Apollo launches, but all right.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. A character who you always knew was going to die right from the first scene is called a Qui-Goner.
Okay, then.
I think Qui-Gon Jinn from Phantom Menace.
Okay.
No, that one's just stupid. And so is that one. And so is that one. Wow, these are pretty bad, some of these. And we're getting towards the top of the list, getting towards number 1, and most of these are terrible.
Oh, no.
Oh, man. To place any size container of milk back in a refrigerator with only half a fluid ounce remaining at the bottom is lacteasing.
Oh, jeez, okay. Why does anybody do that? I mean, just down the hatch, and thank you for reminding me. That's what I didn't get when I went shopping, and a pint of milk would have been nice, so I could have made some potatoes on au gratin.
So I'm looking at one here is like, I guess those must be chili cheese fries I'm seeing, but You knew it was disgusting, but you ate it anyway, and it was delicious, is great-sgusting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you've seen for the opposite? Where it looked absolutely and even smelled absolutely wonderful, and then when you put it in your mouth, it was like, ugh.
I don't see one for that. It probably should exist. People dressed in dark clothing walking alongside unlighted roads at night are ninjestrians. And let's see. A word for something that doesn't make a sound, but if it did, would sound exactly like that word, is sortomatopia.
Okay.
Like bling, slink, and glisten is sortomatopia.
No, Greg, I have to do that yet. I have to make a video on that.
Let's see.
What I'm going to have to do, Greg, is fast for about 2 weeks and then make the chicken paprikash. Because as I say, whatever I cook, I have to eat. And the chicken paprikash is about 30,000 calories per serving. You look at it and you gain 15 pounds. And your cholesterol goes up 90 points.
And what is this dish again?
Chicken paprikash.
Okay.
That's the one you don't like. That's the one with all the sour cream.
There's a page here on Cracked that I want to read. It says 5 celebrities you had no idea quit fame for normal jobs.
Ooh.
Like apparently Tom Selleck is farming avocados, but he hates them, I guess. I'm just reading the headlines here.
Oh.
John Carpenter went from Master of Horror to Slacker God? Really? All right.
Okay.
I knew about Rick Moranis. Yes.
What's he
Freddie
doing?
Prinze Jr. became a writer-producer for the WWE. I don't think that counts. He's still in showbiz. Rick Santorum is making movies? What?
Why?
Well, they seem to be like not fiction, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like Hobby Lobby versus All Women, One Generation Away, The Erosion of Religious Liberty, and where was the other one? It's the oh yeah, here we go. Santorum is making movies now as the CEO of Echo Light Studios, a faith-based film company whose premieres take places in churches instead of theaters in the same way your dumps premiere in your toilet rather than on the Jumbotron at a Kansas City Royals game. Ha!
I like it. I do not like Santorum, but I like that description.
Well, that's Cracked for you.
Man, I still want to. I still want to puke every time I think that he was once senator in Pennsylvania. While I lived here.
Interesting. I'm looking now at a page. Man, like I said, you go down so many rabbit holes. It's the 7 most what the fuck post-fame careers. And what did he end up? The dude, Peter Weller, played RoboCop and brain cramp here, Buckaroo Banzai. He's working on his PhD in Italian Renaissance art.
Okay then.
At UCLA. Wow, okay.
Great.
Some rapper dude I've never heard of. We'll just skip that. And then based on the picture, it looks like he became a preacher.
I take it they have to mention Brian May, right?
I haven't seen that yet. Let's see. I'm on number 3 though, so it might be coming up. Let's see. It says here that the drummer from REM became a farmer.
Okay.
The drummer for The Clash and apparently Black Sabbath. Okay. He became a chiropractor. Wow. Oh, wow. Jason Hervey from The Wonder Years is number 1, and he's a corporate PR shill, apparently.
All right.
But let's see. It says here Brian May from Queen got his PhD in astrophysics, but that's a comment in not part of the article. And naturally, you would bring that up. You remember the whole thing about everyone brings something back to the subject about which they speak a lot? Of course, you'd mention Brian May and astrophysics. But there's another one here. 8 racist words you use every day. Like hooligan refers to drunk Irish people.
Oh, right, right.
The vandal is a horde of dirty, godless Germans tagging the wall behind the local high school is part of it because it says some vandals tagged the wall. So apparently, dirty, godless Germans is vandals. Hip hip hooray means let's go kill some Jews. Really?
Really?
It says here the first half of hip hip hooray is adapted from hep hep, an old German shepherd's herding cry. That is, actual shepherds from Germany, not the dogs. Sounds pretty innocuous, right? Well, it was up until around 1819 when the citizens of Germany and other neighboring countries began using it as their rallying cry when going Hebrew hunting in the Jewish ghettos. So keep that in mind the next time you're trying to come up with an appropriate cheer at your cousin's bar mitzvah. Now, I don't know the hooray part, though. They don't mention that, but the hep hep, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Barbarian. Yeah. I can't wait to play a suffering foreigner. Right. Bugger is, oh, wow. It's specifically about a Bulgarian homosexual is Bugger.
Oh.
I guess that makes sense, Bulgarian. But, yeah, all right. Cannibal. Right, people from the West Indies, fine. Gyp, yes, is gypsies, got it. Picnic, really. Apparently has to do with lynching black people.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it says here, let's see. Oh, that's right, I seem to remember this one. I don't even have to read it. Like, people would literally lynch a black guy and leave him hanging from the tree and eat underneath it.
Jeez.
Let's see. Yeah. Oh.
That's a table centerpiece I want.
It's short for pick and N-word.
Oh.
Yup. The picnic is going out to pick one to lynch. Man, that's fucked up. Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm wrong. That's, according to Snopes, that's bullshit. That's a theory people came up with that's wrong. It says here that it derives from the totally innocuous French word pique-nique or pique-nique. I don't know. Fuck French pronunciation. But it apparently is not. It doesn't say what the French word means. I assume it just means picnic. Yeah, a meal eaten outdoors. That's all. So, but still. Yeah, apparently back in the day, they thought of it as let's eat a meal under a dead body of a brown person. That's horrible.
Jeez, man.
There's a list here of foreign words that need to be incorporated into English. There's a lot of Yiddish here.
Well, in certain neighborhoods it already has been, yeah.
Yeah. There's some
Brighton
Norwegian.
Beach. You'll find a lot of Yiddish.
Wow. Okay. Do you know what and I don't know if I can pronounce this properly, but Drachenfutter or something like that. Drachenfutter. It's German.
It's not ringing any bells.
It's a gift a man gives to his wife to apologize when he's done something stupid, typically staying out way too late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moo. Definite moo.
Oh, ouch. I need this one. It says tartle is a Scottish word. The momentary consternation you feel when you go to introduce someone and realize you've forgotten his or her name. Can also function with a verb. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Did you know there's a Japanese word for a beautiful girl if only viewed from behind?
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, okay. I need that one. But, uh-oh. All the links are broken. They don't show me what's the actual word? Ah, here it is. Bakushan. All right. Well, that makes sense, actually.
Bakushan?
That's what it says, although... Damn, Bakushan. It's one of those ones where a vowel sound is extended. Bakku means Baku rather than Baku.
Okay, okay.
Wow, 6 Japanese subcultures that are insane even for Japan. Now I'm curious. Something about gambling? Oh no, it's a truck. Oh my gosh, what the hell is that? They're turning their trucks into something out of an extremely flamboyant musical version of the Road Warrior.
Oh no.
At first I thought those were slot machines, they're so brighted up. Holy crap, these are crazy looking. Oh, that's fucked up, some of this stuff. I'm not even going to read it. Yeah, okay, Lolita, sure. Male hosts? Okay. Weird, whatever. Oh, wow. Okay. Apparently, Yankee is the closest thing Japan has to white trash. It's a corruption of Yankee, but Yankee are young men and women who dye their hair blonde or orange, wear trashy clothes and smoke, drink, and have children before they're out of high school. They're famous for being loud, rude, and refusing to take part in the strict manners of Japanese culture. Wow.
Okay.
It's ever so slightly insulting, but all right. Wow, 5 clothing innovations that will be annoying you soon. Great, but when was that article made? Oh, well, it's a 404, so never mind. I'm getting the hell off the crack and reading a different website, going back to phrases with horrifying origins.
Daprajnie.
Ah! I don't want to think about paying through the nose. Because it's a term that is linked to a nose tax from Norse mythology, where if people refused to pay their taxes to the king, their noses would be slit or cut off.
Oh, great.
Wow, I didn't know that uppity was racist. Never using that again.
Would it be related to the upstairs maid by any chance?
No.
Okay.
No, actually, apparently they refer to it's about a talking head who refers to a prominent black leader as uppity. Or is it? Wait, no, it says a Jim Crow era term used to describe a black person who was successful or essentially didn't view themselves as a second-class citizen.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay. So,
All right.
in the culture of the time, you were supposed to see yourself as second class? Well, I guess this
Yeah,
would be from
remember-
outside the culture. Yeah.
Well, remember the whole thing about 3/4 of a person? Is that a no?
Wait a minute.
There was a time when black people were considered 3/4 of a
Oh,
person.
no, I had it. Okay, no, it took me a while because I remember it as the 3/5 compromise. But I know where you're talking about. Yeah.
Or maybe it was 3/5 or whatever. But the point is that, yeah, like, I mean, come on, you've watched the alt-right playbook. You know how right-wingers seem to absolutely love their hierarchies.
Mhm.
And what is this but a like the institutionalized, you're uppity, you're trying to be more than you are, you're trying to be one of us, and you're lower at the pyramid, screw you, is probably what they were trying to say, is you're moving up the pyramid.
Yeah, and I had it from the wrong perspective. was thinking that it was um, other blacks viewing the uppity black that way. No, it's the whites viewing the black and calling the black uppity.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, okay.
Now, I
Now that we
don't
got that straightened
know.
out.
I don't know if damn it, I was going to say something. I don't remember what it was now. Something about these expressions. Oh, right. I don't know exactly when this started, but I know that these days, like for a black person to say that about another black person, usually they use the term Oreo, black on the outside, white on the inside.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now, I'm sure that when the whole, what was it, 3/5 of a person or whatever thing was happening, Oreos probably didn't exist yet.
Very likely did not exist. I mean, 3/5.
So if there
This was at
was,
the time of the U.S. Constitution.
so if there was an expression that was like a black person telling another black person that they're getting too big for their britches or whatever, it probably wasn't Oreo back then. It is now.
Now you have me wondering here. My, oh my.
Ew. Don't ask about basket case.
Does it have anything to do with cadavers?
Almost. It's a U.S. military term from World War I where soldiers who'd lost arms and legs in battle were literally carried off the battlefield in a basket.
Okay, then. Okay,
Mhm.
Oreos date from 1912.
The cookies?
Yeah.
So the expression could easily be a lot older than I think.
Well, I don't
Let's
know.
see. So according to this, treadmills were originally used, like basically prisoners were slave labor, and they had to run on the treadmills to power the mill.
Okay, sounds. Yeah, sounds reasonable.
Okay, now I'm looking at Cat Got Your Tongue, and it seems that there's nothing definitive. In fact, there are a couple of different like possible origins of Cat Got Your Tongue, and it actually does not, well, one of them doesn't appear to refer to felines at all. It says that someone's in severely unbearable pain to the point where they can't talk after being publicly flogged with a cat o' nine tails. And another one here, it says in medieval times, anyone who committed blasphemy would have their tongue cut out and fed to cats. Now, I don't know if either of those are true, but that seems to be the rumor.
I don't know. It's just, especially the last one sounds a bit apocryphal, but you never can tell.
Turns out pulling your leg is quite literal, and it was a way to mug somebody.
Oh. Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, I honestly thought the rule of thumb was apocryphal, but they're listing it here. That, it says here, although this has been somewhat but not completely debunked, it's linked to a 19th century English law that allowed men to beat their wives using a stick as long as it wasn't more than the width of a thumb.
Okay.
Oy, the last sentence on this entry is pissing me off. It says, if enough people say irregardless, it becomes a word of mind-boggling domestic violence.
Okay.
Ugh. Now, I know you're with me that irregardless is an abomination.
Oh, absolute.
Wow.
Yes.
11 terms that are too cute for what they actually mean. Am I curious? 11 odd words Shakespeare invented that never caught on.
Now, there's something I rather like, is the Elizabethan insult generators.
Hmm. Do you remember a bunch of years ago there was that trend of memes going around with this painting of some aristocratic looking dude, and it was probably a writer, I don't know. And people would write out like common phrases trying to sound like Shakespeare.
Kind of, I remember.
And
It's foggy in the memory.
I wouldn't even know how to look that up. Hmm. Wow, okay. It says here, the author says, for a long time I confused cold sores and canker sores. Then I found out that cold sore is actually a euphemism for I have herpes in my mouth. And that was the day I stopped confusing them.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, all right. Megan's Law? What the hell is Megan's Law?
Oh, that's to do with child abduction, if I remember correctly.
Well, it says victim of a violent sex offender, but that one's really odd.
Yeah, it's relatively recent.
Hmm.
I'm thinking, what, 20 years maybe?
Wow, here's one that sounds like Carlin said it. Redundancies. And the author says, I picked this up watching the original Office. It's a British term that's the equivalent of our word for layoffs. I think redundancies is even more of a business doublespeak word than layoffs, though. They both describe the man doing a mass firing, but redundancies feels like he's trying as hard as possible to distance himself from getting blamed in the process. Now, wasn't there something I think George Carlin said, like there's severe redundancies in the personnel department or something like that?
Something like that, yes. Yeah, euphemizing everything. Okay, the name Megan's Law dates back to the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994.
Well, I knew that one. Sorry, I'm looking at 20 English idioms with surprising origins. Straight from the horse's mouth makes perfect sense already. What? Oh, golly. That can't be right.
Nope.
Let the cat out of the bag. Up to and including the 1700s, a common street fraud included replacing valuable pigs with less valuable cats and selling them in bags. When a cat was let out of a bag, the jig was up. Now,
Oh.
I'm going to assume these weren't live cats because someone could tell.
Yeah, pigs usually don't say meow.
Okay, the origin of buttering someone up is kind of fucked. It says here it's a customary religious act in ancient India that included throwing butter balls at the statues of gods to seek good fortune and their favor.
Okay. I'm thinking it's a waste of good butter, but, well, what are you going to do, right? It's for the gods.
Oh, interesting. Hands down. Do you know what it means to win hands down?
Wait a minute. Does that have something to do with a card game if you're...
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Winning hands down once referred to 19th century horse racing, when a jockey could remove his hands from the reins and still win the race because he was so far ahead.
Oh. Okay.
Now, riding shotgun is obvious,
Yes.
and so is barking up the wrong tree.
Woof.
Oh my. flying off the handle. Do you know that one?
I do not know the origin of that one. No.
It's said that it comes from poorly made axes of the 1800s that would literally detach from the handle.
Oh my word. Okay. Naprożnie.
Oh gosh, cost an arm and a leg actually refers to paintings. It is here like famous people like George Washington would have their portraits done without certain limbs showing. Having limbs showing is said to have cost more. That's kind of fucked up.
Oh my word. Okay,
I have
and
to
then
admit-
from Von
Yeah?
Rick, Von Rick says that they were live cats.
How did people not tumble to it right away?
Is my not
That's-
knowing.
Now, sleep tight is one I always guessed wrong. It says here, possible origin of the phrase dates back to when mattresses were supported by ropes. Sleeping tight meant sleeping with the ropes pulled tight, which would provide a well-sprung bed. But because it was always coupled with don't let the bed bugs bite, I always figured it meant wrap yourself really tightly, nearly mummify yourself in your blankets so that the bed bugs can't get to you and bite you.
Okay, because I also made the connection with swaddling. Yeah.
Now, bite the bullet, this one I think most people know.
Yeah, that's the one for a painful procedure and you're biting on the bullet so you don't scream out.
Wow. Okay. Throwing the baby out with the bathwater is more or less what I thought it was, but with extra bits added. Oh, come on. Jump the shark. Who doesn't know that one? Oh, minding your P's and Q's is interesting. But it says there's many origin stories for it. And it says the one that's most fun is that bartenders would keep track of pints and quarts consumed by their patrons with the letters P and Q.
Oh.
Yeah.
Move
Oh,
beef.
okay. Didn't know that Turn a Blind Eye was about Nelson. I knew the story about Nelson, but I didn't know that Turn a Blind Eye came from it.
Okay.
Let's see. Armed to the teeth. Oh, okay, whatever. That's just boring. Okay, have you ever heard Get One's Goat? The origin of Get One's Goat?
I have not heard the origin, no.
Says it also comes from horse racing. Jockeys place goats in the stables with their horses, as this was said to relax the horses. However, competitors would remove the goats of their rivals to spook their competitors' horses, hoping they would consequently lose the race.
Okay. Yay.
Got your goat. Okay, yeah, I knew pull out all the stops was organs.
Yes.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Not the Beroshti.
Yeah. I mean, riding shotgun, that one makes sense. I mean, I knew that one already. I think at this point I'm going to be spinning my wheels trying to find ones I haven't read already. Dear gods, is it 2:30? I haven't even had breakfast yet. I might have to go soon.
Oh my. We cannot have an unfed Kate. She will waste away to nothing.
I'm already nothing. Wait a minute. Now, the Rolling Stones are British, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because apparently Trump said that the Stones are un-American because they won't let him use their music.
I saw that. Yeah. That's Trump being Trump. That happened a little while ago, yeah. can't remember if it was a couple of days or a couple of weeks, but yeah.
Well,
That's the thing that really, I guess this is going to have to be a show to itself at some point. He's really going off the rails.
oh yeah. Well, you saw that interview he gave where he was trying to insist, and this reporter was boggled as he did it, that like we have fewer deaths because we have fewer cases. Never mind that like deaths per capita we're doing terrible.
Right.
Apparently we're doing better deaths per cases. And like the reporter kept trying to explain to him, dude, cases and like recorded cases, they're not the same thing. We have to do it by per capita. And Trump was like, no, we're moving these goalposts.
Mm-hmm. And then the whole bit with him going on about how Catholics are against God. So he's obviously trying to appeal to his heavily evangelical base. And let's see some of the other stuff that he's done just in the last couple of days. Well, that bullshit he's trying to do with the Social Security and Medicare payroll tax, which is probably not even legal, but it's going to have to be dragged through the courts, so it's going to be there for a long enough time. He's just... Why doesn't somebody hog tie him and get him the hell out of there already?
Well, unfortunately, it's not legal yet. I don't know. I mean, it's just so weird to me, the exceptions that are given to politicians.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, we're just going to let you commit all this fraud, and we're not going to prosecute you for the stuff you did before you were in office, and this, that, and the other thing. And it's like, okay, so once you get powerful enough, you're just immune to all prosecution?
I guess. Yeah.
I don't know. It's deeply, deeply frustrating.
Oh, okay. Von Erck is putting out the call, asking someone to please feed you. Her ladyship, the Reverend Catherine, the marginally acceptable of House Farr.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm sorely tempted to, like I said, go to the kebab place or get Mickey D's with the, like, I've never had the McRib, and I'm curious. But
if
like,
memory serves me, the McRibs are sort of like pressed ground beef. Well,
I
something
doubt
that
it's
passes for
probably
beef. Say again?
I imagine it has to be pork. Aren't ribs usually pork ribs?
Yeah, you've got, that would be correct. That would be correct. Yes. I have had beef ribs, but they are nowhere near as common as pork ribs.
But
And then there's this kiddiness over here. Yawn. Oh, boy.
sorry, I saw something. Someone was wrong on the internet. I had to. Oof. I'm trying to decide what, if anything, to eat.
No chicken paprika.
Wow, Oren Raw posted something. Some dude, Robert Jeffress, not even Jeffries, Jeffress.
Yes, I know the
Christians who vote for Biden have sold their souls to Satan, he says. What is this?
Yeah, Jeffress is one of the Deep South pastors.
Did you see there was a compilation of shit that Louis Gohmert had said? And at one point, he was trying to argue that he wasn't being given a fair shake because he speaks with a Southern accent. Which, I mean, it's possible he's not, but let's face it, like, it is not just a stereotype of like the redneck hick southern like person. That's I mean, they exist in the gajillions.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh my, yeah, it's. I hate to say it because it could be probably taken the wrong way, but I mean, if you don't want to be judged that way, then quit being an idiot. I know a lot of people who speak with southern accents who are not idiots. Louis, you're an idiot.
mm. All right, someone was asking like, what kind of masks do you wear? And I figured I'd answer.
Yay, 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 yay.
But yeah, it's like I have a couple of N95 masks. I mostly have the surgical masks. I have 2 cloth masks and a couple of gas masks that probably don't do shit.
What I still haven't done, I still haven't got the plague doctor costume. I'll have to do that someday. Although the time for that is probably past. It's probably been seen so many times that it's no fun anymore.
All right, again, someone wrong on the internet. There's this thing. It says it's like trying to rip on us for cancel culture and all that.
Okay.
And it says here, atheism is an overwhelmingly, almost exclusively white, Western, wealthy male phenomenon. Should it be canceled? And I'm like, things aren't canceled because they're predominantly white. They're canceled because they exclude people who aren't.
Okay.
Like, I don't know about you. I'm totally cool with black lesbian atheists who don't have a shit ton of money. You're welcome in this movement by all freaking means. You don't cancel that. You know, you would cancel something that said atheism, that's just a white dude thing, and you're not allowed in.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
You know, I don't think you can even cancel it saying, well, it seems to be almost entirely white guys, but we didn't we didn't intend that. It just sort of naturally happened that way. You don't cancel that either.
Moo.
Oof. Sorry, I'm seeing a picture here that's actually quite horrible. It's a cop deliberately and without even a scrap of conscience macing a little black girl who can't possibly be more than 8 or 9, I guess. But still, this is a horrible, horrible picture. Dude, right here.
Let me switch monitors here. Oh, for the.
Right there with the pepper spray, right here.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
That's not okay. I'm gonna call it. That's not okay.
There seem to be quite a few who just love to do that.
I mean, they're not even doing anything. They're facing the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's yelling. They're holding their mom's hands. What do they think is about to happen?
I don't know. They might demonstrate that they're human. Don't want that.
Uh,
my, oh my, anyway. Yeah, it's all kinds of og.
yeah.
I know. I know what I should have for dinner. Half a jar of Nutella.
Hmm. Okay.
Yay.
Okay. Here's a meme I'm seeing that honestly, they're right. This is stupid and it's always bothered me. Present now, a window, this window, share. Ah, damn it. Why does it keep doing that? There we go.
Yeah, there you are.
I mean, I can almost see the second in command, but like your engineering chief, maybe your security chief, fine, but actually, come to think of it, let's see, Data was the helmsman, I want to say.
I think so, maybe. Yes.
You would probably expect him to be still at the helm.
The helm. That's what helmsmen do. Yeah.
But I mean, like, okay, Dr. Crusher, someone might end up wounded. Sure, no problem. Second in command, well, I mean, I guess he does represent the ship better than anyone other than the captain. But unless, and I mean, security chief, sure, it's a dangerous mission. But Data and Geordi do not belong down there. Not unless there's an engineering problem or the planet needs steering.
There you are.
I mean, maybe that's just me, but
I'm not even sure that that Crusher belongs there. Why not send down a medic?
well, honestly,
she's
I
chief of
think there is
surgery,
only
isn't
ever
she?
one character in like one named character with lines who worked in sickbay with Crusher ever. So,
Hmm. Oh, Greg says Data was science officer.
then why was he always at the helm? Because he was.
Yeah, he was.
Or maybe that wasn't the helm. I don't know. Maybe that was Wesley, because Wesley flew the ship a lot. I don't know what the hell. I mean, I guess that might be a science console. It sure wasn't in the video game, but hell, video games don't always do accuracy, so. I don't know.
All planets
Like,
need
as
steerage.
much as it's fun to watch Star Trek, there's a lot of little bits of trivia that I just plain don't remember.
Move. Yes. Yeah, definitely.
Although, I'll be honest, lower left, who the hell is that?
I'm not sure either. Anybody want to weigh in? Oh, no. Wait a minute.
I mean, well, Fozzie is dressed as the Tin Man. Is it possibly Judy Garland? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I have no idea whatsoever who that is. Oh,
Somebody want to weigh in? And stuff and things. Okay, indeed. We all look at that. Only 3.5.
says here, Nikola Tesla proved it was possible. Now wireless electricity is a reality. I guess it is. I've seen all those things where you can charge your cell phone just by setting it down on top of something.
Oh, okay. Induction, I take it.
I guess. But the point being that it seems to be a reality now.
I wonder how efficient it is.
Dunno. Trying to think what food I even have in the house. I may have to go out even though I don't want to.
Fried cat fur?
No.
No?
Besides, you can't really fry that. Not well, anyway.
Could you make it into a porridge?
I don't eat porridge. I mean, I know you love your mushy cereal that's not even cereal anymore, but that's not my thing.
Oh my. I haven't had that in a long time. I might have to do something about that someday. I have an open box of Life cereal, which probably isn't edible anymore.
I wonder how long that takes.
Well, if you don't open the box, if you don't open the cereal that's, or the bag, it's several years. But once it's opened, I don't know how long it lasts.
Well,
I think that box, before it was opened, had an expiration date sometime in 2021.
you know, when I rise to power, it will be mandatory that if like you have the sell by date and also the after opening eat by date.
Okay, then, yes.
You know, it's like it will go stale after being exposed to air for this long.
Yeah, that would be a very good idea. It really, really would.
Because honestly, and I've even found websites that allegedly tell you these things, but they're also really non-specific and unclear, some of them.
Yeah,
Because it's like they don't tell you, oh, but if you keep it in the fridge, it lasts this much longer, or it doesn't matter, or fill in the blank.
I'd really like to know whether that quart of milk I opened 6 weeks ago is still any good, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like lactose-free milk, it will last like a lot longer than regular milk, a lot longer.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, I mean, like, I don't know how long it lasts after I open it. I don't know how long it lasts if I don't open it, and whether the two are the same or not, and if not, by how much.
Okay, that's my niche. Do all the research. Yeah.
So, you know what I wonder is if there's an app out there somewhere that will auto hide all ads on Facebook. And not just hide them, but actually will go, oh, I see an ad. I'm going to automatically do the thing that hides all ads from that advertiser. Automatically.
I don't know, but what I do know is that I am encountering more and more websites, newspapers specifically, that put up those annoying windows over the page that you want to look at. I noticed that you're using an ad blocker. Yeah,
Ugh.
and there's a reason that I'm using an ad blocker. I don't know.
Well, this is weird. Seeing a thing here, it says that sperm fooled scientists for 350 years. They spin, not swim.
I saw that. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
And they thought there was a serpentine motion, I think, going on, right? And rather it's more like a corkscrew.
Yeah, I guess so. Wacky fun.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Oh boy.
Well,
Oh boy. Um, you know how I'm always telling people that Shatner is evil?
Yes.
Well, he kind of fucking is.
Uh-oh, what did he do?
Present now. A window. This window. Shayar.
Okay.
Yep.
Go get stuffed, Bill.
Huh. Cis people are oppressed for being cis. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, definitely. Uh-huh.
Oh, Jesus,
every
Harold
day.
Christ. Well, this is getting posted everywhere. Fucking hell, fucking Shatner. What the hell?
Oh, my. Wait a minute, what do you have here? Yeah, as far as the milk comment earlier, yeah, Mage Grey Wolf says, smell it if it smells bad, it is bad. And then I'll add, if it smells bad, then make bread with it.
Hmm.
So that was a very common use for spoiled milk.
Well, I love the whole idea of like Jesus and the whole communion thing. This bread is my body, and of course he rose from the grave because of the yeast they used to make the bread.
Yes. Oh my, oh my. What I want to know is I'm sure somebody's dealt with this already, but what about those gluten intolerant Catholics? Did they not get to partake of the cannibalism? Or how did I.
Well, here's a question: Can people in AA drink the communion wine?
Yeah, I mean, you get a religious exemption for everything else, so why not for this, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, and I mean, I suppose, like, can you really get drunk off of the sippy cup of wine they give you, the little shot glass of wine they give you?
I suppose that if you are hypersensitive to alcohol, you might. But in 99.9999% of cases, I'd say no.
Well, I mean, like, okay, can you be an alcoholic who's trying to recover and it doesn't count if you drink alcohol but not enough to even get buzzed? Like, I mean, can an alcoholic use NyQuil?
I think I've heard people say no, but I cannot be positive about that.
And you know, I need to have someone cross themselves in front of me just so I can ask them if they meant I should steal third.
Ha ha!
You know, I mean, let's face it, crossing yourself looks remarkably like those baseball codes. Do they still use those? I think they must not, unless it's a tradition thing. Because you know how, like, if you watch football, the coach holds the folder up over his face while he's talking on the little microphone thingy?
Yes, yes.
And I assume that there is some wireless connection to the quarterback. I imagine that you don't have to basically, like, touch yourself on every cardinal point on your body anymore in baseball either.
I haven't looked into the dugout in so long, I cannot remember if they still do that signal stuff. Now,
But I mean, that's something because I'm always amused by the tappity 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 thing people do with baseball.
okay.
Like I don't even watch the game really. I've seen it a couple of times. I don't really watch it. And yeah.
I like this little thing here that the Guardian ran. Ethical conundrums. What does a recovering alcoholic priest, and I've known many of them, who's on the wagon do about communion wine? Since a single sip or even the smell of wine can induce intense cravings in some alcoholics, are priests allowed to substitute grape juice during divine service? And one of the comments is, according to the Catholic Church, it's not wine but blood, so the priest shouldn't have any problem drinking it. Now, according to somebody in Scotland, bread and wine were used at the Last Supper, so bread and wine must always be used at the communion. It's the canon law. Seriously, this has been the topic of po-faced discussion at papal curia and consistory court, which makes you wonder what they do all day. But of course, yeah, that's just a plain old fairy tale, guys. And another guy asks, why would a priest be an alcoholic in the first place? Isn't that against the rules? You person who wrote that, I've known many alcoholic priests. Many. Oh, well. What you gonna do?
Oh man, some like I posted the thing about Shatner to the Bionic Dance group, and this one dude is saying that, oh yeah, it's totally a slur, and now everyone is like, no, cis is a word for someone who identifies as the gender that corresponds to their sex, as we understand it.
Yep.
You know, and like someone else goes, man, Latin is so offensive, and all this stuff. And it's like, yeah,
Jesus.
you know, you're not going to win this battle, dude. Cis is not a slur. It can be used as one, but it's not one. It's kind of like, again, the Louis C.K. routine about the word Jew, because it's the name for people and also the slur for people. And you only have to put a little stank on it to make it a horrible thing to say to someone. You know, it's like you can go, oh yeah, he's a Jew, or oh, he's a Jew, and that's all it takes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's pretty much the same thing with cis, I think. Oh yeah, cis het white dude. Okay, got it. Oh, he's a cis het white dude. You know, I mean, like you can't make cis into a slur.
Cis is simply not trans. That's it.
Yeah, it's like trying to say that atheist is offensive. Which, you know, it's like, no, it just means not a theist. There's nothing wrong with that word. And I don't know.
I suppose it depends on the company you keep. So, you know, so many hard right Christians think atheist is offensive. Just like I assume some people think that calling yourself not trans is offensive. You know, okay.
Well, I mean, Richard Dawkins, I think it was talking about how someone was telling a story to him. It's like, you know, my mom said, look, it's okay if you don't believe in God. That's all right. But an atheist,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Man,
So-
well, especially here in the U.S., I mean, that whole Cold War connotation thing. You know, the godless communists, the atheist communists. I don't know that atheist would have as bad a connotation here in the U.S. without the influence of the Cold War.
Well, and I mean, if the Russians were not godless commies, if they were just commies, I wonder where we'd be on the religion issue in the United States now.
Right, absolutely. And I mean, Soviets were not as godless as people in the U.S. make them out to be. Russian Orthodox Church definitely held sway, just as it does now. I mean, as Hitchens put it once, Stalin would have had to have been an idiot to not take advantage of the built-in subjugation mechanism that was in place with Russian Orthodoxy. That the Tsars had used very successfully previously. Moof beef.
Ugh. Now he's trying to, this guy who's defending Shatner's position is trying to say that only people who use such terms are those who spend an inordinate amount of time talking about gender and the many divisive pronouns, etc.
Oh, Lord. Spend a little time in the shoes of those of us who have to deal with this on a daily basis, guy. Jeez. Those of you who don't have to deal with this stuff, consider yourself very, very, very lucky.
But I had to respond to this guy. I'm like, so the people who talk about the topic use terms that relate to the topic. I guess appendectomy is a slur for surgeons then?
Pretty much, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, man, like, I understand when, like, what it feels like to say something that's kind of stupid, and there's no way to walk it back with any kind of dignity.
Okay.
And so then, like, you can't do anything other than defend to the death what it is you just said, because either you're going to win or you're going to lose. But losing can happen two different ways.
Oh, like Dinesh D'Souza. Okay. You see that stuff going on, the last few days? In conjunction with that whole Thailand thing. Where,
Oh, that. Yes, I saw that.
yeah, and then D'Souza jumped to Trump's aid, and he's digging his hole deeper and deeper and deeper. And as I commented, I think it was yesterday, I mean, he can't back down now. He has to keep digging his hole deeper, no matter what, even though he knows he's doing it. D'Souza's an idiot, always has been.
Oh, he's such a schmuck. Dinesh D'Souza, like, you ever have that time where you're wondering, does this person know that they're spouting bullshit and they're just doing it for, like, the cash or something, or the fame? Or do
Yeah.
they genuinely believe the crap they're spouting?
And with some, it's difficult to tell. I mean, I don't know how screwed up in the head D'Souza is. It's entirely possible that he doesn't know how fucked up he is. Although I think it's more likely that he does know.
Yeah, I mean, he does strike me as the kind of slimy that doesn't really care that much about reality. He strikes me as kind of ends justify the means in a way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And then, I mean, okay, is as far as his value system is concerned, if he's got any, that sort of thing, consider that this is the guy who was banging Ann Coulter.
Wait, Dinesh D'Souza was banging Ann Coulter?
As far as I understand, yeah.
Oh, that is a match made in a garbage heap.
Let me check. I believe they were engaged. Okay. Tu stai petrando perché sei. Oh, they're not necessarily engaged, but they were dating.
Still, I mean, I look at Dinesh D'Souza and I do not see an aesthetically pleasing man. His head is a weird shape. His ears stick out. He looks like, he kind of looks like a small child, a chubby small child. And I'm just like, and his voice is nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I mean, and Ann Coulter, I don't even know how to describe her face without sounding offensive. But she's not attractive either.
No, she reminds me of someone who's been smoking too much crystal meth. Just gaunt.
Haggard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
My taste in women does not include Ann Coulter. Disability. Oh, great. D'Souza was
What?
also banging Laura Ingraham. Okay.
Gosh.
Each am I not too knowing. I really is not too knowing. Because I is also full of poo. Let's back up to the side chat and see what we've got going. I like that. Thank you, Von Rick. To help, just picture Jimmy and Tammy together.
Ugh.
Oh my.
And now he's quibbling over terminology. Fucking hell, Bill, you're not going to win this one. There's this dude, Bill Lewis, he's the one who's trying to quintuple down on his cis is a slur. And I'm like, dude, okay, he says here, their gender was not assigned. It was based on their biological sex. If they have gender dysphoria, then this I understand. Anything else is a choice and does not change what you were born. Now, the thing is, I mean, I hate it when people say the gender assigned at birth. It's not, he's right, it's not assigned.
Right, the social role is, but not necessarily
it's
the gender.
Assumed. Yeah. Your gender is assumed at birth based on your biological sex, but it's not assigned to you.
Right.
Not really. But this is a distinction without a difference. It doesn't matter. It doesn't add to the conversation to go off on that.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate, I would say, that so much emphasis is placed on the child's gender when, let's face it, there's really no good way, no accurate way. I'm looking for a word and I'm not finding it, to discern the child's gender, because there's so much that's going on that you cannot see. There's so much that's going on under the skin, if you will, that's invisible. And it's just a cursory examination of the crotch and, okay, boy or girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it causes so much pain later in so many cases. It would be nice if the kids, just could be thought of as, being of ambiguous sex and height until they worked out what they were doing.
Yuck. I've gotten to a point now where I'm just telling people that they're on the wrong side of history when they're making shit arguments. Like, you're not going to win this one. You're not the hero of this piece.
Yeah, and they're not listening, of course.
Oh, he's basically trying to say, well, I don't care what you have between your legs, so the terms shouldn't exist. Cis, trans, het, binary, whatever the fuck. He thinks they shouldn't exist because he doesn't care what you've got stashed in your drawers.
Okay, then.
This is just so stupid, this argument. He's basically saying, look, we have to bury our heads in the sand, not talk about sensitive issues. He's sounding like a right-winger.
Case in point. David Raymer.
Wait, what did you just look up?
Von Rick said some intersex kids had sex change surgeries as children without their parents ever knowing, apparently, by doctors removing offending parts. My statement was not exactly accurate, but close enough. Case in point, David Raymer. David was subjected to a circumcision. It got botched. Doctors decided to turn what they screwed up into what would pass for female genitalia. And yeah, tried to have the kid raised as a girl, and it did not take. It just would not take. And Raymer,
I couldn't choose to be a lesbian. I couldn't choose to be straight. I figure if someone can't choose their gender, then trying to force it on them through childhood isn't gonna work.
Yeah, Raymer ended up committing suicide. Trying to remember the name of the book. As he was born? Wait a minute. I have to look up the name. I've got a copy, but I can't remember the title. As Nature Made Him. That's the name of the book. Okay. Great read. page down. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
I should probably go. I need food, and I'm starting to get into this dumpster fire, so I should probably take off.
Oh, can I watch?
No, seriously though, I'm gonna.
Yeah,
I mean, it's after 3. We've been at this all fucking day. I'll talk to you later.
yeah, you take care, hon, and bon
All right.
appetit, and see you Tuesday maybe. Okay.
Yep. Later.
Yay! And then, okay, now we've got 2 versions of my ugly mug up here. Let's go over to camera 2. Yay! Look at that. Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. And, yes, this has been another day of, oh my word, yeah, another day of Coffee with Lavender. Well, it's only been 6 hours, kids, you know. Oh, let's not fall behind in our duties to have these interminable show, not terminating show. Oh, I see what happened to camera 2 over there. Okay, it got broken. That's no big deal. It's not broken that badly. So yeah, and then I think I'm going to actually see what I can do about. Turning up something out of the defriginator or maybe the freezer or that sort of thing. Excuse me. And I'll go carbonate some more water in my new carbonating machine. I'll get the hang of it eventually. Yeah, from what I'm knowing now, it's likely that I'm not doing something right, but get we'll get there. And yeah, so I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here, and I love every one of you. Thank you so much for being part of all this. It's just feels good to be appreciated, and I want to thank you for that much, and I want to thank every one of you for everything you do. Really and truly and everything, and you make it all worthwhile. So thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.